Meet our main character, Eugene. He might look utterly pathetic at this moment, but his legendary transformation begins shortly. But right now, death stares him in the face. A hunted vampire, mercilessly chased down by the elite Holy Knights. Ultimately, Holy Steel violently tore through his flesh. The vile commander, Durit, leading the slaughter, mocked him. "Oh, you filthy leech. Scurrying in the shadows for 6 months. It must have been thrilling, right? How many innocent lives did you drain, you wretched beast? The divine glory of our holy order is absolute, but your pathetic game ends tonight. The heavens themselves condemn your sins. Take honor in my blade, for your blood grants me the Vampire Slayer title. You defied the heavens, rejecting the Holy Order's divine judgment. Just look at your pathetic state." With a twisted, sinister smirk, Durit whispered. "Did you really think you escaped? I let you run. It was entirely intentional. Dragging out this glorious hunt, letting you scurry like a trapped rat. It has been ages since a rare bloodline like yours surfaced. Bleeding you dry fills our pockets, acting as the perfect bloody warning to all heretics." Rage blazed in Eugene's eyes as he desperately lunged forward. In this brutal world, only the strong survive. Power dictates absolute truth, but against overwhelming might, his only choice was a pathetic, desperate retreat. A devastating flash of aura severed the air. Durit's blade tore through his defenses, showcasing an overwhelmingly brutal victory. The sheer humiliation crushed him. Gazing down with absolute contempt, the knight sneered. "Your very breath is an Eva. Insult to the heavens, a vile blasphemy, wrought in eternal despair." As his consciousness faded, Eugene prayed for one more chance. Suddenly, his eyes shot open. Cold sweat drenched his entirely flawless body. Gasping for air, utter confusion hit him. What? In the world? His mind reeled in absolute shock. What just happened? My throat was severed, yet my body remains perfectly intact. I felt the cold embrace of death. A dream? Impossible. This is the exact hideout from before the Holy Knights slaughtered me, 6 months ago, right before the execution squad began their ruthless crusade. Eugene stood frozen in the damp shadows. Had fate actually reversed time? Realizing the truth, his fists clenched with burning resolve. The heavens granted him a second life. This isolated forest offered zero sanctuary. The closest human settlement was Broadwin. He had cowered here, escaping humanity's gaze. Just a pathetic, starving vampire, constantly suffocating his own presence, hiding like a shadow just to survive. Though he despised human blood, his demonic instincts once violently overpowered him, unleashing absolute tragedy. By dawn, mercenaries invaded. 5 days later, the Holy Knights purged the entire region. Time meant nothing to their fanatical crusade against him. Paralyzed by fear, he had vanished into the deep woods, surviving 12 miserable years solely on foul beast blood. Why had destiny rewound the clock for a monster like him? Only one absolute truth remained. With this miracle, he would never bow to his tragic past again. If cowering only guarantees a bloody execution, then I must forge unstoppable strength. I will become a disaster they cannot kill. Embracing my demonic heritage, I rewrite my destiny today. The vampire's true path to godhood is draining life force. The purer the prey's bloodline, the more devastating the power gained. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar erupted. A monstrous apex predator, the absolute tyrant of these woods, launched an overwhelmingly catastrophic strike, instantly crushing his defenses. The beast thrashed, with terrifying fury, violently slamming him into the dirt. Eugene instantly rebounded, calculating his grim odds. Trapped in this desperately weak vessel, dodging is my only prayer of survival. Yet, if my blade can carve just a single drop of blood, I confront this behemoth with absolute killing intent. I will devour its life. In his past life, erasing, his presence was his only pathetic shield. But realizing that cowardly path only bred death, hesitation vanished completely from his soul. To shatter fate, he hungered for absolute, devastating power. His pathetic blade instantly shattered against the monster's iron scales. The beast relentlessly exploited the opening, whipping its massive tail with bone-crushing force. Sent rocketing through the air like a broken doll, the impact nearly shattered his ribs. A fatal crisis emerged. As an overwhelming, suffocating shadow eclipsed him, his pupils dilated. In sheer terror, its massive jaws snapped open. Did I fatally underestimate an apex predator? Roars are feral natural entities, separate from demonic beasts. Yet, even in mana-starved wastelands, Certain alpha beasts forge internal mana stones, legendary treasures far transcending priceless jewels. This crystal acts as the creature's absolute heart. If he could rip that core out, he could forcefully shatter his limits. But the colossal power gap was suffocating. His arrogance might be fatal. This miraculous second chance had instantly thrown him to the forest's supreme ruler, a beast capable of erasing him effortlessly. With explosive speed, the nightmare lunged straight into the raging waters, unleashing devastating tsunamis. It violently dragged him under like a pathetic, helpless snack. A suffocating void of absolute despair. Eugene had grown arrogant, assuming fate would hand him endless chances at resurrection. But no, I never possessed such worth. The beast's eyes suddenly bulged in pure dread. Thus, I must keep my presence hidden. Eugene struck a devastating blow from within, suffocating, violently thrashing just to cling to life, merely to endure. I walked the path of absolute slaughter. Pure aura erupted around Eugene's entire being. Strike, conquer. Should he fail, destiny would grant no further miracles. Eugene lunged for its core. A single mistake meant absolute death. No second. Awakening. Eugene thrust his hand forward. Hungry for power, the jaws parted. That crimson core hovered within reach, because living demands ascending a throne of fresh corpses. Following the chaotic clash, the murky swamp grew eerily silent. Then, blinding radiance erupted from the dark depths. The beast's shattered corpse floated upward. I swore upon my soul, if the heavens granted another life, I would abandon cowardice and embrace the bloody path of conquest. The surrounding air warped into a violent crimson hue. I will devour your life force and claim supreme victory. Eugene stood unfazed, inspecting his newly refined physique. Gazing down at the colossal carcass, he calculated quietly. I merely sought the forest sovereign's essence. Surprisingly, I consumed its core as well. This beast's spirit crystal holds overwhelming spiritual pressure. Its brilliant hue surpassed all mortal gems, pulsing with massive energy. The crystal's boundless power manifested outwardly, forging an impenetrable armor of obsidian scales. This abyssal armor might finally grant Eugene immunity to scorching sunlight. He first discovered the swamp tyrant's existence while enslaved by rogue cultivators. Historically, this tiny marshland concealed the creature's monstrous presence from the mortal realm. However, massive apocalyptic floods violently expanded its deadly domain. The legendary terror emerged, mercilessly slaughtering the armed guards. Amidst the carnage, Eugene stole a drop of the wounded sovereign's immortal blood, awakening enough power to execute his captors and vanish. Tasting such divine strength, Eugene vowed to devour the beast entirely. Despite achieving a breakthrough, his current realm remained far too weak to challenge Holy Knight Youngduri. I must evade suicidal battles until my cultivation stabilizes. That crusader tracks my aura across the continent. He clearly wields a heavenly tracking technique for hunting demonic souls. Thus, rather than cowering in shadows, I must cultivate overwhelming power to crush him. Morning approaches. No time to test this demonic crystal's full potential. I must retreat before daybreak. Suddenly, an ethereal whisper echoed, freezing his steps. The fake lord has fallen. That monster usurped my sacred waters, corrupting a heavenly oasis into this vile bog. You delivered him a brutal execution. You have my gratitude. Yet, you brazenly trespassed my sanctuary, polluting the earth with fresh gore. Such absolute insolence is punishable by death. I am Mirian, the mystic lake guardian. The very heavens shall burn with divine fury. The earth shall quake, and you will endure a soul-shattering curse. Though I spout such grand threats, that pathetic ancient vampire surely cannot hear my voice. Only enlightened beings perceive elemental spirits. Shattering her arrogant delusions, Eugene sharply demanded. What exactly are you? Did my profound voice paralyze her spirit? Wait, is she completely blind to my aura? Eugene projected his dominant voice once more. Answer me. What are you? Miriam trembled in absolute shock. You perceive my spiritual form? You belong to the immortal blood clan? Did you witness my entire speech? Eugene read her panicked mind flawlessly. That disrespectful vampire comment. Absolutely busted. The panicked entity quickly bowed in profound respect. I am Miriam, a celestial water spirit. I was once the absolute sovereign here. But 15 years ago, that demonic fish usurped my sacred realm, forcing me into servitude. Honestly, it was closer to a miserable truce. Toxic waters repel vital prey. Therefore the beast permitted me to purify the outer shores. Regardless, you brought salvation. That abyssal nightmare is finally eradicated. My heavenly lake shall undergo purification. You are my eternal savior. I witnessed that arrogant elder being devoured by the tyrant. Yet, just as his life force seemingly vanished, a massive shockwave erupted, revealing a flawlessly refined warrior. Did you utilize illusion arts to outsmart that demonic monster? What an exceptionally brilliant strategy. Ignoring Miriam's endless spiritual chatter, Eugene spoke coldly. You merely care for your domain. My ancient seal is vanishing. How? Is this possible? Fine, I shall speak with deep reverence. Your divine mark is breathtaking. What profound truth does it hold? A. Legendary conqueror's crest? Whose blood stained your path? Eugene shrugged apathetically. I possess 0 memories. They have bound my soul for countless lifetimes. When was I reborn into the Blood Clan? His mortal past remained locked. Eugene had simply awakened like this. Throughout his fragmented recollections, these 10 profound stigmata scarred his flesh permanently. Blind to his true origin, Eugene only experienced endless persecution, surviving without questioning his dark destiny. If these mystic runes act as divine seals, did consuming that core shatter one today? I must depart. Protect this territory diligently. Miriam felt profound sorrow, utterly dreading his departure. Wait, it has been centuries since a conscious soul heard my voice. Must you abandon this realm immediately? Throughout the eras, cultivators possessing the spirit eye have practically vanished. The isolation is maddening. Having a profound companion to converse, Eugene firmly reminded the water spirit, Miran, of its true purpose. Aren't you going to purify this swamp back into a pristine lake? But the spirit seemed utterly reluctant. Do you have any idea how long purifying that foul place will take? Oh my, a breathtaking existence like yourself would look even more magnificent after drinking some heavenly water. I am a noble water spirit, capable of summoning the sweetest nectar. Drink my pure spring water, and your divine complexion will shine even brighter. Seeing Miran manifest a glowing orb of water, Eugene immediately stepped back in annoyance. Enough nonsense. Hurry. Up. He coldly commanded the spirit to vanish. Seeing him turn his back, Miran desperately grabbed his sleeve. My liege, wait. I can refine any water for you to consume. Eugene ruthlessly shook off the spirit. Absolutely not. Yet, Miran stubbornly floated after him, insisting, you shouldn't reject this divine offering. It would be far better if you accepted. My lord, you possess the immortal bloodline now. A few days later, the remote Broadwin village was bathed in the quiet glow of another moonlit night. Suddenly, a breathless scout shattered the silence. Village chief, hurry! The crimson-eyed beast has descended upon us. The elder gasped in sheer astonishment. What? The entire settlement rushed out, gathering around a massive shadow with utterly stunned expressions. Soon, gasps of absolute thrill erupted. Heavens above, look at these monstrous boars. We feast on spirit meat tonight. Chief, look at this mountain of prey. It is tenfold the usual tribute. Can we truly claim it all? A bewildered young hunter asked. Chief, what is the crimson-eyed beast plotting? He usually gifts us a single beast on the night of the full moon. The elder sensed a deeper meaning, but the motive remained a mystery. The lunar cycle had not yet peaked. The villagers reminisced about the mysterious benefactor, an enigmatic entity lurking at the mountain's roots, universally feared as the crimson-eyed beast. Yet, this legendary being had cultivated in the shadows near their homes for over 10 years without spilling a single drop of human blood. Instead, beneath every full moon, he offered premium beast meat to nourish the grateful mortals. Now, the elusive Eugene had a sudden, unprecedented request. May I step foot within your mortal domain for a brief moment? Over a decade ago, his initial descent from the peaks had sparked absolute terror. But thanks to his consistent, system-like delivery of hunted seas, prey, the mortals no longer trembled in his terrifying presence. This bizarre, unspoken alliance of mutual survival had flourished for over 10 years. Now, they all embraced this immortal guardian as their own blood. It had been ages since his dark silhouette graced their streets. Do you have a decree to share? Eugene spoke softly, slowly pulling back his concealing hood. I cultivated in the desolate peaks due to a dark affliction, but after a decade of silent seclusion, the demonic curse has been completely shattered. I have come to share this triumph. Having silently absorbed their mortal warmth, he now sought to repay that monumental debt. If this sanctuary ever faces annihilation, the very second his true features caught the moonlight, the entire crowd froze in absolute shock. Who is this? They simply could not fathom the godlike, breathtaking man standing before their mortal eyes. Summon my power anytime. A blinding, transcendent aura of absolute beauty completely dazzled their fragile minds. This was the terrifying crimson-eyed beast? Heavens above, their eyes were deceiving them. Was this supposed forest anomaly a cursed half-demon, or a fallen celestial noble? Beneath that terrifying mask laid a visage of unparalleled, striking majesty. Suddenly, the water spirit Moran materialized, utterly bewildered by the scene. Master Eugene, did you truly surrender your entire legendary hunt to these mere mortals? What on earth is your strategy? Aren't immortal bloodline holders supposed to be synonymous with endless bloodshed, merciless slaughter, and the grim reaper's shadow? Eugene calmly dismissed the barbaric notion. In the mortal realm, cultivating profound human connections, the ultimate foundation of power. Showering them with heavenly favors builds undeniable karma. Miran frantically tried to block his path. Are you truly scheming to blend in with these fragile humans without devouring their life force? You vowed we would depart these lands in mere days. Why forge such useless mortal chains? Eugene simply tossed his mask aside, his crimson eyes peering into the dark threads of fate. I believed our paths were untangled, but destiny proves otherwise. I absolutely cannot stand idly by and let the impending massacre unfold. When those ruthless shadow mercenaries strike, this entire peaceful sanctuary will be erased to ash. Miran blurted out in sheer panic. What? Eugene recalled a specific mortal child, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. They march on Broadwind to abduct that boy, to drag him to the tyrant lord's fortress and silence his existence forever. They plan to butcher every living soul here, and if I do not shatter their schemes, the tyrannical, holy Crusader Knights will descend upon this cursed ground next. The spirit hovered, torn between absolute belief and heavy skepticism. Was Eugene's terrifying prophecy reality? And if so, how could he possibly predict the woven threads of fate? Could it be true? This entire mortal haven, destined for absolute extermination, even after tethering its soul to Master Eugene for countless days, his unfathomable mind remains a total abyss. Just what godlike scheme is he weaving? Eugene calmly allowed the sands of time to prove whether his apocalyptic vision was truth. Just wait and watch the chaos unfold. But first, Eugene commanded, we must cultivate unshakable faith among these mortals, proving my presence is an absolute blessing, not a demonic threat. Miran floated aimlessly, utterly clueless about this grand chessboard. But my lord, what does a pathetic mercenary's Clyambide O2 passes? Petty squabble have to do with cultivating mortal faith. Blinded by its own confusion, the spirit forcefully slammed right into Eugene's solid back. Miran immediately clutched its ethereal face and wailed pitifully. Heavens, that agonizingly hurts. The spirit glared up and demanded, why did you suddenly halt your mighty steps? It turned out that blocking their path, a heavily armored vanguard of hostile mercenaries was aggressively charging forward. The bloodthirsty thugs instantly began whispering the second their greedy eyes locked onto his solitary figure. What is that majestic freak? He radiates a strange aura, like he just abandoned the settlement. What is our play? I was planning to stealthily infiltrate the perimeter. That delicate-looking pretty boy carries 0 spiritual weapons, and he wanders completely unguarded. If he raises a mortal alarm, our silent raid is totally ruined. Bursting with lethal intent, a brute violently swung a heavy battle axe and lunged forward, aiming to execute the unarmed stranger before a single cry could escape. Miran shrieked in absolute terror. Evade them, Master Eugene. The vicious mercenary launched himself high into the night sky, weapon roaring with murderous chi for a devastating execution. But in that frozen second, Eugene's eyes ignited with an abyssal, terrifying crimson blaze, truly embodying the legendary crimson-eyed beast. With a single, godlike flick of his wrist, the charging attacker was utterly erased from existence forever. Their terrified faces spoke volumes. Mirian, use your head. Why would I need to build trust with these peasants? I intervened to leave absolutely 0 trace. No suspicion allowed, because I plan to wipe these mercenaries off the map. At that exact moment, a blood-curdling shriek shattered the dusk's eerie chill. Look at him. That guy is a vampire. He is completely inhuman. Bio charged forward like a mad dog, swinging his massive blade. A vampire? Why be afraid of that? This is a jackpot. We will drag him alive to the holy church for a mountain of gold, but heaven's will is cruel. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura deflected his spear tip like an iron wall. Bayo shuddered violently, paralyzed by the killing intent radiating from Eugene. In absolute silence, he buried a devastating punch deep into Bayo's gut. The warrior, still reeling in shock, spat arrogantly. This monster is no joke. Even if I have to drag his corpse, he is mine. Eugene merely spun his blade while the fool bragged. The vampire's head belongs to me. In one flashing strike, Bayo was utterly crushed. Seeing this, the spearman charged forward like a lunatic, screaming, "You damn demon!" His comrade desperately roared from behind, "Do not charge blindly into the slaughter!" But the spearman, eyes blazing with furious resolve, bellowed, "I will obliterate you." Yet Eugene's darkly armored palm caught the strike effortlessly, ignoring his own dripping blood. The attacker broke into cold sweat, trembling in absolute horror. "You blocked that?" Eugene's piercing glare, flashing with crimson light, magnified his terrifying demonic presence. Darkness descended. In a single breathtaking flash, Eugene cleaved through his attacker, sending a spectacular fountain of crimson blood raining across the battlefield. He coldly crushed the fallen man's face beneath his boot, showing absolute zero mercy. Soon, they were entirely surrounded by groaning, broken mercenaries. Standing tall, Eugene fearlessly declared, "And the dark night belongs to me," he whispered with a bone-chilling tone. The perfect shadow to hide his bloody massacre. Panic erupted. The survivors screamed warnings, refusing to step forward. "He is an absolute monster. Strike him together." Suddenly, raging flames erupted, casting a haunting glow over the darkness. The surviving warriors, faces completely pale, stammered, "This is impossible. The earth is choked with corpses scattered beneath the roaring inferno. How did things turn out like this? Is this slaughter all the red-eyed demon's work? Did you orchestrate this?" Eugene, his blazing crimson, eyes oozing killing intent, calmly replied, "Obviously not. I simply stumbled upon them returning from my hunt. I was inspecting traps when I noticed this massacre already finished. Clearly, this unfortunate company was ambushed on their path to Broadwin Village, and their grim executioners were demon wolves." The crowd gasped. Looking down, they saw nightmarish black wolves with terrifying fangs and razor-sharp claws. "Shadow wolves," Eugene stated coldly. "The beasts were starving. I seized the perfect opening while they were distracted feasting on the dead. As you plote, clearly see, I slaughtered a handful. But originally, the pack vastly outnumbered these weak mercenaries. The surviving beasts that scattered into the shadows are definitely still hunting us." The guard captain frowned with suspicion. "Those demonic beasts are legendary for being the region's absolute, deadliest predators. How could you possibly survive alone? Could this truly be the work of that red-eyed fiend?" Frantic whispers echoed out toward the village elder. "There are massive claw gouges right here. These men were ripped to shreds by wolves." Eugene quietly calculated that, while shadow wolves are brutal, they would never dare ambush a fully armed mercenary company. Swallowing his pride, the captain spoke, "My apologies. I wrongly doubted your honor." Eugene replied with icy calm, "No matter. Anyone can judge poorly. But the corpses? What is your plan?" "I simply could not abandon them." The village elder nodded gravely. "They absolutely cannot be left as mere beast fodder. They require a proper burial within our village walls." Miriam leaned in, whispering sharply, "Eugene, do you lie every time you speak?" After completely eradicating the mercenaries, demonic wolves caught the heavy scent of blood and swarmed the slaughter grounds. He had methodically finished his bloody work, personally carving brutal bite marks into the fresh corpses to forge a flawless alibi. Yes, crafting a clever cover. Story makes sense, but why obsess over saving face? If he just vanished into the night, he wouldn't even be chained to these annoying mortals. Still, escaping suspicion was impossible. His mind was clearly plotting 10 steps ahead. Eugene suddenly spoke. "Out. Ah, right. While looting their pockets to confirm their identities, I discovered this little treasure. It looks like a secret mercenary dispatch. Care to examine it?" Miriam mentally agreed they definitely needed to. It carried Lord Tyan's official blood seal. The elder trembling held the heavy parchment, nervously asking, "What darkness does this contain?" Reading the forbidden contents, the old chief broke into a terrified cold sweat. "Heavens, is this truly about Felid? Does Felid hide in our village?" The gathered peasants whispered with intense curiosity. "What does it say, elder?" "Felid still remains in the village. What catastrophe is approaching? Shockingly, the elder suddenly screamed that Felid was actually Lord Tyan's hidden illegitimate heir. These armed thugs had been sent to capture him. Those explosive words instantly sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? That brat possesses noble blood? Kia stared breathlessly at the dark crimson, blood painting the night sky. It defied all logic. One lone man had utterly decimated a veteran company. At this terrifying rate, we will all be wiped out. Do not hesitate. Attack. Even if he is a demon, he still bleeds like a mortal man. Do not. They charged blindly, trapping their prey. His bloodied, battered face trembled with sheer terror. There was absolutely no escape. Paralyzed by agonizing wounds, fleeing was impossible. Suddenly, a monstrous presence descended. Kia watched the breathtaking mastery of Eugene's blade, sacrificing his own body as a living shield. In that terrifying instant, piercing crimson eyes locked onto his soul. He unleashed a devastating strike straight into his core, shattering Kia's stance. The immense kinetic force launched his broken body against an ancient tree. A deafening fracture echoed through the dark woods. Leaving his crushed opponent, Eugene vanished like a phantom. Meanwhile, the survivor crawled, whimpering into the dirt. Mercy! Please stop. Were we your prey from the start? Why hunt us? We merely had an errand in that mountain village. At that moment, Eugene stepped forward, his aura blazing with killing intent. I was merely curious about your little operation there. You see, that territory is mine. Tears of absolute despair filled his pathetic eyes. I beg you, forgive me. I never knew an almighty bloodlord ruled this domain. I swear, we aren't vampire hunters. You see, there's a bastard child of the Tyan clan hiding out there. Long presumed dead, he's been cultivating in secret shadows. We were merely sent to retrieve him. Eugene's voice was deadly calm. Such pathetic lies. Speak your true objective. Why else would you mobilize an entire mortal army? Were you plotting to slaughter my entire domain? Kia screamed in sheer mortal terror. No! I swear, not. Quite. The truth is, the main Tyan family didn't hire us. This dark mission was secretly contracted by the two true heirs, Camera and Bertel Tyan. It was a ruthless succession war. Our only true objective was to capture that hidden, bastard child. The mercenary army was just insurance against unexpected variables. I beg for my pathetic life. Hearing this cowardly confession, absolute fury ignited in Eugene's eyes. The mastermind was confirmed. Bertel Tyan, the ruthless commander of the elite vampire hunters, had once fought alongside his fallen knightly comrade. That calculating bastard Bertel would never openly order a direct massacre of mortal commoners. This slaughter was born of mere greed, yet this reckless ambition ultimately summoned the wrath of the divine holy knights. A ruined village would force the sanctuary to dispatch a massive inquisition force. He quivered, violently, stammering, "We merely saw a chance to loot some petty mortal wealth. Had we sensed an immortal bloodlord's aura, we never would have dared." Eugene absorbed this, casually dusted his aristocratic coat, and turned his back. Pausing slightly, he delivered a chilling warning. "Very well. Beware the beasts on your journey home." Pale as death, the mercenary gasped, "You'll truly spare my pathetic life? Thank you. 1,000,000 times, thank you." But fate is cruel. A split second later, a devastating crescent slash severed his head completely. Crimson sprayed everywhere. Miran scoffed from the shadows. Why feign mercy after slaughtering them all? Eugene's voice was absolute ice. My immortal bloodline has been exposed. No witnesses can remain. His piercing gaze shifted toward a dark direction, where ravenous beasts were already drawn to the fresh slaughter. Meanwhile, back at the settlement, frantic villagers interrogated the elder. Are the rumors true? The elder sighed. Indeed, those mercenaries were dispatched to escort young Felid to the capital city. They gasped in absolute disbelief. Felid? That solitary orphan from the outskirts? He appeared in our humble realm 8 years ago. Could his destiny? The elder murmured. The heavily armed vanguard sent to retrieve him was annihilated by demonic beasts. What is our next move? Eugene stepped. Into the light. You intend to deliver this boy, Felid, to the sovereign city? The humble elder nodded with frantic desperation. Yes, exactly. Eugene cut in smoothly. Even if those weak mercenaries fell to the beasts, I have cultivated in these perilous woods for ages. I possess the power to safely escort him through the beast territory. The elder's jaw dropped in sheer awe. You mean, you will protect Felid? We cannot burden a supreme master. Eugene offered a benevolent, deceptive smile. Think nothing of it. As a noble knight, my honor demands I intervene. Miran's spectral voice echoed with pure disbelief. Eugene, your shamelessness knows absolutely no bounds. Suddenly, Miran froze, gazing as if witnessing true horror. The gathered mortals mirrored this profound shock, widening their trembling eyes. Skulls. A breathless gasp rippled through the stunned crowd, before someone unconsciously blurted, "Heavens!" Eugene parted his lips, his aristocratic smile crafted perfectly, proclaiming his prestige. "I am Lord Yan Eugene, of the illustrious Eugene bloodline." Someone quickly interrupted. Who could believe such a claim? Eugene's declaration terrified the peasants. This crimson-eyed predator is an exalted noble. Silence, you fools. Show some reverence. Address His Excellency as, my lord. Miran manifested closer, whispering a sharp, spectral warning. Eugene, even for a disguise, this absolute arrogance is overkill. He merely smirked, analyzing their absolute submission. These isolated mortals had never witnessed true, noble aura. In this forgotten realm, revealing a hunted forest boy to be under the protection of supreme aristocracy sent shockwaves through the crowd. My disguised nobility is absolute. These mere peasants possess no system to verify my truth. They worshipped him, with star-struck reverence. Supreme Lord Yan Eugene, are you truly an exalted knight? Why seal yourself in this demonic forest for over 10 years? Was it to recover from legendary battles? Is this some supreme hidden cultivation technique? He offered a brilliantly cryptic response. For profound reasons, I severed my mortal karma, retreating into this savage wilderness. The crowd erupted into euphoric cheers. An enlightened master. After generously providing life-saving ever since you arrived, your aura felt different. With your supreme martial arts, surviving this demonic forest is trivial, right? The elder sighed heavily. Our humble realm lacks spiritual stones to repay such grace. Eugene's gaze darkened. No matter. I only seek cultivation rest. Grant me shelter tonight. The elder beamed warmly. Such trivial requests are nonsense. Our pavilion is unworthy, but please stay. Stepping beneath the starlit heavens, the spiritual energy felt incredibly pristine. Eugene gazed at the horizon. Slowly, his primordial bloodline awakened. The Blood Sovereign's true demonic claws began to manifest, brushing against the ancient runes, a legendary blessing bestowed by the forest monarch. His piercing gaze, flashing with abyssal, crimson light, radiated sheer terror. Those monstrous fingertips traced the barrier, cloaked entirely in impenetrable, pitch-black draconic scales. His flesh could now defy heavenly sunlight. Cultivation journeys became effortless. Miran's spirit scoffed. You foolish, arrogant immortal. Blood fiend. Such brazen deception. Claiming the path of a noble swordmaster. Can you even read scripture? Eugene casually shrugged. Illusion shatters eventually. But I ascend from this mortal realm soon, so who cares? Miran probed deeper. What is your grand scheme? After centuries of isolated cultivation, why suddenly descend to the mortal realm to play savior? Suddenly, a mortal interrupted. Exalted Lord, preparations are complete. You may commence your divine journey at will. He telepathically mocked Miran. Observe. Overnight, my supreme status was established. Mortals blindly worship sheer, absolute power over mere truths. Weave infinite illusions, but with divine authority, 1,000 complex deception threads fuse perfectly into undisputed reality. Only these lowly peasants swallow hasty fabrications. High-tier sect masters require flawless execution. Therefore, moving forward, I shall forge this myth into absolute destiny, just like the heroic karma that bought their pathetic loyalty. He projected a saintly aura. Lest this sovereign's intentions be tainted, I drafted an official mandate. Ah, Felid. Guard this young disciple fiercely. Through overwhelming martial prowess, these illusions will mutate into undeniable cosmic truths. The masses shall kneel. Felid bowed reverently, his aura timid. This junior greets the exalted one, Eugene realized, to crystallize. False destiny into true immortality, he required supreme realm authority. You are Felid, I am Sovereign Eugene. A fortuitous encounter indeed. The path to absolute nobility awaited. Heavenly skies stretched endlessly above the primordial woods. The two cultivators navigated beyond the mortal boundary. Eugene casually probed the boy regarding the ancient Brahms sex mysteries. Felid nodded. According to the archaic runes, yes. Eugene arched an eyebrow. You decipher ancient scripts? He blushed deeply. Mother passed down the sacred text before perishing. Despite her low cultivation roots and lack of academy training, she mastered the characters from her fated Tao companion. Never expected her lover was Lord Tyan, Miran's spirit mocked. Telepathically. Perfect opportunity. Make the brat teach you scripture. Eugene shamelessly commanded. Can you impart the way of... Reading onto me? Felid flinched. Me? But you're a peerless swordmaster. You cannot read? Eugene scoffed. Swordmaster is merely mortal vanity. My clan's legacy is dust. Hollow pride means nothing. I carved my destiny not with brushes, but with absolute slaughter, Felid stammered. Did the legendary Eugene clan? Only a suffocating, heavy silence answered him, serving as a dark confession. Let the seeds of doubt sprout into unshakable faith. True loyalty will eventually eclipse every chaotic web of illusion, Miran manifested, applauding. God-tier manipulation there. Demon, play your games, but weaving too many illusions. Invites heavenly tribulation. Still, the foolish boy's aura already reeks of absolute devotion. Felid took a deep breath. Forgive my impudence. I harbored dark suspicions. You claimed to be a demonic beast, then boasted of noble bloodlines. The elders branded you an anomaly, poisoning my mind. But I will witness your Tao myself, ignoring hollow mortal rumors. Coming from a supreme martial clan, neglecting scripture for the blade is perfectly natural. To spare you from losing face, I shall discreetly pass down the scholarly arts during our cultivation breaks, Felid murmured with profound respect. Please, narrate more. Epics of Sovereign Eugene. Suddenly, a bloodlusting flying dagger ruptured the air, accelerating straight for the boys. Vital point. Felid's soul almost shattered in pure horror. Before impact, a monstrous shadow violently materialized, intercepting the lethal strike. Experience true terror. Hidden assassins cackled from the shadows. Execute the divine art exactly as instructed. Master, I'm channeling. The spiritual energy flawlessly. Trembling violently, Felid gasped. Bandits? Is this an ambush? The corrupted rogue sneered maliciously. Never faced mortal tribulation. Your despair is truly intoxicating. Surrender your spatial rings immediately. Strip yourselves of all treasures. Defy us, and face soul extinction. Eugene's aura turned to absolute zero. Without a single word, his legendary blade instantly flashed. A terrifying slash cleaved the void. The bandit's severed head rocketed into the sky, splattering a rain of crimson blood, paralyzing the ambushers in sheer disbelief. Felid stared at the rolling skull, paralyzed by the sheer brutality. The remaining bandits shrieked in absolute terror. Sectmaster, Eugene sheathed his weapon indifferently. I surrendered his life. Flawless and efficient execution. The enraged hunter gripped his axe, spitting curses. But before another breath, a merciless strike severed his fate entirely. Crimson rained down. Just a few masterful flashes of Eugene's blade banished their souls to the endless void. The last scavenger stumbled backward, begging for mercy. Towering before him was Eugene, his piercing gaze absolutely ruthless, leveling a blood-soaked sword. One devastating thrust shattered his core, making time itself seem to freeze entirely. Battle concluded. Eugene coldly surveyed the fallen trash. He simply could not fathom why mortals always prey on those they deem beneath them. Twisting his steel deeper into the fool's shattered chest, he scoffed. Does weakness justify this arrogance? Experience true despair. If your mind could comprehend this absolute power, would you finally grasp your place? The man convulsed. Moments later, a gruesome fountain of crimson erupted. Eugene shielded, his face, his tone icy. You wish to test my strength yourself. Accept your fate or do not, but I refuse to let mortal filth stain my aura. The vibrant mortal settlement soon appeared. Crowds surged endlessly, while the chaotic symphony of greedy peddlers filled the air. Step up, spirit herbs harvested from the northern wilderness. Only 20 copper pieces. Nearby, a fierce dispute broke out. The stall below charges half. Absolute nonsense. Mortal. My cultivation materials boast supreme purity. Miriam observed the chaotic mortal realm, her voice shaking with pure thrill. How fascinating, such bizarre artifacts. Felid nervously interjected. Senior, if you intend to trade, please remain vigilant, he warned. I have escorted my elder here several times. These common merchants are incredibly treacherous. They will drain your spiritual wealth. My master always suffered astronomical losses. A customer roared nearby. That stall sells it for half. Refund my spirit stones immediately. Eugene scanned the chaos, Realizing accumulating wealth took absolute priority over caution right now. He confidently approached the exact stall where the enraged mortal stood, instructing Felid, "Hold your ground. Understood." Eugene dropped his massive loot, declaring, "Merchant, I offer these beast pelts. Appraise their spiritual value instantly." The vendor turned, eyes gleaming. Shadow wolf skins? Quite the rare treasure to uncover in these lowly lands. Where did you hunt them? Batu narrowed his eyes with heavy suspicion. This mysterious cultivator, shrouded in a dark robe completely masking his aura, forced the merchant to calculate his next move. Batu secretly plotted, thinking that, based on his battered garments, this was no elite noble, merely a wandering rogue. A sinister grin formed within. Excellent target. Time to drain his pockets. Batu immediately adopted a deceitful mask. Alas, these beast cores are horribly mangled. What use are they to a cultivator? 18 silver pieces tops. A terrifying crimson light erupted from Eugene's eyes beneath his hood, glaring fiercely at the arrogant mortal. Batu felt cold sweat drench his spine. Panic set in as his mind raced. What is this oppressive aura? Those bloodthirsty eyes? Batu stammered, his voice breaking. Ah, perhaps shadow wolves are indeed high-tier magical beasts, so I can offer slightly more. Eugene maintained a deadly silence. That overwhelming vampiric glare crushed the merchant's soul. If the price offends you, speak up, Batu frantically forced a hollow chuckle. Clearly, you are new to this sex territory. Very funny, sir. I will increase the bounty to 23 coins. Batu. Fake laughed again, terror gripping his heart. A tough negotiator, I see. 23 pieces of silver, my absolute final offer, he frantically added. Make it 25. Eugene projected his voice with chilling calm. Feeling the killing intent, Batu panicked completely. Wait, no, forget 25. Felid watched in pure shock. Eugene hummed a deadly note. Trembling violently, Batu screamed 28 coins. Eugene maintained his crushing silence, his crimson gaze leaking absolute supreme dominance. Batu hyperventilated under the pressure, cursing inwardly. Just how much spiritual wealth will this monster drain from my soul? Shielding his terrified face, he cried, 30 coins is my absolute limit. Felid stood utterly paralyzed by the negotiation. Eugene coldly agreed. Acceptable. As night descended, flickering candles cast a warm golden aura. He studied the ancient scroll, frustrated by the trembling magical runes. Felid taught me rudimentary cultivation scripts, but mastering this complex arcane language remains an incredibly distant goal. Primordial symbols formed strict formations across the weathered parchment. Suddenly, a mystical echo from the familiar water spirit resonated within. A respectable hall. Manifesting its ethereal form, it declared, a true bloodline master deserves premium silk. Yet this garb justifies expenditure completely, Eugene noted with dark satisfaction. Defying my initial doubts, this mortal market proved surprisingly lucrative. Leveraging my newcomer status truly unlocked hidden benefits. Miriam hid her smile, laughing mockingly. You are hopelessly naive when facing these cunning merchants. Remembering the terrified vendor frantically boosting the offer, Eugene's gaze flashed with supreme greed. He confidently declared, listen here, you possess the absolute power to extort him further for enchanted silks. Unbothered, Eugene replied. I merely required basic armor to shield against the lethal sunlight. Miriam gasped, thoroughly scandalized by his low standards. Madness. A cultivator must relish their dominance. Have you merely meditated in the wilderness like a savage? Her mind conjured visions of absolute immortal majesty. A supreme bloodlord must reign like true nobility, dominating an ominous fortress under a crimson moon, draped in legendary artifacts, while bewitched mortals offer endless, pure spiritual life force. Endless ambition is required to ascend, Eugene coldly interrupted. Spare me the delusion. You reside in a muddy swamp. How do you possess such profound knowledge? Miriam smirked. I reside within the spiritual plane. Ascended elders often descend, bringing back tales of the mortal world. As long as a silver blade or cursed stake avoids your heart, you will easily walk this earth for 200 years. Therefore, cultivate your mind. Master the ancient runes and the imperial dialect. Eugene raised an eyebrow. Can you read? Miriam answered without hesitation. Not at all. Eugene sighed heavily. Besides brewing elixirs, what use are you? Suddenly, Philitte's voice echoed through the trees. My lord? His face was pale with exhaustion. Apologies, but who are you conversing with? Eugene turned calmly. Merely thinking aloud. Has your vital energy stabilized? Fellet bowed his head. Forgive my pathetic display while butchering our hunt. The gruesome memory of this morning struck me. Seeing that bandit slaughtered right before my eyes, the trauma made him empty his stomach. Miriam scoffed lightly. Mortals have such fragile constitutions. Eugene simply nodded. It is perfectly fine. Mortals cannot easily digest the scent of bloodshed. Fellet gathered his resolve. Do not worry, my lord. My spirit remains willing, and the night is young. Smiling brightly, he grabbed a quill and parchment. We have plenty of supplies. I shall pass on my scholarly knowledge until you master it. Under the veil of a tranquil, starlit sky, both immersed themselves in the way of the brush. Eugene abruptly asked, Is mastering runes truly this effortless? Fellet gasped in awe. That is because your comprehension is monstrous, my lord. He chuckled nervously. It took me multiple moons to grasp the basics. Mere mortals require entire years. Eugene waved his hand. You exaggerate my talents. Tell me, Fellet, are you truly prepared? If you seek to ascend higher in society, mere literacy will barely scratch the surface. After all, you will inevitably inherit a noble title very soon. Fellet's bright expression dimmed instantly. His voice trembled with uncertainty. I truly do not know. My mother never revealed the hidden truths, nor did I dare to dream. This destiny still feels like a fleeting illusion. A vacant, lost expression settled onto the boy's face. I never expected Lord Tyan to embrace my return. Suddenly, heavy footsteps broke the silence. A formidable group emerged. From the shadows, a towering figure stepped into the light. Flashing a friendly grin, he announced, Greetings, fellow travelers. We seek sanctuary. May we request some information? Eugene's piercing gaze scanned the intruders. High-grade magical weapons, heavy steel plating, and a reinforced iron carriage. A stark contrast to the pathetic mercenaries from before. These men radiate true killing intent. You even travel with a child. Speak, what is your ultimate destination? Eugene subtly adjusted his face guard. This interrogation felt exactly like standard mercenary probing. Showing hesitation would invite death. With icy composure, he declared, Our path leads straight to the domain of Lord Tyan, he proclaimed. What a fateful coincidence. May we merge camps? We carry fine wine, water, and roasted beast meat. Suddenly, an arrogant voice pierced the air. A golden-haired youth swaggered forward. Captain Partek, why lower yourself to their level? We are claiming this territory. You weaklings will not object, correct? Crimson intent flashed behind Eugene's mask. The veteran captain instantly stepped in to diffuse the tension. Forgive arrogant Raven. This foolish junior recently joined our ranks. He has yet to grasp the martial etiquette of the wild. Please show him mercy. He bowed respectfully. I am Commander Part. And your title? Eugene's stoic response triggered instant disbelief. A true knight? Raven burst into mocking laughter. Captain Part, he dares claim to be a knight? Look at his pathetic aura. A supposed grand warrior with no battle steed, no shining steel. Absolute garbage. The rookie aggressively invaded his personal space. Stop spitting lies. You are no honored swordsman, correct? He jabbed an insulting finger at his chest. Eugene of what noble lineage? That trivial name carries zero weight here. With absolute malice, he scoffed. A complete charlatan. That final insult triggered a devastating shift. Eugene's aura turned pitch black, his murderous gaze locking onto the fool's throat. Eugene coldly calculated the situation. He had established his identity to Fellet. Retracting his noble claim now was absolutely impossible. Furthermore, these elite warriors approaching their campfire possessed hidden motives. He remained perfectly still, analyzing his prey. His rightful title was irrelevant. Yet, if these fools continued crossing his bottom line, a bloodbath was utterly unavoidable. Crimson light flared within his pupils. His divine senses scanned their formation. Only a handful. Exterminating them would be effortless. Eugene's fingers brushed the hilt of his hidden blade, preparing to sever karma. Suddenly, suffocating pressure erupted from behind the youth, followed by an explosive roar. Raben! A devastating palm strike smashed the rookie's face. The intense force launched Raben flying, violently rolling across the dirt before slamming into a massive trunk. Captain Part instantly dropped into a deep bow. Profound apologies, Sir Eugene. Spare the life of my ignorant subordinate. Shifting his deadly gaze away from the broken youth, Eugene coldly stated, Save your breath. Establish your encampment. The veteran wiped cold sweat away. We are eternally grateful for your magnanimity. Eugene pondered silently. He would inevitably face endless challenges from now on. To crush future disrespect, awakening his official knightly aura was paramount. Shaking off his killing intent, he rejoined, Filit to conquer the ancient runes. In the distance, Rabin twitched weakly in the dirt, slowly regaining consciousness. His swollen face still radiated absolute shock. The rookie scrambled upright, groaning, "What the hell? Why strike me?" Part sat nearby, glaring coldly. "You utter fool, Rabin." His veteran eyes burned with intense scolding. "Do you possess a death wish? How dare you provoke a hidden master like him?" The rookie trembled in pure horror. Captain Part, realizing the idiot still lacked comprehension, prepared another and snapped, "Heavens, brat, you are only breathing right now because of me. You nearly brought slaughter upon our entire group." Rabin rubbed the throbbing lump on his skull. "But what is so terrifying about that ragged beggar? He carries nothing but a rusted practice blade." Part hissed sharply. "You fool, blinded by mere appearances. Open your eyes. Did you not sense the immense value of that warrior's mantle? It was forged from a high-tier demonic wolf pelt. Even the lowest grade silk threaded within it would fetch over 10 gold coins." His jaw dropped in utter shock. "That much fortune?" Part scoffed. "Indeed. It costs at least 3 months of your miserable wages." Eugene quietly analyzed every individual, but the veteran completely misread the situation, watching the youth casually review a scroll. He must possess noble education, not just raw martial strength. Part shot his junior a lethal glare. He was inches away from unsheathing true steel. "We almost perished right then. Perhaps only myself and one other might have escaped." The rookie blinked foolishly. "How can you be so certain?" he recalled. The chilling moment. While you babbled, that absolute monster slipped his right hand beneath his cloak. The veteran sharply detected his left foot, sliding slightly backward. That stance belonged to a grandmaster, shifting his center of gravity to match the blade's killing trajectory. That is, the undeniable truth. A phantom image of cold steel slicing through the rookie's neck flashed past. He rubbed his own throat, shivering. "If," my reaction was a breath slower, "your head would be rolling." The junior stammered in absolute dread. "Well, you saved me. That is enough." Part's expression darkened with grave seriousness. "You truly fail to grasp the overwhelming terror a true knight commands." Realizing the brat was completely ignorant, he elaborated. "These nobles from ancient bloodlines grip wooden swords from the cradle. They spend their entire existence mastering the absolute art of slaughter. They plunge into uncharted abysses, completely devoid of any mortal fear, and annihilate demonic beasts. They march into wars, harvesting heads to accumulate supreme merit. Only those drenched in endless blood survive the ordeal. The High Lords acknowledge them, finally bestowing the sacred title of knight," he warned deeply, falsely claiming such. "A rank is an unforgivable sin. Real or a fraud, it invites absolute chaos. Anyone daring to fake this aura is far too dangerous to provoke, meaning their confidence in their blade artistry must pierce the heavens. Otherwise, absolutely no one would dare risk the executioner. Mere swordsmen rarely ascend to knighthood. A warrior barely past 20, radiating such tyrannical killing intent, has definitely reached a transcendent realm." Cold sweat instantly drenched the rookie's face as he stuttered. "Wait, so his power eclipses even our commander?" The veteran answered coldly. "Probably." He recalled those demonic red eyes lurking behind the mask. He added, "Furthermore, his path leads straight to Lord Tyen's fortress. Whispers say an unsealed dungeon just manifested nearby. He is likely seeking to conquer its depths. Sharing this route guarantees our paths will cross again." Nearby, the main character silently calculated. Thankfully, I maintained a stoic facade. Does the mere title of knight exert such crushing pressure here? This bluff serves me well, yet I require greater countermeasures. His piercing gaze swept over the distant campfire. Putting the unconscious fool aside, the others radiate genuine, mercenary bloodlust. Why would House Tyen employ street thugs instead of hardened professionals like these? Or deploy their elite guards? Something smells rotten here. Without warning, he rose, striding toward their camp. The rookie's voice quivered. "Heavens, why is that monster approaching?" Eugene casually unsealed his mask. "I overheard you are journeying to Lord Tywin's domain." His transcendent, moonlit features struck them breathless. "Since destiny has aligned our paths, why not march forward as allies?" His overwhelming aura practically glowed, blinding them momentarily. The rookie fumbled his words. "Yes, Absolutely. The dark hours faded. By the crack of dawn, the vanguard advanced toward Martella, a border settlement under Lord Tywin's rule. Eugene tailed them, smirking internally at his flawless deception. Manipulating these mercenaries under the guise of knighthood would allow him to harvest vital intelligence effortlessly. Suddenly, a spiritual voice echoed in his mind. "Master Eugene!" The ethereal entity floated into view, Mirren chimed in. "Executing your orders," I eavesdropped on their whispers. His eyes flashed with interest. "Did you secure any valuable secrets?" The spirit delivered the crucial intel. Lord Tywin's life force is crumbling to dust. The Reaper could claim his soul at any given second. Furthermore, an ancient dungeon has violently erupted within his territory, conquering its core guarantees, overflowing riches. Yet House Tywin possesses zero wealth and no martial strength to breach its gates. Absorbing this revelation, Eugene calculated deeply. An unsealed labyrinth? The spirit abruptly interrupted his scheming. But hold on, if the Lord is truly standing at death's door, what becomes of that child? Will he arrive only to be orphaned? He replied with icy detachment. That tragedy is not my problem. The spirit gasped. Then what? Is his fate? The entity voiced a grim possibility. Will power-hungry relatives cast him into the abyss? Eugene shifted his gaze, finally piecing together the puzzle. The dying lord summoned Felid simply to gaze upon his heir one final time before perishing. Maintaining his mask of absolute indifference, he sensed the gears of destiny turning. The intertwined fates of himself and the boy were about to drastically mutate. Heavy hooves battered against the earth. Triumphant shouts tore through the air. They had finally arrived, greeted by brilliant heavenly rays piercing the massive fortress gates. Behold Lord Tywin's stronghold, the Rose Hole. The mercenary caravan marched into the sprawling courtyard. The protagonist cast a fleeting, piercing glance. The magnificent fortress left them utterly breathless. Mirren bounced with excitement. Eugene, you must cultivate your power and conquer a palace like this someday." Eugene grabbed him, hissing coldly. "Silence. Just walk." A sharp voice suddenly halted their advance, demanding their true purpose. Part stepped up, flashing a grin. "Greetings. We serve the Palin Trade Guild, and whose divine presence graces us today. I am the firstborn of the Tywin bloodline, Kamar Tywin," the golden-haired noble declared with absolute arrogance. "I am the rightful heir." "Does that mountain of cargo belong to us?" he demanded. Part bowed deeply. "Indeed, my lord. We have secured the spiritual treasures." Kamar waved his hand. "Enough talking. Unload it all." His sharp gaze shifted toward Eugene's squad. "And those vagrants? Why do they stand idle?" Eugene stepped up. "An honor. I am Knight Eugene, and this youth here is." Before he could finish, a booming voice echoed from the rear. "Brother Kamar, what in the heavens are you doing?" Eugene's pupils shrank. That dark, arrogant tone was burned into his very soul. It was the commander of the approaching vanguard. "Brother, how many times must I remind you? Screening this trash is your royal duty." A crimson rose emblem gleamed against his heavy armor. Eugene's blazing red eyes narrowed as he remembered. How could I ever forget that wretched tone? The captain of the legendary Demon Eradication Force, the first bastard to shatter his sanctuary. The very man who had tortured him without mercy. Sir Bertel Tywin, the vicious second son of the Sulder. To the Tell 61. Tywin clan had arrived. Kamar masked his annoyance with a venomous smile. "Ha! Must I report every breath I take to a subordinate? The peasants might mistake you for the true master." Bertel flinched, hastily trying to defend his wounded honor. "Watch your tongue, brother." Suddenly, a figure pushed through the tense aura, commanding both their glares. "Listen here." The figure boldly stepped into the killing intent, demanding absolute focus. "This sealed scroll is from the Broadwin Elder." Bertel eagerly lunged for the parchment, but the messenger swiftly dodged his grasp, leaving him grasping at shadows. The scroll was offered straight to Kamar, who blinked in sheer bewilderment. "Oh? From the Elder?" Breaking the seal, his eyes widened. Utterly impossible. The hired blades were slaughtered by demon beasts. "And this brat you retrieved is an illegitimate son?" Hearing this, Felid trembled with absolute terror. Stepping forward, he offered a clumsy, desperate bow. "Pleased to meet you. I am Felid." Kamar beamed, with a terrifyingly fake warmth. "Oh ho, the hidden bloodline returns." He played the gracious host, while Bertel's face twisted with pure disgust. "The patriarch has been anticipating your arrival." Bertel's voice dripped with poison as he barked an order. Guards, scrub the filth off him and fetch noble attire. Heavily armored troops immediately seized the terrified boy. At once, Commander! But suddenly, an unstoppable aura blocked their path. Halt! Even the furious Bertel snapped his head toward the prowler. Oppressive killing intent. Eugene stood firm, eyes glowing. We need to settle my bounty first. Take me to the Patriarch. Bertel's face erupted in a blazing, humiliated rage. Absolutely not. Eugene tilted his head, feigning innocence. Not even one. Glimpse? Bertel sneered viciously. The master's life force wanes. He cannot grant audiences to trash. I will toss you your gold. Now vanish. Eugene's demonic aura surged, his eyes burning crimson. I spilled blood to deliver your precious little sibling to safety. But Bertel's arrogance only skyrocketed. I will not utter this warning a second. Time! Kamar suddenly interjected, fanning the flames. Oh? What harm could a meeting cause? Bertel whipped around, veins popping while Kamar stood tall, radiating smug authority. It is the heaven-ordained duty to formally introduce our lost bloodline to the master. Bertel barked back that the Patriarch's consciousness only flickered awake for an hour daily. A mere wanderer had no right. Kamar's lips curled into a wicked sneer. Oh? Has the second son seized control of the Patriarch's throne already? Bertel's aura exploded as he roared into his face. Brother, why must you constantly poison my intentions? Kamar remained flawlessly, unfazed by the killing intent. Pivoting to Eugene, he sighed. Forgive this display, Knight Eugene. It seems my little brother is drunk on imaginary power. This must be frustrating for you. He squeezed Eugene's shoulder with a menacing, predatory grin. Guard your life carefully on the road. Kamar then snatched Felid's trembling wrist. Come, new kin. Allow me to reveal the true majesty of our sect. The boy gulped, nodding weakly. Eugene watched them through his icy mask. I see. They plan to deny my royal audience from the absolute beginning. Out of nowhere, a booming roar shattered the tension. Lord. Tywin. Galretic stomped into the courtyard, hefting a broken body over his shoulder. Found him. I've been hunting this trash all day. Bertel marched forward, his face twisting. What is the meaning of this? Galretic callously dumped the groaning captive onto the dirt. These stray dogs were bleeding the mortals dry and dodging their cultivation duties. So, I dragged them back for judgment. Galfredic's expression darkened like gathering storm clouds. He brushed his palms. Shall we execute one to set an example? His gaze shifted, flickering with sudden hesitation as it landed on Eugene. They were merely disposable mercenaries, hired solely to conquer this deadly labyrinth. But Bertel aggressively intervened, shoving past his shoulder to drag him aside. We will handle that later. I will. Discipline those fools. Too many ears are listening here. Let us speak inside. Startled but obedient, Galfredic nodded. Fine. Very. Well. Suddenly stepping from the shadows, Part whispered. That towering man is Sir Galfredic, correct? Intrigued, Eugene raised an eyebrow. You recognize? That warrior. The scout nodded eagerly. Indeed. During the recent martial tournament held by the prestigious Evergrow clan, he secured third place. A terrifying, talented knight wielding monstrous strength and peerless martial arts. They say on the day of his arena trial, he slaughtered over 1,000 challengers without breaking a sweat. Hearing this bloody legend, Eugene narrowed his eyes. Why would such a powerhouse descend upon this desolate rural wasteland? Part stroked his chin in deep thought. Well, perhaps it is because an uncharted spiritual realm is finally breaking its seal. Even in these forgotten lands, the warrior who conquers a fresh realm instantly harvests boundless glory and fame. Breaching such domains is deadly, claiming countless lives. Sir Galfredic must be using this conquest as a vital stepping stone to earn a high rank within a noble cultivation sect. Eugene absorbed this. A noble appointment? He suddenly called out, breaking the scout's focus. Part turned in confusion. Tell me, Part, does your mercenary contract expire today? The scout stammered, pausing as if sensing a deeper plot. Yes, it ends tonight. Eugene turned his piercing gaze toward him, smiling faintly. Then, allow me to formally hire you. A brilliant full moon bathed the restless night in silver light. Outside, Bertel and Galfredic violently drilled their troops. I absolutely must conquer this labyrinth and claim its treasures. High above, Lord Kamar glared down from his shadowed window. Ever since our father's vitality shattered, my arrogant brother has ruthlessly schemed for the throne, even summoning a monster like Galfredic. He is undoubtedly plotting to devour the realm's core alone. Should he succeed, the absolute loyalty of our subjects will immediately shift to his banner. While Kamar drowned in panic, a heavy knock echoed through the chamber. What is my move? It is far too late to gather those pathetic scavengers. Absolutely no one can save my position now. Am I doomed? Suddenly, a servant's voice broke the silence. Master, Knight Eugene requests an immediate audience. Kamar hesitated, calculating his options, before barking a command. Eugene, the wanderer who safely escorted Felit, grant him entry. Bowing deeply, the servant pushed the heavy oak doors wide. Please enter, Sir Eugene. The young lord stood, offering a polite smile as he walked, to greet his guest. Cast aside any worries regarding Felit. I have personally secured his absolute protection. The moment my father awakens, he shall bestow a heavy reward upon you for returning my brother unscathed. Furthermore, by delivering that secret letter directly to my hands instead of my ambitious sibling, you earned my deep gratitude. It granted me much-needed breathing room. Eugene suddenly spoke, causing Kamar to tilt his head in confusion. That is pleasing to hear. Eugene smirked, a demonic crimson light flashing within his piercing gaze. My business lies solely with the true master of this, Retori, but an arrogant third party interfered, leaving me quite displeased. Kamar absorbed those heavy words, raising an intrigued brow. Oh? He slowly took a seat across the table. Speak your mind. Do you seek a direct audience with my father to verify your identity? Eugene responded calmly. Partially, but I actually came to offer a pact, Lord Kamar. Grant me a place in your elite vanguard to conquer the labyrinth this time. The lord raised his brow before erupting into booming laughter. The mocking sound echoed throughout the grand hall like thunder. He lazily propped his chin on his hand and threw a condescending look at Eugene. You are vastly more amusing than I anticipated. The esteemed title of knight? Kamar's eyes swept over shabby, travel-worn robes with an open sneer. Did you simply grant that honorable rank to yourself? Rumor says you slaughtered a mere 5 lowly bandits, and now wish to leech off my expedition to build a fake legacy. Give me one logical reason to accept your arrogant proposal. Eugene remained completely unfazed, crossing his legs as he addressed the noble. Under current circumstances, this pact is your greatest salvation. Kamar leaned forward, demanding, What nonsense are you spouting? Eugene ignored the hostility, calmly laying out the supreme benefits. Upon successfully breaking the realm's seal, I shall claim a mere 100 silver coins and half the mundane spoils. However, the spiritual mana stones belong entirely to my mercenary band. Kamar tilted, his head, calculating the tremendous profit. The conditions are too perfect. It makes me deeply suspicious. Are you aware that price is practically free compared to standard rates? Eugene fearlessly met his gaze. So, do we have an alliance or not? Kamar smirked, raising a dismissing hand. Ultimately, you are the desperate one begging for crumbs, not me. Kamar scrutinized his guest cautiously. True martial knights live and die by their unyielding honor. Judging by his humble attire, he is clearly a wandering rogue without a grand sex backing, totally indifferent to mortal wealth. It is obvious he values battle glory above life itself. Suddenly, Eugene shattered the young lord's thoughts with a piercing truth. The one standing at the edge of ruin is you, not me. Kamar's eyes widened in sheer shock. He immediately remembered the towering threats of Bertel and Gelfredick. That beast, Gelfredick. Kamar grinned wickedly. This man plays his cards perfectly. He is vastly superior to those brainless, muscle-bound warriors. He gripped his ornate chair and rose to his feet. Very well. I possess no valid reason to reject such a heaven-sent opportunity. I shall entrust this glorious battle to your blade, Sir Eugene, Kamar declared with deep gravity, extending an open hand to seal the blood pact. Spiritual mana stones are incredibly rare to refining rare cores drains resources, whereas lesser beast drops yield instant coin. Seeing Kamar brought a memory to Eugene's mind. Partek once promised, I will connect you with a prestigious merchant pavilion. Sir Eugene, if you claim you only desire lesser spoils, Lord Kamar will undoubtedly accept without hesitation. Galfredick toyed with a dagger, letting out a mocking scoff. How utterly laughable. Bertel peered outside, his tone turning dark. He is bringing fresh blood to the vanguard. It is too late to back out now. Spinning the blade effortlessly, he sneered. Labyrinths are no playground for naive children. A single misstep, and you are devoured by the abyss. Out there, only the strong survive. If weaklings drag down our advance, I will personally eliminate them. Bertel offered a heavy sigh. And what of this mysterious night my foolish brother discovered? He gripped the ornate backing of the seat where Galfredick lounged. I expect nothing but disappointment. My brother holds no sway among the elite lords, and his network is pitiful. I would prefer you deliver that harsh truth to his face. Shifting his gaze to Bertel, he questioned, why dump this burdensome task onto my shoulders? Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed, shattering the tension. My apologies for the delay, gentlemen. I was merely discussing tactics with my newly appointed warrior. Allow me to present the newest vanguard of our expedition. Eugene crossed the threshold, his squad trailing behind. I present Knight Yan Eugene and his battle-hardened mercenaries. Bertel's eyes narrowed sharply at the sight. It is that very same brat from the courtyard, and he dragged these wandering swordsmen along. Breaking the silence, he declared, my brother oversteps his authority. We absolutely cannot allow trash with questionable origins to join our ranks. Kamar crossed his arms, responding with quiet confidence. Origins? Perhaps. But regarding his martial prowess, I stake my honor on it. A confident smirk graced his face as he gestured forward. In truth, my newly sworn brother mentioned something fascinating. Those vile bandits plaguing our outer territories have been a relentless thorn in our side, correct? Word has it that Knight Eugene unleashed his sword arts to annihilate them on his journey here. A dangerous glint flashed from Galfredick's dagger. At that realm of power, his qualifications should be unquestionable, right? Without warning, he hurled the dagger, a deadly projectile rocketing straight toward Eugene. His instincts screaming, Eugene's pupils shrank to pinpricks. In a mere heartbeat, his blade left its scabbard. Blazing energy erupted as he slashed upward, violently deflecting the lethal projectile. The rogue blade embedded deep into the reinforced stone, fracturing the wall completely. Scorching vapor hissed from the heated metal, radiating pure destruction. Galfredick remained seated upon his throne, resting his chin on his hand while a sinister grin stretched across his face. Suddenly, his aura spiked as he vaulted to his feet. Oh ho, he purred, stalking toward Eugene. Forgive me for testing you violently upon our first encounter. Eugene scrutinized him. Flawless skin, no calluses, no weathering. He clearly grew up sheltered within the greenhouse, huh? Overwhelming bloodlust suffocated the room as he loomed closer. Little friend, care to demonstrate your true martial prowess? By nightfall, eager crowds flooded the martial proving grounds. Torches bathed the entire courtyard in intense shadows. Gossip spread like wildfire among the onlookers. Lord Galfredick has issued a formal challenge. Anticipation boiled over as spectators swarmed the fighting ring. We absolutely must witness the sheer strength of the rising star who claimed third in the great tournament and butchered demonic beasts with bare fists. Heavens above, is his mortal vessel even human? The dense sea of spectators crushed against the entryways, utterly clueless about the identity of his daring challenger. Ignoring the chaotic murmurs, Eugene calmly secured his battle-worn gauntlets. Honestly, I pity the poor fool facing him. Galfredick radiated pure arrogance, showing absolutely zero fear. On the place, contrary, a twisted thrill consumed him. His heavy blade crashed against the stone tiles, erupting in brilliant sparks. He hoisted his greatsword, instantly, locking into a deadly combat stance, his playful smirk vanishing into terrifying seriousness. Eugene observed him coldly, tilting his head with an absolute indifference, before lowering his piercing gaze toward the earth. He unleashed a horizontal slash so violently powerful that the very arena floor screamed in blazing friction. Serving as the judge, the central arbiter cleared his throat and roared the battle command. The exact millisecond his voice faded away, an overseer violently yanked the starting chime. Boom! A massive footfall cratered the stone ring, sending spiderweb fissures ripping across the domain. Steel screamed against steel in an earth-shattering collision, erupting in fiery explosions. Both warriors ruthlessly forced their killing edges toward the enemy's guard, before unleashing a devastating counter-shock wave. Galfredick and Eugene bounded backward, dragging trails of blazing embers across the shattered battleground. The arrogant noble eagerly beckoned with his free hand, dripping with mocking provocation. Eugene's irises flared with dangerous intensity as he locked onto Galfredick's infuriating arrogance. Exploding forward, Eugene unleashed a relentless hurricane of strikes to trap his prey. Rabin cheered fervently. As expected, Lord Eugene is unmatched. Lord Galfredick is overwhelmed. Partek crossed his arms, analyzing sharply. Look closer, he is merely testing him. His sharp gaze never left the deathmatch. Lord Galfredick appeared to be retreating, effortlessly deflecting Eugene's frenzied onslaught without a single drop of sweat. Instead, a wicked grin danced on his face. Galfredik analyzed every swing, concluding this rookie's blade arts were painfully unrefined, devoid of orthodox foundation. His movements were utterly unpredictable, masking his lineage. This was no refined technique, but it reeked of primal savagery, like a beast surviving the untamed wastelands. Abruptly, he gestured for Eugene to stand down. Taking a heavy, stabilizing breath, Eugene looked satisfied, exactly as predicted. Galfredik effortlessly parried a strike and mocked. "Listen here, little friend. Your knighthood is nothing but a pathetic illusion, right?" Galfredik scoffed maliciously. "Your sword arts lack foundation. Your footwork is trash. You never actually received formal martial training, relying entirely on brute physical cultivation." Eugene froze at his senior's words. Sword intent wasn't everything for a knight, but a single clash exposes an opponent's foundation. Suddenly, Galfredik rode the wind, leaping high to launch a devastating downward strike, right at him. Yet, Eugene's blade parried perfectly. "You certainly possess a sharp tongue." The senior smirked, presenting a sudden wager. "Defeat me, and your secret remains safe." Then, he unleashed another strike. This time, the oppressive aura was infinitely heavier, leaving Eugene barely enough time to deflect the lethal blow. However, Galfredik ruthlessly seized the opening, flipping his greatsword to pin the boy's weapon to the earth, shattering his stance. The elder mercilessly capitalized. Galfredik lunged forward, spinning his body to ambush the young cultivator. A deadly slash aimed directly for his skull. Eugene frantically raised his guard, but the sheer tyrannical force, the impact was absolutely overwhelming. Eugene violently crashed into the stone wall. Bertel scoffed arrogantly, while the disciples gaped in pure shock. He appeared unconscious, yet his martial grip on the hilt never wavered. Eugene's eyes flared with defiance, swiftly pulling his battered body up. The ruined wall crumbled into dust as a lightning-fast counter-slash grazed Galfredik's flank. The two warriors radiated killing intent. Terrifying speed, the elder marveled. Eugene relentlessly forced his senior's blade toward the earth, though the veteran martial artist merely chuckled. Anchoring his stance, the elder spun like a cyclone, unleashing a fatal finishing strike. Galfredik proved his masterful cultivation, intercepting the attack with a heaven-splitting slash. Their weapons clashed with such apocalyptic power that both mortal blades shattered into iron rain. Undeterred, they violently traded blows while their broken swords dissolved into shards. Suddenly, the elder and Eugene transitioned to ruthless close-quarters combat. Tossing their ruined hilts away, they locked hands in a brutal test of inner chi and raw physical foundation. Wrestling for dominance, Galfredik analyzed the youth's iron grip, thinking, "Heavens, this junior possesses monstrous physical strength and a burning desire for victory. Very well, I admit your bodily cultivation is absolutely peerless." The senior violently flexed his bulging muscles, viciously yanking the boy's arm to drag Eugene into his domain. "But my martial experience towers over yours." The boy recognized the lethal trap too late. Eugene plummeted forward through the air, drawing horrified gasps from the sect audience. Galfredik smiled like a demon, chambering a catastrophic punch. In that split second, time completely froze inside Eugene's heightened perception. He slammed his palm into the earth. Galfredik surged upward, trapping the boy's free wrist, entirely focused on delivering his devastating meteor strike. But Eugene instantly twisted the elder's captured limb, completely shattering his senior's center of gravity. The veteran watched the unorthodox counterattack approaching. None of this kid's techniques follow the orthodox path. Either his combat comprehension was god tier, allowing him to counter without hesitation, or his primal survival instincts simply evolved through life and death slaughter. As the terrifying fist hurtled toward his face, Galfredik grinned like a maniac. What monstrous sect birthed this freak? Eugene unleashed a supreme, bone-shattering punch, exploding with his entire cultivation base. Galfredik took the devastating blow head-on, blasting backward like a cannonball, scattering the Lusa's entire, terrified disciples. He violently smashed into the solid stone boundary, erupting into a massive cloud of flying dust and rubble. Galfredik collapsed lifelessly, eyes rolled back, his jaw completely bruised. "I lost." The spectating crowd stood utterly paralyzed by the shocking outcome. "The victor is Eugene." The young cultivator exhaled a long breath of foul ki. "Knight Eugene." The stunned disciples desperately swarmed, their new idol. "Heavens, his power is monster level. Yen Eugene? Profound name. Robin roared with absolute pride. Ha ha, witness. True martial supremacy. That is our glorious knight. His companions scoffed from the side. This arrogant brat is already acting invincible. Meanwhile, across the arena, Galretic remained paralyzed. Suddenly, a spark of spiritual energy flickered in his pupils. The elder finally awakened. He forced his battered body upright, marching toward the victorious junior. Pouncing like a ferocious beast, his towering shadow completely swallowed Eugene, until, in a flash, the elder seized the boy's wrist. "Give it up for our champion." Galretic triumphantly raised the kid's arm high, demanding the sect scream their victor's name. As Eugene stood utterly baffled, the entire courtyard erupted, passionately chanting in perfect harmony. Yen Eugene. High above, Lord Kamar observed the legendary display, grinding his teeth in pure malice. Hours later, a royal banquet manifested. The sect servants and grand stewards lined the halls, beaming with absolute reverence. Meanwhile, Galretic glared awkwardly across the jade table. The head steward bowed deep. Lord Kamar commands the ceiling gates be opened. You must restore your physical essence properly. I shall personally oversee Knight Eugene's spiritual nourishment. Fawning maids quickly swarmed him. Is the illumination suitable, my lord? We darkened the chambers, sensing your immortal eyes dislike harsh glare. A graceful servant presented a spirit wine vessel. Should the young master share his vintage desires, I shall fetch our heavenly elixirs. The vampire Miriam perched atop Eugene's head, amused by this mortal theater, snickering mischievously. As a bloodkin, she craved no mortal food, but kept her silent disguise. My lord, won't your spiritual core burst if you consume this entire mountain of pills? Eugene coldly scoffed. I accept your sect's gratitude, nothing more. Henceforth, I manage my own provisions. Everyone, scram. The steward attempted to interject, but instantly swallowed his words, fleeing to whisper toward Lord Kamar. Eugene's deadly aura flared. I prefer absolute solitude. He cast a chilling gaze toward Kamar's shadow. I walk the solitary path. Understood? You have now completely sealed. Over a decade hidden in the profound mountains. But after that fateful night, the disdainful gazes completely vanished. As Eugene strolled through the courtyard, Kamar practically worshipped him. Ah, if it isn't our legendary knight, Eugene. Did your cultivation proceed smoothly last night? I replied coldly, adequately. Kamar internally sweated, wondering why I rejected all the four luxurious tributes he offered. Someone smirked as Robin bowed to the earth. Lord Eugene, did your profound aura just tremble? I chuckled inwardly. Ha, this absolute authority suits me. Suddenly, Gelfridic descended from nowhere, roughly shoving his way through, and grabbed my shoulder. Brother in arms, have you forgotten me, Eugene? My expression remained utterly stoic. Gelfridic, withdraw your hand. He ignored my chill, whining about last night. My meridians are still screaming from that ruthless sparring session. He gestured to his swollen cheek, complaining bitterly. Look at my tragic state. I sneered. Seeking death with another duel? Sensing the killing intent, he laughed. The spiritual energy is dense today. Spar? Raven's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I'll gladly observe, I calculated inwardly. This battle maniac Gelfridic clearly ignores my lowly status. The sect's trash-talking disciples are finally recognizing Mount Tai. My foundation is established, yet this fawning crowd disgusts me. I glared at Gelfridic. Courting another beating, he roared with laughter. A martial artist's path requires bloodshed. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed. Felid stumbled forward, his chi chaotic and body shattered, immediately drawing the entire courtyard's gaze. Coughing blood, Felid wheezed. Have you been well? Meanwhile, under the cold moonlight, a bone-chilling shriek tore through the night sky. Forgive me, young master. Spare my dog life. Bertel's sinister silhouette, gripping a spiritual staff, loomed ominously over the bloody courtyard. He gazed down at the trembling fool. Worthless. If you had executed this assassination cleanly, we wouldn't be in this mess. Bertel hissed with venom. If you had slaughtered that arrogant village rat, immediately, that red-eyed demon wouldn't be dominating the Rose Pavilion. His eyes burned with demonic fire as he roared. A decade of cultivation plans, utterly destroyed. Fel knelt and kowtowed frantically. Master, I beg for mercy. Those shadow mercenaries were elite cultivators, Bertel scoffed, his spiritual pressure suffocating the room. Elite? Just a pack of trash devoured by demonic shadow wolves, failing to slaughter mere beasts, yet daring to accept my spirit stones. He gripped the Rhodey Telsons, Fool's throat. Have you eyes but fail to see Mount Tai? Drawing a cursed dagger, Bertel unleashed his killing intent. He whispered dark threats. I'll sever your meridians right here. The surrounding guards trembled like leaves at the horrifying agony echoing out. Blood spilled, Bertel schemed inwardly. Tsk. How to salvage this karma? He couldn't blindly slaughter within sect territory. Suddenly, a venomous epiphany struck him. Ah, a flawless scheme. He traced the glowing runes above Felid's wretched prison. Yes, a perfect sacrificial pawn. This path neatly incinerates all evidence of my involvement. Snapping back to reality, he crossed his arms, mocking coldly. Young Master Bertel commanded you. Into the demonic abyss, correct? I leaned against the stone pillars, warning. The death chi here is heavy. And you? Felid slumped back, utterly defeated. My blood will seal the formation. So, you're the designated cannon fodder? His soul trembled at my piercing words. Remember those elite guards, slaughtered by the demonic wolftide, near the mortal realm? Those loose ends were absolutely severed by your own treacherous elders. I shot him a freezing glare. Felid, your survival defied the heaven's will. Then, I dropped a heaven-shaking truth. Yet, there remains a sliver of vitality. Swear a soul contract, Felid. Become my eternal servant. He jolted like struck by heavenly lightning. You are 16 years old. Having awakened your core, you are free from family binds. Grasp your own destiny, or perish. I projected my killing intent. Scurry away to be hunted like a dog, or ignite your bloodline in battle. Until death. When the demonic beast realm finally unsealed, cultivators gathered before the void portal. None could predict the terrifying entities lurking within. Gelfridic calculated the spiritual fluctuations. Foundation realm means foul goblins. Core formation implies demonic hellhounds. Nascent soul beasts, pure chaos. Our mission is carving a bloody path to the inner sanctum. Should a sovereign beast manifest, shatter your escape talismans instantly. Clear? The sect disciples roared in unison. Yes, he deployed the vanguard, mapped the outer perimeter for hidden array traps. A junior disciple exhaled his tension. Thank the heavens, merely goblin trash. Will blood be drawn? A sly rogue crossed his arms. I'll feign a meridian injury and retreat once the fodder is cleared. His companion gaped in shock. Wait, defying sect orders? He whispered back. Fool, this realm raid is a meat grinder. Elders care nothing for outer disciples. We might be slaughtered as cannon fodder just securing a few miserable spirit stones. During their treacherous plotting, they collided with an imposing figure. Danger strikes. We run. As curses left his lips, young Master Bertel's freezing glare silenced him. Is the trash Felid present? He instantly forced a fawning, bowed with a respectful smile. Huh? Lord Bertel? Felid? What is this? He scanned the area. I'm asking where that little rat Felid went. I placed him exactly here. A guard pointed, trembling. Ah, do you mean that boy over there? Felid was happily chatting with Eugene. Lord Eugene, take this hardtack. Please return safely. Eugene merely grunted in response. Bertel violently shoved the guard aside, storming toward the pair. These Lalang family dogs scurry around like pathetic rats. He closed the distance, barking. Why are you dragging your feet, Felid? The sudden shout made the boy flinch. Bertel glared with icy contempt. Forgot your orders? Grab your gear and return to your post. Now. Felid jolted in pure terror. He instantly cowered behind Eugene. Seeing this fueled Bertel's blazing fury. Is this little punk deaf? Eugene watched calmly as Bertel lunged forward, trying to violently snatch Felid away. I ordered you back to your post. But Eugene intercepted his strike. He crushed Bertel's wrist, forcing him to release the boy. Get lost. Bertel's veins bulged with rage. Your words are a joke. You want to throw a weakling who can only hold a kitchen knife into a deadly dungeon. Have you lost your mind? Bertel snatched his hand back in pure disgust. How rude. I simply want to forge this kid into someone stronger. Bertel took a threatening step forward. Know your place. You have no right to touch him. Bertel froze. Eugene's icy aura flared. You are the one who forgets his standing, Eugene declared, shielding Felid. This boy has been my sworn servant since yesterday. Everyone here witnessed it. This revelation stunned Bertel. Galfrey observed them silently. This is a bound blood pact. Lay even a single finger on him, and you declare war on me. Eugene stepped closer, half drawing his blade. Steel chimed ominously. Care for a lethal warm-up before we breach the dungeon? Bertel barked like a cornered beast. How dare you cross the line? His voice boomed with furious authority. You think claiming garbage from another bloodline is a simple game? You are destroying his path to power. Murmurs rippled through the troops. But make no mistake, these aren't the fake knights. These are elite commanders wielding devastating aura. Did you witness that legendary clash between Lord Eugene and Lord Gallic last week? It was absolute transcendent mastery. Bertel ground his teeth in pure wrath, silently calculating the decades required to reach such overwhelming heights. Ha! He would need a second life to touch that realm. Lost in his bitter thoughts, Bertel jolted as Kamar unexpectedly materialized, firmly patting his shoulder. If Lord Eugene is his shield, I trust my younger brother with him. He offered a smirk, glancing sideways. At 16, he is a man. His destiny is his own to forge. Bertel remained utterly silent in rage. Eugene narrowed his eyes. Felid is marked prey. In this cruel world, once the weak catch a predator's gaze, survival becomes a fading illusion. Even hiding in shadows, the bloodhounds will track them endlessly. He gritted his teeth in defiance. If you cannot awaken your own strength, then find a powerful pack. Kamar smiled warmly, stepping forward to pat Felid's trembling shoulder. Come with me. Let me reveal the study. Oh, can you decipher ancient texts? Knowledge is a weakling's absolute shield. Suddenly, a scout rushed in. No sign of Domer's forces, it appears. The demonic beasts remain sealed inside. We are clear to breach the dungeon gates. Galfrey grinned fiercely, slamming his shoulder into Eugene. Excellent. Let the hunt begin. With a heavy rumble, the massive stone doors slowly opened, exposing the terrifying dungeon abyss. Galfrey cast a sharp look backward. Survive by your own power! Behind him stood legions of heavily armored vanguards, gripping their deadly weapons. Galfrey spearheaded the elite assault squad, plunging into the darkness. Far behind them, Felid and Kamar waved, vowing to return in 4 days. Lord Eugene, guard your back. The colossal iron gates sealed shut with a dreadful clang. May the heavens protect their souls, deep into that night. Within the pitch-black caverns, blood-curdling shrieks shattered the silence. A vanguard collapsed. Crimson sprayed like rain across the cold stone. Shadowy horrors descended, ruthlessly tearing the knights apart. Their monstrous numbers and crushing aura were completely overwhelming. Warriors dropped, screaming in absolute despair. Someone save me! Suddenly, a blinding flash of sword ki erupted. A razor-sharp blade cleanly severed the beast in half, rescuing the terrified soldier. The survivor fell back, trembling. Wait, I'm alive? Galfrey spat a vicious curse. You pathetic fool! You begged for death! His face was painted with monstrous gore as he roared to stabilize the crumbling formation. He frantically gestured with his bloody sword. Hold your ground. Back to formation now. The terrified soldiers desperately fell back. Now, Galfrey wildly signaled the archery unit. The central snipers locked onto the cavern choke point. A storm of lethal arrows rained down, brutally piercing the monster horde. Yet the abominations surged forward like a plague. Gans roared, "Do not let the vanguard fall," anchored by Galfrey's monstrous strength. The battered squad slowly turned the bloody tide. Mangled goblin corpses soon carpeted the dungeon floor. A trembling recruit stared at the slaughter. Gods, I knew it. His stomach violently churned at the sickening stench. He knew deep in his soul that stepping into this demon-infested hell was absolute suicide. Pure madness. He broke formation, fleeing in terror. I need to escape. He sprinted wildly, looking over his shoulder. Just reached the gate. But he failed to spot the goblin ambush waiting in the shadows. Driven by desperation to escape, he tripped over his own trembling feet, completely paralyzed by fear. Just then, a soaring greatsword crushed the fiends. Galfrey charged from behind, his voice echoing like thunder. You suicidal fool. Did you really think the path back would be clear of beasts? The rookie trembled in pure terror as Galfredick seized the fence assigned of coward's collar, roaring fiercely. Pull yourself together. Holding the line here is our only survival. Hurling the trembling rookie aside, he commanded blades out, standing firm like a mountain. The terrified private scrambled to obey. Up ahead, his vanguard clashed violently against the goblin horde. Observing the chaotic bloodshed unfolding everywhere, the commander wiped cold sweat away. He gritted his teeth. Are these rushed mercenary recruits truly this utterly useless? Dragging such trash into a raid is pure suicide. But before his pounding heart could settle, desperate screams echoed. The foul monsters were swarming like locusts again. Worse still, the rear flank was entirely engulfed. Reacting with lightning speed, the captain roared, "Damn it all! Form a twin defense line now!" Suddenly, Eugene stepped toward the falling backline. "Leave this to me." Panic struck the commander. "Halt, Lord Eugene. Facing that swarm solo is absolute madness." Yet the young cultivator lunged forward, a mere blur. In a heartbeat, his presence vanished into thin air. The commander stared in pure disbelief as Eugene manifested as a violent, lightning-fast tempest, carving through the horde. His mask clattered down. Snapping awake, the veteran charged behind him. "Partek, on me! Lock down our blind spot." The vanguard battered deeper into the abyss, led by their captain. Cursing, he realized, the boy crossed the entire cavern instantly. Suddenly, the commander gasped. An ethereal azure aura pulsed from a tiny bloom. "I slaughtered the intersection wave. Is this random weed I plucked worth anything at all?" Catching his ragged breath, the veteran stared blankly. It looked like mere glowing grass, a useless herb to his trained eyes. Yet, the seasoned warrior was completely paralyzed by the boy's monstrous aura. What heaven-defying mastery was this? Meanwhile, the prodigy merely sighed at the herb in his palm. Its spiritual essence is already gone. Once the slaughter ended, wounded troops limped to the healers amid absolute chaos. Heavens, the pain! Someone bind these wounds. Amidst the agonizing wails, a scout kneeled. "My lord, the harvested spiritual cores are secured." Eyes narrowing, the immortal commanded, "Present them to me." A handful of radiant crystals rested within, safely wrapped up. "We slaughtered them all, just to yield this tiny pile?" Eyes filled with bitter disappointment, he ordered, "Take a breather." His gaze locked onto the core, calculating deeply. Unlike untamed monster crystals, this artifact pulsed with a sapphire glow. Suddenly, the water spirit materialized. What trash! Next to high-rank cores, it is pathetically weak. Core purity directly reflects the beast's innate realm. The cultivator mused, "Do outside beasts produce grander crystals?" The elemental guardian scoffed. "Subterranean fiends who awaken their bloodline mutate into anomalies, but their cores do not simply grow in mass. That vile aquatic beast you devoured possessed both massive size and terrifying might, yes? Such mutant variants are legendary. It was an absolute overlord that stole my domain." The young warrior scowled, flashing back to that deathmatch. Devouring that mutant lord's crimson spirit crystal had truly been a heaven-sent fortune. Mentally, the spirit groaned in agony. All this subterranean grinding just to satisfy aristocratic egos was utterly pointless. A greedy thought sparked. Could this abyss hide a truly supreme predator? Suddenly, an earth-shattering boom exploded through the cavern, making every soul paralyze in dread. The captain whipped around, roaring, "Curses! So much for our peaceful rest. Break time is dead. Snap. Your defensive lines together instantly. The vanguard has completely shattered." He spat with furious venom. "You pathetic, worthless cannon fodder. The young master and I will pierce the front, stick to our shadows, break ranks, and I will execute you myself." Hearing this commanding shout, the cultivator chuckled inwardly. "This is my very first raid, and I am the frontline shield?" The foolish captain still remained blind to the boy's true cultivation. He whispered that these hired swords were useless trash. The young lord must adjust their combat array immediately. Throwing a heavy arm around the prodigy, the veteran warned that they were bound to clash with beasts infinitely more terrifying than before. Battle lust ignited in his eyes. Those green runts were mere watchdogs for the cavern's true overlords, meaning absolute bloodshed awaited them. Once we crush this mid-tier trash, the supreme nightmare variants will definitely be guarding the labyrinth's deepest core. The seasoned warrior's grim forecast drained the color from the troops. Meanwhile, the immortal absorbed every tactical detail. Memories flashed of that fateful awakening, consuming the swamp tyrant's crimson core, unlocking a heaven-defying martial art. Power surged as he gripped his hand, burning to know if devouring another artifact could trigger a new evolution. Then, a chilling silence fell. Suddenly, 50 thunderous footsteps echoed, accompanied by 3 mountainous presences marching just 100 meters deep. Sensing the immense bloodlust, the captain instantly carved a feral grin. The boy's fearless aura was truly intoxicating. Aha! The veteran practically begged for a chance to test his own blade first. But the cultivator stayed silent, his pupils expanding with killing intent. Gathering immense spiritual ki, he unleashed a devastating palm strike that pulverized the very bedrock into dust. The shockwave instantly obliterated a colossal beast, kicking off the massacre. Seizing the advantage, the veteran and his men charged. The entire army surged forward. "Partek, secure our flank." The commander, "Guard him with your lives." The soldier nodded. Up ahead, Eugene stood alone against twin monstrous goblins. He cleanly amputated a massive arm. "My lord, we stand with you," his men roared. But Eugene surged forward. He vaulted into the air, meeting the beast gaze to gaze. His blade pierced its eye, unleashing a crimson fountain. The creature howled in pure agony, clutching its ruined face. Seizing the opening, Eugene launched himself higher, mercilessly slicing through its massive fingers. With devastating force, he drove his blade straight down. A torrential waterfall of gore erupted. Eugene licked the crimson droplets from his lips. Bathed in blood, he radiated an overwhelming, demonic aura. The soldiers watched in absolute shock. This brutal display shattered everything they knew, etching an unforgettable image of a warrior they truly revered. With explosive power, Eugene delivered another crushing blow, shattering the goblin's thick skull until it collapsed. Inward, with brutal strength, he ripped the monster's head clean off. Forget noble sword arts or righteous, unyielding spirit. This was pure slaughter. Holding the severed head amidst the blood-soaked ruins, Eugene looked like a terrifying god of carnage. This breathtaking brutality completely defied their traditional beliefs, shattering every single noble illusion of knightly grace. Eugene smiled with grim satisfaction, relishing the carnage. He was the embodiment of a primal apex predator. All three colossal beasts were dead. As the exhausted troops caught their breath, Galfredik stood guard, scanning the bloodied battlefield. An older warrior gritted his teeth against agonizing wounds. Mutilated goblin and human remains littered the dark cavern. Galfredik fell deep into thought. This demonic battle had completely drained their spiritual energy. It was terrifying how quickly their stamina had evaporated. But Galfredik knew the devastating truth. Witnessing such absolute savagery had completely crushed their fighting spirit. The nightmare of Eugene tearing a skull from its spine haunted their every thought. It was an overwhelmingly macabre display of dominance. Galfredik pondered a strategic retreat. Knowing their limits, he glanced at the resting protagonist and asked, "My lord, have we achieved enough today? Should we withdraw?" Eugene shook his head, sighing softly. "My aura remains entirely full. Opportunities to explore this dungeon are rare. Walking away now would be an absolute waste of destiny. Whoever lacks the strength may return to the surface." Hearing this mercy, Galfredik's face lit up. "Then we shall endure and follow you." Eugene leaped down with cat-like grace, issuing his command. "Galfredik, escort the weary troops out of the labyrinth." Surprised but relieved, the captain agreed, insisting he and his elite mercenaries would guard the path forward. Suddenly, a desperate voice echoed. Reborn sprinted over, begging, "Please, allow me to join you." Galfredik frowned, thinking, did he sense my men's fading key and show us such profound mercy? The hardened veterans exhaled a collective sigh of relief. They feared being pushed past their absolute limits. Unbelievable, Galfredik mused. Beneath that demonic, blood-soaked exterior beat a truly noble heart, protecting the weak. Sir Eugene commanded utter respect, single-handedly redefining the very essence of true martial chivalry. Eugene, Reborn, and Partek ventured deeper into the abyss, stepping into a sinister web of shadows. Reborn trembled, gripping his torch tightly. "Curse this fate. Why am I marching toward death? I'm absolutely terrified." He desperately tried calming his racing heart by recalling Eugene's godlike slaughter of the goblins. If disaster struck, that monster would protect them. Suddenly, Reborn's boot crunched against something sickening, freezing his blood. Eugene glanced down as Reborn lifted his foot. Crushed beneath the sole lay a grotesque spider, toxic green slime clinging to the leather. Instantly, from the cavern's pitch-black ceiling, an endless nightmare of spiders descended on silken threads. These demonic arachnids boasted colossal fangs, razor-sharp claws, and monstrous crimson eyes. Dominating their hideous skulls, their armored carapaces were sickeningly jagged. This terrifying swarm was infamous in the underworld, dissolving their victims with highly corrosive acid. Reborn shrieked in absolute horror as the tide advanced. Partek demanded an immediate, tactical retreat. The monstrous numbers were far too overwhelming, but Eugene merely tilted his head, whispering, "Retreat?" Without hesitation, his aura exploded. He charged directly into the swarm, his blade carving a path of total devastation. He brushed off the deadly ambush like mere dust. "Reborn, cover his flank!" Partek roared. But Reborn was already overwhelmed by venomous crawlers. "He's moving too fast. He's a one-man army," Rabin screamed helplessly. Partek unleashed his own relentless flurry of strikes. Together, the three began systematically slaughtering the toxic beasts. Suddenly, Rabin tripped. A sea of nightmarish legs instantly swarmed him, sealing off any hope of escape. A massive, fang-bearing terror lunged for his throat. Paralyzed by absolute dread, Rabin tried to scream, but his voice failed. Death was imminent, but in a blinding flash of silver, an overwhelming presence arrived. Squeezing his eyes shut, Rabin slowly dared to peek. The Supreme Master had saved him. Eugene didn't even break his stride, tearing through the horde with endless stamina. Rabin gasped for air, staring in absolute awe at his miraculous survival. Mountains of shattered arachnid corpses literally painted the cavern walls. Eugene casually executed yet another beast. Scrambling to his feet, Rabin's mind reeled. Is my lord actually a disguised demon god? He marveled. Truly, he's completely invincible. We've wiped out enough. Shouldn't we retreat? Rabin pleaded, turning to Partek for support. The captain had to agree, right? But Partek remained terrifyingly silent. Panic seized Rabin as he followed his captain's frozen gaze. Partek's knees shook violently, all color draining from his terrified face. How could a nightmare like this exist? In this realm? Even among roar beasts, hierarchies exist. But encountering apex predators is impossibly rare. Normal expedition parties are never equipped for such disasters. Partek realized in horror that colossal presence belonged to an absolute ruler. A cavern spider monarch. From the shadows, a monstrous scythe-like appendage descended. The Spider Queen had awakened. A grotesque behemoth materialized, dripping venom from terrifying fangs. Its maw unhinged, unleashing a sickening, slithering tongue. The monstrosity hissed, radiating pure killing intent. Partek screamed the retreat order. Lord Eugene, we are dead weight against a high-tier lord. We must wait for Sir Gallic's reinforcements. But Eugene's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. Eyes blazing, he commanded. Partek, Rabin, fall back. This prey belongs to me. Partek lowered his head in utter defeat. Understood. Absolute dread consumed him. It was overwhelming suppression. Every instinct in his mortal body screamed at him to flee for his life. As the duo scrambled away, Eugene stood unfazed before the beast. A mystical water spirit manifested, smirking playfully. Those mortals let their primal fear of your overwhelming power take control, huh? Eugene casually asked. Mirian to measure this beast against the Swamp Lord. Mirian nodded gravely. Without a doubt. Its aura dwarfs even the Swamp Lord. Eugene smiled with chilling confidence. Excellent. That means a far superior mana core. Across the cavern, the colossal spider, completely ignorant of its doom, shrieked its deafening war cry. Eugene merely drew his weapon, eyes freezing over. Struggle. The hardest roar chests always yield the greatest treasures. The scenery flashed to a minor spider minion descending its silk thread. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lethal energy cleaved through the air, violently severing its limbs. The creature was blasted into the abyss. Eugene's expression remained absolutely merciless. He snapped his fingers, letting the beast perish in agony. The legendary clash between our protagonist and the monstrous queen was left to our imagination, but Eugene had secured his prize. He reflected on the secondary skill absorbed from the Lord's core, Supreme Camouflage. Combined with the ultimate physical enhancement I unlocked, my defensive parameters reached perfection. By utilizing this illusionary camouflage to project a flawless human vessel, I can finally walk beneath the heavens again. This divine disguise spares me the nuisance of fearing the sun's scorching rays. Suddenly, a sweet voice broke his train of thought. Sir Knight, are you abandoning your mask entirely now? A swarm of noble girls surrounded him completely. He previously hid his godlike visuals behind a mask, but depriving the world of that face was a crime. The ladies gossiped endlessly. Oh, valiant knight, regale us with the epic saga of your latest dungeon conquest. The mesmerized maidens pressed closer, eyes sparkling. Rumor says you obliterated that colossal spider monarch completely solo. Eugene stiffened, socially paralyzed. Above him, his mischievous water spirit materialized, cackling ruthlessly. Oh ho? Look at our almighty boss, she mocked. Why don't you boast about your legendary feats? A flustered maiden blushed crimson. Your radiant beauty is simply otherworldly. Does the noble blood of high elves flow through veins? Eugene inwardly groaned. Elves? Mortals always obsess over aristocratic pedigrees. This attention is nothing but an exhausting burden, he thought. Suddenly, the chaotic tavern grew quiet as Gelfrey stood up. Everything makes sense now, he roared. The room jumped, turning their attention to the seasoned adventurer. He passionately recalled their dungeon descent. I witnessed his grace's true prowess, eyes piercing through darkness like blazing stars, senses sharp as a hound, and terrifyingly devastating spearmanship. I knew immediately you were no ordinary mortal. Gelfred beamed with pride, aggressively brandishing his compass while hoisting an ale toward the swooning crowd. To think we were graced by an elven descendant. Gelfrey scrutinized him closely. With that majestic aura, anonymity is impossible. How did you conceal such a divine presence until now? Eugene suppressed a scowl. This guy's intuition is dangerously sharp. Resting his chin on his hand, Eugene replied with chilling indifference. I merely existed without seeking attention. His breathtaking visual impact literally froze the room. Even tough guy Reborn turned beet red. The smitten noblewomen continuously squealed in absolute delight. Galretta covered his face, attempting to maintain military composure, muttering, unbelievably smooth. Eugene released a tired sigh. Do mortals just believe whatever fantasy they invent? Moving forward, I'll just exploit this convenient elven bloodline excuse. By executing the Spider Queen, Eugene successfully harvested her supreme core. However, this particular crystal didn't merely amplify his combat prowess, it utterly erased the cursed sigil. The mysterious brand within Eugene's eye faded into nothingness. This miraculous purification triggered a shocking revelation. Unlocked fragments of a forgotten past flooded his consciousness. I witnessed a foreign realm, a version of myself completely unlike this. Current vessel, a gentle hand tightly grasping mine. Within that ethereal void, an ancient bell resonated, and thousands of eyes were locked directly onto me. Eugene's heart raced. Who was that mysterious woman in the vision? Suddenly, a bone-chilling realization pierced his soul. Were those memories even mine to begin with? Eugene shut his eyes tightly, the sealed fragments of his forgotten origin. That was the sole truth he possessed. Suddenly, a desperate voice shattered the illusion. Lord Eugene, please, save me. The blood-curdling scream snapped Eugene back to reality. Eugene awakened from those fragmented memories. He shot a cold glance at Galfredic, while Rabin shamelessly begged for mercy. Galfredic mercilessly crushed Rabin's throat, choking the life from him. You pathetic trash. I heard everything. You dared call his terrifying power a mere burden. Rabin desperately clawed at the knight's iron grip, gasping, Have mercy. I only meant that Lord Eugene is a monster in human skin. Any mortal would have fled. Galfredic's aura flared as he snarled with absolute fury. So you dare insult Lord Eugene's divine strength? I will show you true hell. Meanwhile, Eugene stood lost in deep contemplation. Eugene, that name was my only remaining anchor. Yet, after this chaotic battle, a revelation struck me. If I systematically obliterate these seals one by one, the ultimate truth will awaken. Neither fake knighthood nor mere elven bloodlines, but my absolute origin. Eugene's gaze flickered with suppressed anticipation. Later, an aura of sorrow filled a dimly lit bedroom, where allies surrounded a dying man's bed. Eugene and Galfredic stood in solemn attendance. Galfredic lowered his head with absolute martial respect. An honor, Lord Tywin. I am Kramer, third son of the Galfredic lineage. Eugene mirrored the warrior's flawless etiquette, bowing low. And I am Yen, firstborn of the Eugene family. The fading lord smiled weakly. Your trials have been severe. A servant approached, bearing a silver tray. Present it, he wheezed. Upon it rested a meticulously sealed scroll. A warrior of your caliber requires a verified identity. I pray this humble gesture serves you well. This forged crest will solidify your legend as Yen of the Eugene bloodline. Eugene accepted the parchment with quiet reverence. My profound gratitude, Lord. Suddenly, the elder coughed up. Dark blood. Kamar lunged desperately toward Tywin's collapsing frame. The Lord forced his heavy eyelids open. Kamar, because of that foolish ambition, my youngest boy was denied. A peaceful passage to the afterlife. Kamar choked back tears, gripping his hand. Rest easy, father. I will violently reclaim the domains you sacrificed everything to forge. He squeezed the dying lord's trembling fingers. Tywin locked eyes with him. My foolish son, that conquered territory is merely worthless ash. Never forget, a sovereign's true power lies in guiding souls, not ruling cursed soil. Felid and the warriors absorbed this profound philosophy in heavy silence. With those final breaths, Tywin's arms dropped. His life force completely faded away. Wails of despair echoed through the manor. Eugene silently observed the devastating scene, pondering the sheer weight of Tywin's legacy as endless tears washed over his followers. Yet, darkness still lurked. Not every soul mourns a fallen king. Hidden in the shadows, Bertel gnawed his lip with blinding malice. Above, the heavens twisted. Ominous black thunderclouds swirled, threatening a catastrophic storm upon their fragile peace. Sensing the shift, Galfredik gathered his aura to depart. "Forgive my untimely exit during this sacred mourning." Kamar bowed in understanding. "May the heavens guide you. Duty waits for no one." Galfredik turned his gaze to Eugene, his eyes wide. "Lord Eugene, will you truly anchor yourself to this domain?" Eugene's resolve was absolute. "I will dive back into that cursed abyss. Leaving an unlocked dungeon unconquered is a grave sin." Galfredik rubbed his neck, flashing a wry, battle-hardened smirk. "Such a monumental waste. Under Count Evergrow's banner, a monster like you would become an absolute legend." He thrust his armored fist forward. With booming reverence, Galfredik declared it a lifetime honor to have crossed blades alongside an immortal tier warrior. "Pray to the heavens we never clash as enemies." Eugene analyzed the knight's unwavering conviction, then slowly raised his own palm to meet it. Their hands clashed in a bone-crushing, respectful grip. An unspoken brotherhood ignited between them. Nearby, Reborn frantically waved, his tearful farewell. "May the gods protect you, Lord Galfredik." Immediately, Eugene commanded Partek to mobilize. "At once, Master." Felid stood bewildered. "Wait, didn't you vow to remain?" Partek ignored him, shifting the focus entirely. "By the way, how will Lord Galfredik traverse the realm?" Felid instantly suggested war mounts. Partek nodded sharply. "Naturally, an elite warrior requires a majestic beast. We shall procure a steed for you. Then, conquer the merchant guild to liquidate our monstrous spoils." Hearing this grand scheme, a fire of greed ignited in Felid's eyes. "In that case, I shall ascend as your most loyal squire." Suddenly, Eugene locked eyes with the foolish attendant, unleashing a terrifying wave of killing intent. "Your pathetic services are entirely useless to my cultivation journey." Felid froze in absolute horror. "Wait, what?" The scene violently transitioned. Felid found himself trapped in a brutal labor camp. Struggling under a massive timber crate, a harsh overseer roared, "You pathetic worm, stop slacking off." Meanwhile, at the bustling core of Kalar Kingdom's grandest trading hub, a colossal merchant ship slammed into the docks, and thousands gasped at the mountainous piles of legendary loot. The citizens were utterly paralyzed with shock. Did a single knight slaughter all these beasts? Rabin puffed out his chest, booming with arrogant laughter. "Tremble in awe. Every single magical core here belongs to the invincible Yen Eugene." The crowd's jaws dropped to the floor. "Wait, isn't that the legendary rookie who obliterated the demonic hounds in Lord Tywin's forbidden territory? The monstrous youth who ripped apart hellhounds with his bare hands?" Basking in glory, Reborn jabbed his finger. "Hey, Guildmaster, don't dare taint these divine artifacts." Miles away, Felid stared at the scorching sun, drenched in miserable sweat. He cried inwardly, "Sir, Eugene, my suffering is becoming an endless nightmare." Back at the guild, a luxurious voice echoed from within. "Cease your worries, Lord Eugene. I am Bilmore, the supreme overseer of the Palin Guild, the most absolute mercantile empire in this realm. Allow me to handle everything. The immense burden of managing this mountain of loot." Eugene pierced Bilmore with a sharp gaze. Initially doubtful when Partek, he presented the merchants, he never imagined they controlled such a massive conglomerate. This immense influence would be an incredible asset for a wandering outsider. The merchant's eager voice echoed passionately. "With my seasoned expertise, I will crush the raw material, costs to absolute rock bottom. If you forge an exclusive covenant with me, I swear it." Suddenly, ominous footsteps steadily echoed outside. The heavy door slammed open violently. A stern voice demanded, "Who is the knight named Eugene?" The main character sat completely unfazed, casually resting his chin. Partek leaned in close, whispering frantically, "My lord, this situation is spiraling out of control." Eugene tilted his head, amused. "How so?" Partek swallowed hard. "That arrogant man is the direct subordinate to the mighty Vice Guildmaster." Eugene scoffed indifferently. "And? Make it quick!" Partek panicked. He wields far greater authority than Bilmore. He clearly intends to plunder your hard-earned immortal spoils for mere pennies just to secure his own massive profits. You must tread carefully. Eugene's deadly gaze sharpened. Carefully? Billmore squeezed out a terrified smile, stammering, Mr. Grail, Sir Eugene is currently holding an exclusive negotiation with me. Grail harshly cut him off. Know your place. Never challenge a superior power. Besides, no official covenant exists yet. Lord Eugene, tales of your terrifying prowess echo everywhere. People claim the ruthless warrior who crushed those hounds possesses loot stacked high like a sacred mountain. Naturally, those are exaggerated lies, meant to falsely inflate market value. A pathetic trick from an arrogant brat. However, our esteemed Vice Guildmaster desires an exclusive covenant with you, Lord Eugene. Abandon this pathetic trash heap and follow me. A mere rookie warrior who only wields mindless violence is easily manipulated by our guild. Suddenly, a cold chill crawled down his spine. Eugene's oppressive aura flared. What is this? Pathetic display of authority? Ah, forgive my absolute insolence. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Grail, direct aide to the Grail. Guildmaster. This is an immense stroke of heavenly fortune for Lord Eugene. His tone grew entirely arrogant and freezing cold as Eugene challenged him. Fortune? What fortune? Grail sneered slowly. Obviously, a vastly superior contract for your loot. Eugene's razor-sharp, murderous gaze locked onto his soul. Superior contract. Cold sweat drenched Grail's trembling face. Yes, our Supreme Vice Guild. Master will personally manage this transaction. Eugene's eyes widened, flashing with terrifying demonic intensity. The thought of this arrogant vice, Guildmaster taking control, left Grail violently trembling and totally flustered. If my words offended your honor, I sincerely apologize. I meant zero. Disrespect. Eugene's spiritual pressure crushed down, his voice downright demonic. Disrespect? Utterly horrified, Grail frantically spun around and fled for his miserable life. Forgive me, I shall return. Billmore wept dramatically. I am profoundly moved. You rejected a massive, glorious covenant with the Vice Guildmaster just for my sake. I swear upon my soul to serve Lord Eugene. Whatever miracle you require, I am prepared to sacrifice everything. Eugene raised an intrigued brow. Is that so? I love that fierce loyalty. His eyes gleamed dangerously. So, when do we begin? Eugene slowly rose, his aura freezing the room. What do I mean? Leave immediately. Billmore froze in absolute shock. What? Pritzella questioned sharply. Was our generous offer rejected? Grail deeply bowed. Absolute apologies, Vice Guildmaster. The terrifying rumors are absolutely true. He is an unfathomable monster we cannot underestimate. She gazed coldly out the grand window. It matters not. Raise your head, Grail. Arrogant knights frequently clash with merchants over their pathetic pride and face. We shall deploy our own vicious methods to crush them in return. For our elite, merchant empire, endless wealth and divine resources equal absolute power, especially when facing a miserably destitute knight who cannot even afford a standard spirit beast. Deliver our lavish offerings to Eugene tonight. Treasures a starving warrior could never reject. Felid's eyes widened in sheer shock. So you truly expect me to remain behind and peddle this mountain of loot? Eugene declared with ironclad authority. You heard my command perfectly. Continue liquidating the demonic beast cores I hauled back to the Merchant Guild. Felid panicked wildly. But why? Why must I be abandoned in the shadows again this time? Is my cultivation realm too pathetic to walk beside Lord Eugene? If so, I will begin brutal martial arts training this instant. Suddenly, the powerful warrior interrupted, piercing Felid's soul. What is a loyal subordinate's ultimate duty? Felid deeply bowed his trembling head, answering softly, to support the mighty knight, through glorious bloodshed and mundane daily existence. Eugene smirked casually. Precisely, your comprehension is flawless. Your supreme mission is to uplift me as a loyal retainer by exchanging our battlefield triumphs for boundless wealth. That is the sacred mandate I, as your master, bestow upon my faithful servant. Now, meticulously discuss trade secrets with Billmore. He will teach you the vicious art of commerce. Felid tragically lowered his gaze, silently realizing that, without Lord Eugene's divine protection, his miserable life would have ended ages ago. Grumbling over such trivial trials was an absolute disgrace. Eugene added, when you secure enough wealth, I will personally pass down my legendary sword arts. Eventually, you will battle beside me on the front lines as my retainer. Felid's cheeks flushed bright crimson. Deeply moved by his master's profound grace, he smiled, tenderly, pressing a devoted fist against his heart. Felid vowed with absolute loyalty, "I will perfectly execute Sir Eugene's commands." At that exact moment, Yen and Partek wandered the bustling marketplace, sighing, "Farewell for now, my mighty lord." Yen desperately dangled a completely empty spirit coin pouch. Does wealth always vanish like morning mist? Even while starving ourselves, not a single coin remains. Miran wailed in utter despair, clutching the pouch tight. "Master, our funds are vanishing. My heart bleeds for our coins. Can we hunt for treasure soon?" Suddenly, Eugene's piercing gaze locked onto a corner. Before him rested a magnificent suit of armor, radiating pure defensive power. Part gasped in awe. "Now that is true armor, the ultimate dream for wandering knights." Eugene blinked, completely intrigued. "A dream? You mean it costs a fortune?" Part nodded grimly. "Beyond expensive. Rich nobles would rather pass this heirloom down. For generations than ever, sell it." Just then, Raben burst in, screaming in pure panic. "Lord Eugene! Emergency report! A massive horde of beastmen breached the perimeter. Those monsters from the eastern woods are swarming Marin. They are marching straight for our gates. Local guards are getting crushed." Part's eyes gleamed with battle lust. "Master, we must join." This monster raid. Eugene was stunned to see his team so fired up, but their logic was absolutely flawless. Unlike raiding some remote lair, this was Marin, the ultimate trade hub overflowing with endless gold, the perfect spot to dump loot. For premium prices, no middleman, zero shipping fees. In other words, this was a golden opportunity to violently farm. Millions of coins. Eugene's aura instantly shifted. "We move out. Zero time to waste." Suddenly, someone stepped out. From the shadows. "Hold on." Part's eyes widened. The messenger was doubled over, gasping for air. "Please wait." Robin blinked. "Why?" "Is everyone suddenly breathless?" Gra managed to speak. "The Vice Guild Master sent me. I bring you a divine warhorse." Its coat was midnight black, muscles rippling beneath its skin like divine statues. A legendary purebred beast. Absolute combat perfection. Eugene's eyes narrowed. His piercing gaze struck the messenger. "The Vice Guild Master gifted this to me?" Gra flinched violently under that overwhelming aura. "We seek absolutely nothing in return." Eugene's face darkened with fierce, angry suspicion. He glared. Dagger-like eyes at him. Cold sweat drenched the man's terrified face. "Just a humble token of goodwill." Without hesitating, Eugene leaped upon the magnificent beast's back. "Tell him I accept." Moran zipped after him, practically drooling over the incoming wealth. Raben's jaw dropped as he pointed. He charged ahead. "What now? The boss is way too fast." Part's face twisted in absolute fury. He roared loudly. "What are you standing around for?" He dashed like a madman. "Chase him, you idiots!" Raben scrambled. Gra stood frozen, watching their dust trail fade. Meanwhile, absolute terror gripped the eastern woods. On Marin's edges, a deadly catastrophe awakened. The monsters froze in their tracks. Grotesque heads snapped backward. Thunderous hoofbeats echoed wildly through the trees. A dark blur raced. "Forward!" Eugene's blade danced like lightning, severing monster heads. Miran cackled with pure joy. "Boss, check out that massive swarm of beasts. It is a massive gold mine. Did you slaughter the vanguard already?" Eugene's eyes blazed with unstoppable confidence. "Perfect. I hate sharing my hard-earned loot." Choking dust swallowed the dense forest whole. The dark warhorse crushed the earth beneath its mighty hooves relentlessly. Golden sunlight pierced the thick battlefield canopy above. Seeing the light, only then did Eugene finally pull the reins. A desperate, chaotic bloodbath revealed itself completely. The holy knight Madria was hopelessly trapped, surrounded by death. "Unless you take my life, you fiends will not advance." Towering golem-like monsters roared, their blazing crimson eyes filled with demonic fury. They lunged with crushing force. Madria's steed buckled, crashing violently into the dirt. The terrified horse bolted, abandoning its master. Agony ripped through Madria's battered body. "I am a knight of justice. I swear upon Marin's honor." Suddenly, a heavy weapon slammed violently into the earth. Madria shuddered in absolute horror, slowly turning his trembling head toward the Frumsting, vicious horde. His proud facade crumbled, wailing in utter despair. Then, a devastating aura blast ripped through the air, striking. From a dark, charging silhouette, Eugene's aura exploded with murderous intent. His sword moved like a reaper's scythe, slashing relentlessly. Through the towering monsters, Madria slumped over, jaw dropped in absolute shock. Eugene guided his shadowy steed with godlike mastery, weaving between monster corpses. Madria let out a breathless, relieved laugh. Heavens bless you, warrior. Your legendary name? Eugene remained silent, coldly flashing his silver blade. He instantly decapitated a fiend sneaking up behind the knight. Madria shook uncontrollably as black blood sprayed. Eugene glared at him. My name? Is that important right now? If we get slaughtered, names mean nothing. Focus your aura. Countless enemies are swarming us. Madria gritted his teeth. You speak the truth. If we claw out of this hell, I will ask again. Much later, Madria told the tale. Hundreds of monsters devoured the land like locusts, but we held the bloody front line in our darkest, desperate hour. That mysterious warrior annihilated the enemy, Vanguard alone. Naturally, I fought bravely by his side. Against all odds, we claimed absolute victory. We protected Marin, someone whispered. So, who was this god-tier knight? Madria flashed a dramatic grin. Curious, aren't you? He pointed with deep reverence. That legend is Yan Eugene. The tavern erupted in shocked whispers. Wait, the madman who Solo cleared. The hellish Tywin territory dungeon? Rumor says he ripped a demon hound's spine out with his bare hands. That absolute monster is the one who defended our city. Sir Yan Eugene is Marin's undisputed savior. The crowd's blood boiled, wildly chanting like fanatics. Yan Eugene. High above, Louis Peeling gazed out his window. A heavy smirk crossed his face. The whole city is buzzing. The blank. The higher his legend soars, the harder he is to chain. Luis Pylon, former guildmaster, now rules as Marin's mayor. Can we truly leave this unchecked? He questioned. Pritzella, his cunning niece, bowed gracefully. Naturally, everything remains. Perfectly within my grasp. We actually desire Lord Eugene's legend to grow. For absolute fame breeds an absolute terror of losing face. Speaking of which, what of the young apprentice shadowing Eugene? Pylon pressed. The kid delivering his monster cores? She smirked. Indeed. My intelligence network confirms that boy is actually the hidden, bastard bloodline of the Tywin clan. A shocked silence fell. Fascinating, she continued. While Sir Eugene's true endgame remains shrouded, he clearly gathers wealth to nurture Tywin's bastard heir. If we ensnare them both, we forge an unbreakable bond with a boy destined to conquer the entire Tywin family. Pylon beamed with sinister pride. Brilliant. You plan to buy the very sword that shields the bastard heir. I shall bestow a gift upon Eugene too. As mayor, I must officially reward the hero who cleansed our domain. You shall be my proxy. Wield this leverage well. Pritzella smirked. Understood. My lord. Night descended, swallowing the grand citadel in shadows. A slender, calculating finger stroked. Fine porcelain. A parched man always crawls to the oasis. A merchant merely needs to wait. Pritzella's lips twisted into a venomous smile. Poison the well, and watch. Heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor, and, as expected, the heavy doors swung open. Eugene's imposing figure materialized before her. I'll simply wait, until he chokes on my hospitality. Malice danced in her eyes as she purred. Welcome, Sir Knight. He stood clad in formidable steel. Marin's savior, Eugene, spoke flatly. I have arrived to acknowledge your gifts. You are Pritzella, the Pylon Guild's second in command, correct? She bowed deeply. Yes, I am the deputy. Director. Do sit, Lord Eugene. Hard to believe a face like yours crushes monster skulls with such ruthless ease. His chilling gaze pierced her, radiating an aura unlike any noble lapdog. The mayor's bespoke armor wrapped him perfectly, forged by Marin's grandmaster. This alloy of abyssal steel and goblin marrow could withstand a dragon's bite. Pritzella leaned in. How does the masterwork feel? He responded. Indifferently, adequate. It will serve its purpose in the abyss. I acknowledge the lavish banquets and grand suites. My warriors are fully energized. We shall reap excellent harvests soon. Unsolicited favors, yet appreciated. Pritzella's trap seemed set until Eugene abruptly rose to his feet. Now, regarding future business, he cut in. Time is mana. I depart. Panic flashed. You're leaving now? Eugene's voice was absolute frost. Wait. My contract merely covers monster cores. This might be our final transaction. Moving forward, I hunt exclusively for soul crystals. He turned his back, severing the conversation. Pritzella's mask slipped as she shrieked. Halt! His lethal glare locked onto her, chilling the room. Desperate, she pressed. We still have Unsettled debts. His killing intent flared. Elaborate. Pritzella stepped forward. You cannot simply feign. Ignorance forever. Demonic peak-tier armor. A royal bloodline steed. Extravagant suites. And imperial feasts for your entire squad. Your daily core hunts cannot cover even half of this astronomical debt. His comrades listened from the shadows as her venom spilled. Surely you know that absolute power requires an absolute price. Did the Academy teach you nothing? Otherwise, you are merely a shameless brute lacking noble face. Should I expose this bitter truth to your adoring worshippers in Marin? The Supreme Conqueror stared down the petty merchant. Sir Eugene, she challenged, throwing her final card. Will you flee? In disgrace? Explain yourself. Oh, great hero. His jaw shifted, muscles tense with what seemed like hesitation. Then, a terrifying smirk broke across his face. Hilarious. Demanding submission upon our very first encounter. Force-feeding me unrequested tributes, and daring to demand my loyalty in return. How bold for a lowly shopkeeper to bare fangs at me. His aura suffocated the room. You severely miscalculate your worth. Let me shatter your illusions. The dragon pays no mind to the buzzing of flies. I care nothing for rumors, but since you mention prices, bark your lies and discover the true bloody cost. Listen well, deputy. To my eyes, this pathetic guild schemes to chain the very sword that saved your miserable city. Play these foolish merchant games, and when the abyss swallows Marin, absolutely no one will answer your screams. Marin, we are done here. Turning away, he spoke. Forgive the bluntness, deputy. It is truly a pity. Had you chosen a different path, we might have formed a formidable alliance. Glancing nervously at Princella, the tension broke as she suddenly called out, Lord Jan Eugene, wait! I was deeply arrogant. As the Pylon Guild's deputy, I offer my utmost apologies to you, Lord Eugene. I let pure greed blind me, attempting to leash a dragon. To wash away this disrespect, I beg to rebuild our connection, Lord Eugene. The original pact remains, but with vast improvements. I swear on my honor, you will face zero risks. I am utterly sick of corrupt knights swaying for mere gold. They are pathetic fools, but this cultivator is different. Eugene's piercing gaze held absolute authority. He was far too lethal to provoke. My merchant intuition screams to never lose his favor. Raising her head with resolve, she waited. Eugene finally spoke. Speak, I am listening. His aura felt heavy, demanding a truly flawless offer. Relieved, Princella pressed a hand to her pounding heart, smiling brightly. Thank you for showing such profound mercy. She breathed a sigh of deep relief. Every true warrior requires divine armor and a spirit steed. Such dramatic words. Still, this realm holds striking beauty. Part stepped forward. This new agreement is absolutely magnificent. Eugene glanced at him. You truly believe that? Part nodded firmly. Indeed, the Pylon Guild's influence is legendary. Operating from Marin, their endless branches stretch across the empire. They dominate trade with supreme elite bloodlines, like the Grand Tywin clan, granting you absolute, unrestricted access to their private labyrinths and untamed dungeons is a heaven-defying opportunity. This cultivation resource vastly outweighs mere noble titles. His eyes burned with excitement. A flawless victory. Eugene simply smirked. I only accepted to end the tedious chatter. Suddenly, a harsh sneer interrupted. Does wearing shiny metal make you a master? Look at this soft-skinned brat. Can he even lift a blade? Miriam snapped back. What did you just bark, you ugly street rat? Kamar suddenly approached with a warm smile. Perfect timing. Eugene blinked. Lord Kamar, or should I say, Patriarch Tywin. The man chuckled. Titles mean nothing between us. Your aura has completely transformed. Eugene crossed his arms. How fares your internal clan war? Kamar sighed. My foolish brother persists. He has recruited shadow mercenaries, but their killing intent feels uniquely twisted. Eugene narrowed his eyes, sensing danger. Kamar added, Remember those thugs my brother sent before? The ones devoured by demonic beasts? From what I recall, they were utter trash. These new dogs reek of that same putrid bloodlust. His piercing eyes locked onto the distant figures, analyzing their hidden weapons. Kamar bowed slightly. For this dangerous dungeon raid, I humbly request Lord Eugene's leadership. A rat-faced mercenary spat. Hey, Patriarch Tywin. If this little punk gets slaughtered inside, do I inherit the captain's seat? Kamar flared. With sudden rage. Watch your filthy mouth. Maverick smirked coldly. My lord, just assessing reality. This is no child's game. Inside the abyss, mortal lives are harvested like cheap weeds. We must plan for the worst. His gaze dripped with venomous intent. Maverick stood radiating an arrogant, overwhelming confidence as he challenged the youth. Eugene slowly turned, his voice icy. Fair enough. If I fall, this annoying trash becomes your new leader. Kamar gasped in shock. Eugene simply scoffed. Plans are set. We march immediately. Miriam pointed fiercely at Maverick. I despise that scum's aura, Eugene whispered back. I know. It is obviously Bertel's trap. He sent these assassins to bury me inside the labyrinth. But when their pathetic scheme completely shatters, it will be highly entertaining. Inside the dark abyss, Eugene's sword danced like a divine dragon. The bloody cavern overflowed with slaughtered beasts. His martial arts flowed without a single breath of hesitation. Every strike unleashed devastating sword energy. Maverick trembled, watching the massacre. The rumors were entirely true. Facing a monstrous horde utterly alone, the elite assassins were reduced to mere spectators. His suffocating aura acted as an impenetrable mountain blocking their path. Maverick ground his fangs, cursing Eugene's heaven-defying strength. He desperately waited in the shadows. He only needed one tiny opening to sink his venomous dagger into that arrogant cultivator's neck. Suddenly, Eugene halted and roared. Beyond this point lies the domain of higher-tier demonic beasts. Step forward, and your survival is completely forfeit. Only follow if you seek death. I am warning you, weaklings. Clearly, only those with true power should proceed. Maverick grinned maliciously. If the commander charges ahead, how could we cower? Behind? His killing intent flared. Rabin sneered. We follow. Part suddenly halted. Stop, we wait here. Rabin glared in confusion. Part whispered. Lord Eugene is drawing the snakes out. The assassins blindly stepped deeper into the shadowy. The cavern felt empty. Eugene pondered quietly. Memories of delving this exact abyss alongside Gelfrid resurfaced. Now, the atmosphere feels utterly lifeless. Glimpses of his fallen comrade flashed past. That man possessed the brilliant aura of an absolute Ford, battlefield tactician. He inspired the troops effortlessly, always throwing his own life into the most lethal vanguard to break through. He could easily conquer this demonic lair, even carrying these useless burdens. Eugene's heavy boots echoed forward. A sudden thought emerged. How would his mentor conquer this exact trap? Enough of this pathetic masquerade. Since you beg for annihilation, I shall grant it. The ambushers froze in absolute terror. What terrifying power was manifesting? Pure spiritual flames erupted. A sinister smirk crossed his face as blistering energy gathered. Scorching agony consumed them. Flee! It is a supreme array. He wields elemental arts. My vision is gone. Maverick desperately attempted to stabilize the crumbling morale by igniting light. Pure darkness swallowed them. Hold your positions. Blind panic ensued. Eugene moved like an invisible phantom through the shadows. Ignite the flares. A sickening blade hum echoed. Enemy ambush. We are being slaughtered. Strike back immediately. Suddenly, agonized shrieks shattered the cavern. Stop attacking! You are slicing your own men. A crimson spiritual bind constricted their limbs. The abyss echoed with endless wailing. Maverick ground his teeth in absolute dread. Such overwhelming spiritual pressure. Devoid of vision, we are merely livestock awaiting slaughter. He frantically struck the flint. Ignite. Spark. Without warning, Maverick's blood ran cold. A lethal presence loomed directly behind him. Trembling violently, he turned his rigid neck. How did his aura vanish completely? Eugene's lethal footsteps stopped. A demonic whisper grazed his ear. Struggling in the dark? Let this sovereign assist your pathetic struggle. Mortal sight is truly a pitiful weakness in this abyss. Tell me, can you witness your impending doom clearly now? Who is the predator here? Who is the livestock? Maverick's soul shattered completely, letting out a hollow gasp. A monstrous grin revealed razor-sharp fangs. The scene shifts to the estate exterior. Torrential rain crashed as heavenly thunder fractured the dull heavens. Frantic footsteps splashed through the tempest. Suddenly, Kamar bellowed in absolute terror. Master, you simply stood idle while gazing out the glass. A heavy silence descended. Eugene cast a piercing glare backwards. Bertel stood utterly paralyzed. Kamar stammered fearfully. Is this nightmare truly happening? He scowled deeply at the towering figure, roaring. What demonic sorcery has caused this? Calamity? Eugene's aura flared as he commanded. Demand the truth from the culprit himself. Interrogate the rat who orchestrated this betrayal. A battered warrior was violently hurled onto the cold stone. Bertel's pupils shrank in sheer horror. Maverick, he clawed at his bleeding face, shuddering violently. Our mission was assassination. I was contracted to slaughter Yan Eugene. It was Bertel's direct decree. Exposed, Tywin forced a terrifying cackle to deflect the blame. This dog is spewing utter nonsense. His mind is completely shattered. Kamar erupted in righteous fury at those vile lies. Brother, have you truly sunk to such demonic depths? Bertel scoffed arrogantly, completely washing his hands of it. Wake up from your delusions. Will you seriously trust the pathetic ravings of a broken cultivator? What? Garbage. Maverick, stop this pathetic whining. Confess your sins properly. Eugene materialized behind the elder, his bloodthirsty crimson gaze utterly dominating Maverick's soul. The broken man choked out. What choice did I possess? How could I defy my glorious master? This lowly trash merely deserves death. Kamar watched him suddenly surge forward in sheer panic. Halt your steps. What madness is this? Before anyone could intervene, Maverick launched his physical body through the shattering window panes. Kamar desperately lunged for the ledge, screaming the fallen warrior's name into the void. In a heartbeat, the elder was impaled upon the courtyard's monument blade, sending shockwaves of absolute dread through the observers. Bertel desperately shifted the narrative. Observe, brother. His mortal mind snapped after seeing cultivators slaughtered like mere insects. Surely it is foolish to trust a lunatic's dying curse. Kamar's brow furrowed in utter disgust. Your shameless relief at his bloody end only deepens your guilt. Bertel flinched like he was struck by heavenly lightning. Desperate, he violently redirected his killing intent. And you, Yan, Eugene, has your martial pride completely vanished? You dare tarnish my supreme lineage with these baseless, demonic lies? The atmosphere turned icy as, Eugene demanded. Swear upon your martial Tao, is your soul truly unblemished? Trembling internally, he blindly spat out, pure defiance, absolutely innocent. Suddenly, he elevated his palm to channel his spiritual energy. I, Bertel Tywin, swearing upon my sacred bloodline and heavenly justice, invoke the rights. He aimed his ancestral blade forward, exuding immense killing intent. I demand a life and death duel to settle this. Faced with such brazen audacity, Eugene simply ground his molars, calculating his strike. Outside the manor, fierce rumors ignited the bratting. Sect grounds. Is the second young master truly staging a death match in the central pavilion? Heavens above, what massive calamity has he triggered? Today, whispers say he deployed shadow cultivators for assassination. Hiring assassins? He constantly invites disaster. But this crosses the demonic boundary. Whose life is he attempting to sever? The disciples gathered as the two immense auras clashed against each other, gossiping furiously. Legend says his target is the supreme wanderer our patriarch formerly contracted, Sir Yan Eugene. The master slowly unsheathed his divine blade. Kamar stood observing at the perimeter, sweating with extreme anxiety. He shut his eyes, realizing the wheels of fate. The conflict reached its peak. Martial might would now dictate the truth, as divine judgment descended to guide the prost the brass end. Heaven's righteous will. Eugene's expression turned frost cold. His thoughts locked entirely on absolute victory. Right at that pivotal second, Bertel unleashed a beastly roar, bringing his massive blade crashing down. He lunged with lethal intent. Eugene merely raised his weapon in a flawless defense. The heavy steel collided with an ear-piercing shriek. Bertel immediately shifted his stance, launching a devastating flurry of strikes. Yet, he couldn't push Eugene back a single inch. Suddenly, Eugene's focus flickered. A memory flashed. Bertel had desperately reported, "We discovered a blood-drinking immortal." Eugene snapped back to the brutal reality and whispered coldly, "Trash like you have hunted me for over 10 years. Those chilling words froze Bertel's soul, drowning in overwhelming despair. Catching that fatal opening, Eugene unleashed a devastating downward slash. Forcing his enemy back, Bertel gritted his teeth, and stared in absolute shock. The explosive impact had sent his weapon rocketing into the sky. The blade violently pierced the shattered earth below. Simultaneously, Bertel dropped heavily to his knees. Eugene's eyes glowed crimson, dripping with pure, suffocating, killing intent. Accept your demise. The defeated warrior stared blankly, utterly paralyzed by impending death. From the sidelines, Kamar knew his brother possessed decent martial skills. But watching this one-sided massacre, anyone could see Bertel was completely petrified as he tumbled to the ground. In a flash of terrifying clarity, Kamar realized Yan Eugene was an absolute monster. Kamar felt the tyrannical aura bleeding from Eugene. This power belonged to an entirely different realm. Moving on pure instinct, Kamar desperately lunged into the arena. He roared for the bloodbath to end. Eugene shifted his piercing gaze, coldly, echoing a single word, "Halt." He casually stepped back. "This divine trial isn't finished." Kamar raised his hand. "I refuse to watch my brother be slaughtered by your blade. Bertel Tywin is heavily injured. He can no longer prove his hollow claims. Victory belongs to Sir Yan Eugene," Bertel screamed frantically. "No, my aura still burns. I will send him to his grave myself." His blood boiled with corrupting fury. "Bertel!" Kamar glared down at the fallen swordsman, warning him. "Surrender! The heavens have decided. Confess your sins and embrace imprisonment." The broken warrior spat back viciously. "Shut your mouth! What crime could I possibly commit?" Kamar desperately restrained him. "Bertel." The madman clenched his hilt with bleeding fingers, roaring, "Yan Eugene, he launched a suicidal ambush. If you hadn't cursed my fate, if you had never existed, I wouldn't be drowning in this endless suffering." A blinding flash of sword chi cleaved the very air. The next second, Eugene peered down at the ruined man, as Bertel gasped in horror. "Why won't my body move?" Eugene remained completely unbothered, while his pathetic attacker collapsed into a pool of blood. Kamar's eyes trembled as the victor spoke. "You should have grasped the lifeline your brother threw. You!" Eugene sheathed his weapon, scattering crimson droplets across the dirt, sealing the fate of Bertel Tywin. The surrounding crowd choked on dead silence. Showing zero lingering attachments, the immortal turned his back, leaving behind a suffocating pressure. Kamar merely grimaced as Eugene vanished like a phantom, bitterly cursing his foolish younger brother. Scene shift to a misty pier. Seagulls circled the vast heavens. Eugene strolled the boardwalk as a telepathic whisper brushed his mind. "Do you feel regret?" he replied, with absolute indifference. "Regret what exactly?" His familiar, Miran, drifted ahead. "Ah, sacrificing your very first undead creation to take the fall, and tossing it away like trash. Was it worth it?" Eugene coldly recalled the past. "That pathetic mortal couldn't handle my immortal bloodline. Keeping a defective servant would only expose my true demonic nature. It was merely bait for today's grand stage. A flawless sacrificial pawn. But immortal nightwalkers need legions of loyal thralls, right? An army of slaves represents ultimate authority and supreme power." He dismissed the thought instantly. "Totally unnecessary." Miran sighed heavily. "You truly don't respect our ancient heritage at all." Grasping the heavy iron handle, Eugene mused that raising weak-minded corpses just created more garbage to burn. If he truly required a demonic general, it must be peerless. The second the wood creaked open, a frantic shout pierced the room. Lord Gelfredick. They stared in sheer panic. "Yes, the abyssal zone is completely chaotic. When did he breach the gate?" 2 whole weeks ago." Billmore snapped around, spotting the newcomer. Pritzella's breath hitched in sudden shock. The man scrambled forward, hastily bowing to the main character. "Supreme greetings, my lord. Word spread that you conquered the Death Labyrinth." Eugene nodded slowly. "Indeed. I am pleased. Our paths cross again. Now, what tragedy befell Lord Gelfredick?" Her voice trembled with dread. "Precisely 2 weeks ago, he attempted to subjugate the cursed labyrinth hidden in Count Evero's domain. Echoing hooves signaled his arrival at the boundary. But tragically, he vanished alone into the abyss. Despite our elite squads sweeping the mid-tier demonic beast sector, we found absolutely nothing." Eugene's brows furrowed like thunderclouds. He stranded inside the supreme danger zone. Trusting his instincts, he viciously whipped his warhorse, charging headlong into the rotting woods. Suddenly, massive double doors exploded outward, revealing a dominant presence descending from the upper heavens. A shadowy figure bowed respectfully. "Welcome, Sir Yan Eugene. Your immortal legend echoes across the realms. Your youth and presence surpass all rumors." Eugene offered a warrior's deep bow. "An absolute honor, Prince Javan." However, the royal pleasantries abruptly vanished. "Ah, to the heart of the matter. We must discuss the abyss." Jevon, the eldest heir of the Evergrow bloodline, declared. He ushered Eugene inside. Taking his seat, Jevon spoke, with a heavy tone. Lord Gelfredick's thirst for glory blinded him. Had he conquered this realm, we intended to bestow upon him a noble title. Yet, against all reason, he charged into the abyssal floors alone. Eugene frowned, his eyes narrowing sharply. Alone? What exactly are you implying? Jevon's expression turned to ice as he nodded. Indeed. Tragically, those forbidden upper domains have repelled our Evergrow elite forces for an entire century of bloodshed. That absolute death zone is called the Dungeon Lord's Domain. A shockwave of realization hit Eugene. Then, Lujitz lounged in the shadows, lazily adding that the entity did not merely exist, but held absolute sovereignty. Propping his jaw upon his palm, the man smirked, especially when Gelferdik's blind ambition stirred up a catastrophic nightmare. He slowly advanced, his aura leaking out. Allow me to introduce our realm's guardian blade, Sir Lugjitz. During the previous disastrous expedition, he had led the vanguard into the abyss alongside Gelfredik. Lugjitz grinned, revealing a predator's edge. An honor. Rumor has it, you crushed Gelferdik in a true duel. Curiously, we share a profound connection. I am the grand champion of the Evergrow martial tournament. That implies I also brought that arrogant fool to his knees. We are both bound by our victory over Gelferdik. Fascinating, Eugene replied coldly, his stoic gaze piercing the knight's playful aura. But does that hold any weight right now? Seeking to shatter the building tension, Jevon swiftly intervened. What he means is, losing a cultivator like Gelferdik is devastating. For this tragic failure, you have my deepest apologies, Sir Eugene. Jevon hesitated, his voice dropping slightly. The rumors claim that you two shared a bond forged in blood, correct? A memory of that annoying fool winking flashed. We were sworn brothers, Eugene muttered wearily, fighting a sigh. More like a demonic idiot. Jevon settled back into his ornate seat. Since your bond was deep, you must have aided his cultivation immensely. Heed my words. For a century, our clan has launched countless crusades to conquer those celestial heights, yet every single attempt has ended in absolute obliteration. Thus, an ironclad decree was forged. If any warrior remains lost for 30 suns, we sever rescue operations and declare their life flame extinguished. It's been 3 agonizing weeks since Gelfredik vanished. If we cannot recover him within 7 days, his fate is eternally sealed. Eugene's eyes widened with shock, his aura flaring as he leaped up. Then I am breaching the dungeon right now. Jevon instantly suppressed Eugene's murderous momentum. Hold! I sense your burning resolve, but that abyssal domain devours the reckless. He raised 3 solemn fingers, issuing a decree. 3 days. Give Lugjitz and me exactly 3 days to assemble an absolute vanguard. Eugene gritted his teeth, silently digesting Jevon's words. Until then, cultivate your ki and restore your spiritual reserves. Shadows veiled Eugene's eyes as he bowed. Understood. Jevon added, we have enlisted a high-tier spellcaster to reinforce your ranks. His arcane arts are unparalleled. Suddenly, Miriam materialized, stroking her chin thoughtfully. So this wandering sorcerer is tagging along? She muttered. Ugh, that arrogant, pointy-hatted fool is just dead weight, Miriam scoffed, with venom, capturing his attention. He acts like a divine sovereign, but his mana capacity is terrifying. Believe that? I would dump a cleansing torrent over his arrogant head. Eugene remained entirely silent, plunging into deep analysis. The lingering shadows of suspicion were multiplying since his final departure from Gelferdik. Unwanted fragments of their past conversation violently resurfaced in his memory. My divine achievements will finally force Count Evergrow to bestow a title upon me. Join my vanguard, let us share the glorious spoils. Snapping back to reality, Eugene's focus sharpened to a razor's edge, a promised nobility. That ambition alone drove him to forcefully breach the dungeon's core. So why did the Evergrow clan alter their destiny so abruptly? Furthermore, the Gelferdik I knew would never succumb to a fleeting urge for monster slaughter. He wasn't reckless. Suddenly, a panicked scream shattered the village's peace. Look, up there! Eugene remained deaf to the chaos, locked in spiritual deduction. Even burning with impatience, Gelferdik would prepare an elite vanguard before charging blindly. The hysterical chanting of terrified masses shattered his intense concentration. Messia descends. Before the altar stood an ancient, crazed prophet. When the crimson eclipse devours the moon, the goddess of triumph will awaken in blinding fury. Her form will annihilate this realm. Pandemonium erupted as villagers violently collided. The true cataclysm had begun, Eugene realized. Demonic tremors near the abyss were already slaughtering spirit beasts by the dozens. And with a master cultivator vanishing into the rifts recently, Miriam pointed her slender finger through the chaotic throng. Hold on, isn't that the pointy-hatted mage they mentioned? The lunatic elder roared. Spill pure blood at the abyssal gates and offer sacred flesh as tribute. Only then will the supreme Messiah spare this. Cursed earth! The frantic crowd spiraled into absolute despair. Heavens, what do we do? A demonic cult? Miriam? Eugene's eyes widened. What sort of demonic script is this? His brows furrowed. This village's aura feels dangerously twisted. A chaotic disciple tossing scattered parchments roared, charging straight at Eugene. The heavens unleash their wrath. Submit! Snatching the scroll, Eugene deciphered the text. Earthquake slaughtering demonic beasts near the labyrinth. Did the labyrinth's seals shatter, unleashing those fiends? If true, why Gelfred? Eugene spun around, his aura flaring. We march to the labyrinth immediately. She stared in pure confusion. Why, master? A shadowy cultivator stepped forth, smirking. 3 days is too long. We shall hunt him down. First, let us eradicate them all. He brushed past, a sinister chuckle grazing Eugene's ear. Oh, I never expected to encounter a bloodkin here. Shaken to his core, Eugene snapped his gaze back. The rogue visage, obscured by a torn veil, sneered. I thought the Holy Crusaders completely eradicated the blood immortals across this realm. Hearing this, Eugene's meridians froze instantly. To think they brazenly parade under the sun, like sovereign emperors. Eugene seized his garments, forcefully dragging the interloper into the shadowed alleyways. Meanwhile, the seated mortals outside chanted forbidden rumors. The Savior descends. Have faith. Eugene slammed his captive violently against the stone, choking out a pained gasp. Eugene's crimson pupils ignited the darkness, his killing intent overflowing. Reveal your true identity. How did you perceive my nature? Speak instantly, or your neck snaps. Suspended in midair, she thrashed wildly. Wait, release me, and I'll confess. Cold sweat drenched her pale features. Choking, she wheezed. I am the. Second those words fell, his bloodthirsty aura faded. A crimson phantom manifested. Miriam floated nearby, arms folded, tilting her ethereal head. That bloody phantom felt nostalgic. Suddenly, its jaws unhinged, screaming into the void. Miriam darted forward, projecting a spirit barrier. Master, halt! Destroying her ruins our destiny. The entity shrieked, making Eugene shift his piercing gaze. She wields mana! Miriam frantically waved her phantom limbs, screaming out. The Ramari clan, an ancient magic sect eternally bound to serve the immortal bloodline. Eugene turned back, his grip unconsciously tightening. Serve who? Emitting a pathetic wail, she instantly lost consciousness. A heavy silence descended, briefly, until he muttered. Her spirit faded. The realm shifted. Inside a chamber, she gripped her windpipe, hacking. Violently, she roared, why strike before seeking the truth? Who interrogates with such brutality? Eugene diverted his gaze toward the settlement. My deepest apologies. Miriam manifested, fuming. Ch! What a venomous tongue. The mage shielded. Her lips, coughing up stagnant ki. Allow my formal introduction. I am Cyranoa Ramari, disciple of the sect serving blood immortals. Our sensory arts easily detect your kind. Meeting a supreme Night Lord is my highest honor. I am also seeking Lord Eugene under Prince Jevon's imperial mandate. Eugene pondered. So she is the spellcaster Jevon spoke of. Cyranoa Ramari stuttered. The prince claimed Lord Eugene and Gelfriek shared a sworn brotherhood. True. Eugene's aura darkened, remaining Sievely, mute. That fool's lips. Once found, I'll obliterate his soul entirely. She bowed deeply, averting her gaze. I joined the vanguard conquering that abyss before he vanished. Miriam's spirit froze. Eugene demanded, recount every single detail. Of that exact moment. Ramari bowed her head in submission. Understood. I required core materials from those demonic beasts. Thus, I joined Count Evero's extermination crusade. The Everglow Labyrinth houses legendary perils, yet generations have bled for a century to purify all but its pinnacle stage. Consequently, cultivators breached the entrance without hesitation, though blood still painted the floors. Marching into the abyss, the very earth violently convulsed. The vanguards roared, formation, a dimensional tremor. Instantly, a cataclysmic detonation shattered the labyrinth's core. Without warning, the very foundation. Anchoring my stance disintegrated, plummeting toward death, a powerful grip clamped around Cyranoa Romari's wrist. The mighty lord, Gelfric, guarding our retreat, plunged into the endless void to spare my life. By his ultimate sacrifice, I miraculously escaped the ordeal, awakening much later. But surviving troops unleashed their fury. Which fool dared unseal such a cursed heavenly gate? The masses falsely blamed Lord Gelfric for unlocking the Zenith realm, triggering the apocalyptic quake. Lord Gelfric preserved my life. I was honor-bound to relay this to Lord Eugene. After all, Eugene remains his ultimate confidant. Who could have foreseen his supreme bloodline? Eugene tilted his chin, his mind racing with cultivation theories. Prince. Jevon's tale clashes violently with reality. Eugene averted his piercing gaze. Did the royal deceive me, or did shadows spread? Illusions? Cyranoa suddenly cut the tension. However, during that descent, I witnessed an anomaly. Deep within that abyssal trench where Gelfric vanished, a colossal demonic eye was mysteriously etched into the void. Eugene sensed a profound anomaly, questioning the cursed mark. She hastily bowed. Indeed. Lord Eugene, do you still possess that demonic scripture? The fanatics scattered? His aura darkened, recalling that cursed eye. A sinister memory of the mark branded on the sea paper, a perfect match to his vision. Below it, an ominous cavern appeared while fanatic zealots screamed, "Worship! Adore! The Messiah descends. Offer your flesh and blood in absolute devotion to welcome his supreme reign. He shall deliver absolute salvation." A zealot tore back his hood, exposing a deeply twisted smirk. The awakening approaches. Meanwhile, his loyal servants confirmed the ritual supplies. Mercenaries and elite knights stood ready. Roars of anticipation echoed. We strike. Now. Sir Eugene, your thoughts? Are you thrilled to conquer the abyssal dungeon? They sneered relentlessly, just praying they wouldn't be hauling corpses home today. Bah! That man refuses to fall easily. He let out a booming laugh, and of pure arrogance. Truly, Galretic held absolute authority. Eugene watched quietly, his mind calculating, desperate to breach the deadly labyrinth immediately. Discovering that Galretic's vanishing was no mere coincidence, he had to track this bastard shadow. You patiently waited 3 weeks. Surely 3 more days. Means nothing. Suddenly, Galretic emerged with an imposing vanguard. Honored greetings, Sir Eugene. Sir. Eugene, behold the Evergrow Abbey's holy vanguard. Marching alongside a legendary champion of the light is our absolute honor. Your selfless sacrifice moves our very souls. By divine decree, let us forge into battle together. Miriam playfully mocked her vampire lord. Pure faith indeed. Eugene just stood completely speechless. Just survive then. Suddenly, a nearby mercenary barked a harsh laugh. Divine lapdogs rarely bestow such praise upon a lone warrior. Sir Eugene might ascend as a paladin, right? A scowl formed. A vampire becoming God's sword? Lugit sneered, his hostile facade burying dark secrets. Eugene's irises flared, crimson, piercing him silently. The massive gateway groaned open, beckoning them into hell. Eugene calmly commanded, "Step aside for a second." The lackey nodded. Commands echoed. "Halt the march. Maintain strict formations. Only hydrate and lock back into position." Miriam gazed around, her eyes starry. "Master, this domain is absolutely breathtaking." Eugene scanned the architecture. This defies all known abyssal logic. It feels engineered for survival, with precisely calculated monster spawn rates. Even in the direst scenario, someone could bunker down and endure endlessly. Just then, Lugitz declared loudly, "What a magnificent sanctuary for lurking evil. Incredible craftsmanship, don't you agree? Not a single casualty so far." Lugitz pondered the distance to Galretic's vanishing point. He scoffed. "Restrain your impatience. Didn't you swear your faith in Galretic?" Eugene leveled a deadly glare at Lugitz, heavy with killing intent. Lugitz smirked arrogantly. "But right now, your life belongs in my hands. We of Evergrow have memorized every deadly snare here." He questioned sharply. "Then why do corpses pile up every expedition?" Lugitz chuckled darkly. "Mere collateral damage. Consider them necessary blood offerings for our survival." Eugene tensed, a chilling wave of dread washing over him as they breached the deeper maze. Phalanxes of holy knights scattered, aggressively mapping the treacherous shadows. Suddenly, violent tremors ruptured the stone floor. "An earthquake!" Lugitz roared. "Brace yourselves! Defensive formations! The labyrinth is mutating. Eugene locked a predator's gaze on him. This way, Lugit signaled desperately, toward a shattered cavern wall. As the masonry violently rearranged, he revealed an escape route, a hidden upper pathway. Through the dust and chaos, panic erupted. Sir Eugene, it's collapsing. Yet Lugit stood perfectly still, radiating sheer arrogance amidst the destruction. Eugene stared, his mind racing with lethal suspicion. Explain this shortcut. In a flash, a sinister grin twisted Lugit's face as the heavy stone gates sealed. Right. As the trap snapped, Lugit triumphantly declared Eugene's doom. Instantly, the shifting labyrinth ground its gears, releasing demonic shrieks. Vicious mana storms erupted around Eugene, crushing the very oxygen. Wait, what? His brows knitted fiercely, realizing the truth. This tremor was artificial. We just walked straight into his premeditated death trap. But what? Is his endgame? A blood-curdling scream tore from Sinoa Ramari's throat. Her eyes bulged in pure, unadulterated horror. At the grisly sight, Eugene froze. A butchered, bleeding figure hung crucified on thick timber. Impossible, Galretic. Eugene's aura detonated. He launched himself upward, propelled by pure wrath. Seeing that withered, broken form crucified above sent sheer agony through his chest. Witnessing his comrade's drained state shattered his composure. Crimson eyes flared. A pulse! He's alive! Immediate. Healing might pull him from death's grip. Master, Miriam hissed frantically. Something evil is lurking. It's unnatural. An abyssal presence has been slithering far below us. Out of nowhere, a violent phantom gale struck, a torrential gale throwing them off balance. Cyranoa Ramari gasped, her eyes wide. What is this abnormal wind? A murky, crimson sphere of chi materialized above. It ignited, revealing blazing pupils piercing through the void. In that split second, the beast vomited a foul tide of blood flame aura, suffocating the air with decay. Its massive limbs thrashed violently against the earth, shattering the very ground beneath them. The duo stood paralyzed before this apocalyptic fury. Her face drained of color as she shrieked, "A minotaur!" Eugene roared at Cyranoa to shield Galretic. The monster's overwhelming physical realm power blasted boulders into the sky. Eugene dashed forward like lightning, his explosive footwork tearing the terrain apart. Only his supreme agility allowed him to evade that fatal strike. Eugene's piercing gaze locked onto the Minotaur's martial stance. Driven mad by bloodlust, the Titan erupted, unleashing a devastating wave of infernal chi that knocked him completely off his feet. He was violently launched skyward. Grunting in agony, even Cyranoa was swept away by the turbulent spiritual pressure. The Minotaur unsheathed its colossal greatsword, surging with an ominous radiant aura. That towering mountain of flesh wielding such steel emitted a suffocating, bloodthirsty killing intent. Clinging to the cavern wall, Eugene screamed, "Hold on, what is your next move?" Those murky crimson eyes locked onto him with absolute malice. One swing of that titanic blade cleaved the earth itself, violently shaking the cavern. To their absolute horror, Galretic's physical body, still bound to the pillar, was utterly pulverized. Witnessing his comrade's brutal demise, Eugene's face twisted as he ground his teeth. Blazing with wrath, channeling his entire inner chi against the stone, he shot forward like a cannonball. He desperately reached out toward Galretic's remnants. His gaze burned with a deadly resolve to end this instantly, but a sudden magical barrier manifested, completely paralyzing his movements. His expression contorted with rage as he roared, "What the hell are you playing at?" Cyranoa simply whispered in a chilling tone, "Sir Eugene, that is a minotaur, an apex predator of the highest cultivation tier. Even a noble bloodline would face certain death." In that instant, Eugene bared his fangs, eyes erupting with pure killing intent. His blade instantly pressed against her throat, before slowly returning to its scabbard. "You dare?" Cyranoa shuddered, murmuring, "Forgive me, Sir Eugene, but I refuse to watch our only hope throw his life away. Clashing with that Titan directly is nothing but suicide. To avenge Sir Galretic's soul, you must suppress your emotions and calculate. But wait, why was this beast hiding here? Is the dungeon's spatial realm truly this expansive? I only sensed low-tier cyclopes before." Mid-argument, the grand seal behind them slowly parted. A blinding light poured through, followed by an agonizingly arrogant voice. Well, who knew the sorceress wielded such high-tier earth arrays? You only survived thanks to my grace. I assumed you were merely a pathetic illusionist." Lugit stepped forward, his piercing gaze and deeply mocking smirk dripping with absolute superiority. Lugitz burst into maniacal laughter. Heavens, I never anticipated such profound earth mastery. Come now, you did not honestly plan on rescuing that trash, did you? Cyranoa stammered. It was too sudden. Without warning, Eugene's bulging, ki-infused arm seized Lugitz by his pristine robes. So, it was your doing. His eyes radiated murderous frost. You broke Galretic's cultivation core. Lugitz simply sneered. My, I saw how deeply Sir Eugene yearned for his comrade. I merely arranged a bloody reunion. How exceptionally barbaric. Lord Lugitz slowly traced Eugene's quivering forearm, but abruptly his arrogant pupils constricted as he glanced sideways. Eugene violently ripped his grip away from the noble's grasp. Cyranoa's eyes dilated in absolute sheer terror as she screamed. Eugene coldly pressed on. That violet aura radiating from your meridians. That stolen chi is not your own, is it? Cyranoa gasped. That stigmata, it is a forbidden parasite array, created solely to share spiritual energy between mortal cultivators. But wait, once they siphoned demonic beast cores, the heavens completely outlawed its existence. Lugitz coldly cut her off. Forbidden arts? Pathetic mortal semantics. The elders simply fear absolute power. I refuse to accept their hypocritical heavenly decree. Why must we kneel? When the apocalypse swallows this realm, my divine will shall guarantee our survival. Lugitz's expression twisted maliciously, as Eugene interrupted. So, you parasitized a beast's strength to slaughter Galretic, masquerading as a supreme master to feed your ego. Insolent insect, allow me to demonstrate the abyss between our realms. Instantly, a torrential crimson aura exploded from his core. Two titanic killing intents clashed, shaking the void. Cyranoa trembled inwardly. This spiritual pressure is suffocating. How can a plashed bloodline possess such catastrophic domain power? Lugitz's posture reeked of absolute, unshakable arrogance. His stance was completely overbearing. His wrist flickered like a phantom, aiming a lethal palm strike at Eugene. A flawless, deadly martial technique. Lugitz's palm struck his chest perfectly. The demonic rune on his hand flared brilliantly. A pity for you, I never retreat from death. Suddenly, the spatial array shattered, leaving both Eugene and Cyranoa suspended over the abyss. He laughed maniacally. I warned you. I master every array in this dungeon. Lugitz's eyes burned with madness. Now, drown in the abyss. Eugene grimaced and roared at the descending threat. Beneath Sinoa Ramari, a brilliant spell formation suddenly ignited. Beneath her, trembling steps. Arcane runes pulsed. Eugene pivoted instantly, launching himself straight at Lugitz. His eyes burned, with killing intent, knuckles turning white around his sword. All hesitation vanished. His flashing steel violently tore through Leet's guard. The enemy glanced at his bleeding face, but before a single breath could pass, Eugene's weapon shattered completely. Leet scoffed inwardly. They called you strong, but that strike surpassed all my calculations. In a direct clash, my victory isn't guaranteed. Sparing Galfredic to use as a living snare was a brilliant move. Finally, the ultimate tribute will be paid. The ancient arrays began slowly, fracturing into dust. Eugene's spellcasting was completely sealed. Sinoa panicked. Hold on, where are you running? Terror consumed her expression as she hastily retreated. What twisted trap is this? I should have feigned ignorance and walked away. Why did I drag myself into this nightmare? Suddenly she paralyzed, staring into the abyss. Shadows crossed her face while holding Galfredic tight. Eugene demanded, Can you heal him? Sinoa choked. My path does not include restoration arts. Eugene's tone turned freezing. That is unacceptable to my ears. She stood, paralyzed by his terrifying aura. Instantly, a blood-red whirlpool erupted beneath them. I will try my hardest, Mirian cried in panic. Master, I scouted everything. There is zero escape. Eugene coldly declared no barrier was unbreakable. He muttered, Indeed, this realm acts as a death trap sealed at the dungeon's very core. Mirian spoke with heavy dread. Master, hear my warning. Despite this domain overflowing with vast aquatic spiritual essence, my elemental authorities are completely suppressed here. The spirit stared ahead, locking eyes onto the murky depths, trembling while surveying the suffocating gloom and the luminous stairs piercing the walls. Are those the same beasts we witnessed in the deep underground? Eugene questioned her elemental failure. She answered, By heaven's laws, I only bend the blood of fallen corpses. The master of this crimson tide still breathes. Instantly, an apocalyptic aura surged from the bloody depths. An abyssal beast violently tore its way to the surface. Eugene planted his feet, showing zero terror before the looming titan. Sanoa Ramari, desperately pumping life force into Galfredick, gasped in absolute shock. Eugene roared, "Mirian, force open a path to freedom." She obeyed instantly. "Yes, master. Be warned. Standing before you is an ancient demonic sovereign." Eugene's eyes grew heavy, glancing back at the paralyzed Galfredick. His strategic focus locked onto the true threat. That monstrosity had to die first. Exploding with aura, he dashed forward. The fiend's colossal hand swiped through the air. Embracing the chaos, Eugene discarded all hesitation, clenched his jaw, and vaulted into the sky, gliding above the sanguine waves. His lethal edge viciously cleaved into the monster's flesh, but Eugene froze in horror. His trusted blade had exploded into iron dust. The Demon King roared wide, an archend, apocalyptic beam charging in its throat. A massive backhand swatted Eugene away like an insect. Fresh blood sprayed across the scarlet pool. Catching his balance midair, Eugene snapped his fierce gaze backward, biting through the pain as he rode the shockwave to launch himself higher. He practically danced upon the liquid surface. His footwork flowed like water, continuously, evading destruction. The titanic demon sovereign rampaged relentlessly. Eugene scowled at his broken hilt. A mortal weapon could never pierce that demonic hide. Suddenly, ancient chi resonated from his battle gear. Crimson lightning began to forge a new spiritual edge. His features sharpened into a deadly glare, entering a combat stance. This makeshift energy blade must suffice. His eyes locked onto his giant foe. His calves exploded with force, dodging another strike. With a severe expression, his predator instincts analyzed the beast's defenses, shifting angles for a fatal counter. But without warning, his muscles locked tight, paralyzed by agonizing internal damage. This sovereign of hell was a virtually invincible nightmare. It bombarded Eugene with merciless blows. His spine violently crashed against the cavern stone. Corrupted purple aura violently erupted around the demonic tyrant's colossal form. Sinoa desperately poured her spiritual essence into Galfredick. She stared upward in absolute terror, crying out wildly, "Sir Galfredick, awaken! Your comrade faces death." Eugene gritted his teeth, forcing his broken body to rise. Following her scream, a fresh line of blood dripped down his chin. This superior realm beast possessed catastrophic might. Its demonic eyes flared with wrath. Locking onto its prey, the sovereign's massive arms stretched forth to cast a deadly spell. Channeling abyssal energy, the fiend prepared an apocalyptic strike. Eugene's pupils constricted at the monster's casting motion. Those evil eyes flashed with chaotic intent. A devastating spear of crimson light blasted toward the helpless healer. Eugene threw his battered body directly shielding Sinoa Ramari to absorb the fatal impact. She watched the impending doom in utter despair. "Lord Eugene." His expression hardened as he, gasping for air, he forced his head up. Eugene's battered body shook violently. This chilling dread had plagued his soul for decades. The massive palm crushed down relentlessly. Yet, staring death in the face, Eugene's eyes held zero fear. Then why? Why did this agony eclipse his darkest past? His entire being felt drowned in a suffocating abyss. The crimson rivers painted across his face poured endlessly. Before his blurring vision stood the absolute despair of Cyranoa, Ramari, and the lifeless form of Galfredick. Why wouldn't his comrade wake up? Suddenly, amidst the chaos, heavy eyelids finally flickered open. Galfredick's gaze stretched wide with pure shock as he spotted Eugene. Ramari's trembling eyes reflected nothing but absolute despair. There, Eugene crashed into a massive crimson lake. It was a slaughter. The legendary knight's body had been brutally skewered by the ancient beast's overwhelming power. Ramari froze in sheer terror. Even a true noble vampire couldn't survive against this nightmare. All hope was entirely shattered. Looming above, the colossal beast unhinged its jaws, channeling devastating energy. Is this where their journey ends? Ramari clamped his eyes shut. Bitter tears of total defeat cascaded down. "Please forgive me. Master, your useless disciple will cross the river first." But suddenly, a frail voice pierced the silence. Sir Eugene, startled, he glanced down. Galfredick was actually awake. He violently hacked up a sickening pool of dark blood. His breaths were agonizingly shallow. Damn it all. You were crippled because of my weakness, Romari panicked. We are dead next. Escape. Immediately. But Galfredik dragged his shattered body upright, outright refusing. He gritted his teeth in pure self-hatred. That rat Lujits manipulated me to trap Sir Eugene. He was the true prey all along. I only became a burden to my hero by arrogantly claiming the title of his closest friend. Galfredik convulsed with another bloody cough. This tragedy happened because I remained utterly powerless. In that fleeting second, memories flooded his mind. Their destined encounter could have faded like a passing shadow. However, when Eugene became his ultimate shield against death, that mountainous aura and unbreakable spirit completely bound his soul. From that very heartbeat, he swore to forge an eternal pact. He craved the ultimate strength required to proudly stand at his master's side. But fate was cruel. The beast suddenly raised its monstrous claw, manifesting apocalyptic energy. Yet, Galfredik stood entirely fearless. It matters not. My path ends here, Romari screamed. Wait, Sir Galfredik. But ignoring the desperate pleas, he violently shoved Romari behind his back. I beg your forgiveness, Sir Eugene. A torrential storm of lethal spikes erupted. Eugene lay completely paralyzed. The deadly shadows engulfed Galfredik, yet a peaceful smile formed. In my next life, I shall wield a sword as your loyal knight. Right then, an ominous force stirred. Eugene's eyes snapped open. His pupils, stained crimson, mirrored his beloved comrade's execution. Time froze. His hollow gaze locked onto the devastating nightmare, while his broken vessel remained petrified. Galfredik's sacrifice shattered his mental seal. Eugene ground his fangs as they brutally elongated, gleaming with lethal frost. An apocalyptic aura detonated from his core, obliterating the atmosphere. The crushing gravity forced a suffocating gasp from Romari, who trembled violently. Eugene rose like a demon god, his bare hands effortlessly pulverizing the massive spikes piercing his flesh. Crimson waterfalls poured out, only to be instantly devoured by his awakening energy. Sinister blood-red aura forged itself into terrifying living armor. His irises glowed with pure massacre. In a literal heartbeat, he completely vanished. He blitzed the towering titan with godlike velocity, delivering a catastrophic slash that violently severed its colossal limb. The ancient beast's gigantic eyes practically bulged with absolute shock. Executing a flawless mid-air rotation, the awakened vampire descended upon a shattered stone pillar. Below, a terrifying ocean of gore spiraled like a demonic vortex. Eugene's existence had evolved. His hollow scarlet eyes burned, thoroughly consumed by pure, unstoppable madness. Romari suffocated from the immense pressure. What is that aura? His biology is mutating. The behemoth swung its devastating axe, using its surviving limb. Eugene didn't flinch, blasting forward with an apocalyptic, murderous glare. An utterly astounded Romari witnessed the entire battlefield's blood actively bowing to Sir Eugene's will. This defied all known vampire logic. He breathed out a trembling chuckle. Master, today I witness a legendary awakening. Eugene extended his palm. The crimson tide and explosive aura violently merged, compressing into an apocalyptic sphere of pure destruction. He unleashed hell upon the Titan. The blistering crimson energy manifested as a divine spear, obliterating the beast's chest cavity in one devastating thrust. Suddenly, the grotesque eye on its torso violently snapped awake, following the fatal impact. But the crimson lake beneath them started bubbling erratically. Panic struck Romari as the giant blood pool rapidly evaporated. Sinister blood tendrils shot backward, coiling tightly around the beast's mutilated frame like demonic stitches. Romari cautiously crept forward to investigate. For a supreme labyrinth beast, its cellular regeneration was terrifyingly instantaneous. It mirrored high-tier restoration magic. Romari's pupils violently dilated. By sacrificing the blood pool to feed that demonic eye, the catastrophic hole sealed flawlessly. Witnessing this immortal resilience, he cracked the code. The cursed labyrinth weaponized fallen blood to grant the creature infinite life. Yet, ignoring Romari's terror, the maddened Eugene ruthlessly blitzed forward. Executing an aerial spin, he drove a devastating kick directly into the mutating, straight into the beast. Crimson vitality erupted instantly. The monster recoiled in terror, its eyes shattered. Following that devastating blow, Eugene touched down only to launch himself anew. Like a coiled spring, he rocketed upward, aiming to obliterate the retreating eye. Without a second of hesitation, Eugene danced around the abomination, raining down an absolute storm of merciless strikes, leaving no room for breath. Amidst the carnage, a terrifying truth dawned on him. The true lord of this maze was never the Minotaur. This entire cursed structure was built for humans to endure endlessly, and countless souls had vanished into its depths. Eugene suddenly deduced the horrifying reality. This colossal labyrinth itself was the very dark god they worshipped with blood. The beast thrashed wildly. Elsewhere, fanatical chants echoed, as the false god fumed, hungry to obliterate the realm. Only a legendary savior could halt this doom. Devotees fell to their knees, pleading desperately. Eugene attacked with furious, unyielding bloodlust. The heavy gates began to shut. "O Savior, descend now. Bestow your divine mercy. Purify this fallen land." Liet sneered with malice. "Yes, mighty deity, unleash your catastrophic wrath. I have broken your seal. Now heed my ultimate prayer." After a relentless barrage, the crimson pools evaporated. Even Romari shuddered in disbelief. The blood reservoir was completely dry. High above, the metallic sphere shifted, radiating a sinister purple, aura and crackling with violent lightning. Suddenly, a colossal pupil ripped open at its core. Simultaneously, the countless lesser eyes surrounding it blazed with demonic power. Massive, grotesque wings tore through the beast's spine. Right at its core, another massive pupil wrenched itself awake. An overwhelming tsunami of dark aura exploded from the creature, crushing the very air with suffocating pressure. With a thunderous flap, the abomination rocketed skyward. Romari screamed in terror. "Wait, where are you?" "Fleeing?" But the nightmare beast didn't pause. It blasted straight into the heavens, shattering the iron sphere and obliterating the dungeon's ceiling to breach the surface world. Romari went pale. A high-tier catastrophe escaping the abyss? He had never witnessed such an impossible disaster. What now? Then it struck him. A defenseless village was right above. Mirren soared closer, cheering brightly. "Eugene, you broke through." But looking upward, sheer horror froze his face. "What on earth? The ceiling is completely annihilated. Boulders rained down like meteors." Miran evaded frantically. "It is collapsing," he shrieked. "Eugene, we must escape this place." Yet, as he drew near, Moran choked on his words. An unfathomable aura bled from Eugene, who simply stood completely still. Before him, Galretic's corpse remained anchored, pierced by jagged thorns. Miran softly whispered his name. Eugene yet received silence. Slowly, he stepped toward his fallen comrade. Romari questioned in disbelief. Could a nocturnal predator truly grieve a fragile human? Eugene's piercing crimson gaze locked onto the shattered night. His trembling hand reached out, tracing the dried blood on Galretic's pale face. Romari's mind struggled to process this profound scene, pretending to be just another swordsman, concealing his dark lineage. Never before had a vampire forged such a bond with a human, especially one possessing such supreme, royal blood. Then, the unthinkable occurred. Eugene angled his head, unhinging his jaw as deadly fangs gleamed mere inches from Galretic's cold throat. Without hesitation, he sank his fangs deep. The strike was fatally precise. Above ground, the savage monstrosity vaulted into the sky, crashing down with earth-shattering force. Instantly, its corrupted aura flared like a blazing supernova. Right below the beast's armored core, twin demonic eyes snapped awake. High above, a sinister blood moon drowned the night sky, while clueless mortals below lived on, blissfully unaware of the doom. A solemn voice echoed through memory. "Eugene, do you know the legend of primordial vampires? Cyranoa once revealed that these primordials were absolute royalty, standing at the very pinnacle of the immortal hierarchy. At first, your aura deceived me, but witnessing this majestic awakening, the truth is undeniable. You are a supreme entity blessed with the ancient blood of a primordial." His expression darkened with grave caution. "There is a forbidden secret you must know." Cyranoa locked eyes with the vampire and declared, "A primordial monarch possesses the divine power to resurrect the freshly slain as absolute familiars." Shifting his gaze to the fallen knight, he bowed respectfully. Cyranoa then asked point blank, "You already know how to forge bloodkin, don't you?" Eugene kept his silence, his mind racing with ancient knowledge. "Obviously. Pierce the flesh, and channel my sovereign essence directly. Through my fangs!" Yet, a bitter memory surfaced as he finally spoke. "I attempted this ritual once, but the mortal's soul shattered under my overwhelming power. He became a mere disposable pawn." Cyranoa nodded knowingly. For fragile humans, total collapse is inevitable, he asserted with supreme confidence. But if it is the valiant knight Galretic, destiny could change. This is my master's forbidden lore. Cyranoa visualized the ancient truth. If a mortal possessing an unbreakable will accepts the divine nectar of a primordial monarch, their ego will survive the corruption. They might even awaken their mortal mastery anew. I believe this miracle is a gamble worth taking. He stared at Galretic with deep anxiety. The danger is his overwhelming pride. This forced immortal existence might feel like the ultimate dishonor. If his spirit rebels, he will inevitably turn his blades against us. Despite the warning, Eugene remained. He stood like a mountain, eyes locked on Galretic, deaf to Cyranoa. What is your will, Lord Eugene? Gallic lies. At death's door. He lowered his head, sensing Eugene's profound aura. My immortal lineage remains hidden, so I cannot foresee how this master views our bloodline clan. Memories of his past with Galretic surfaced, plunging him into absolute silence. He turned his back, ready to walk away. Is there truly no other path? Eugene suddenly closed the distance, opening his mouth to pierce the man's neck. He had to force the truth out. Instantly, a crimson spiritual hue enveloped them both. Suddenly, Eugene's Bowser eyes widened in absolute shock. His fangs were buried deep within Gelfric's flesh. What is this profound energy? The blood. Essence is flowing too fast. I cannot pull back. Eugene's pupils trembled in sheer panic. The ancient succession ritual has begun. His mortal vessel convulsed violently. A vassal is entirely bound to their master. Through this supreme blood pact, the vassal's very soul belongs to the sovereign, and their cultivation base merges with the master's. At this exact moment, the legendary succession was complete. A radiant spiritual aura erupted around Eugene and Galretic. Suddenly, he gazed upwards as divine streams of energy burst from their bodies. A devastating pillar of heavenly light formed applauding bodies. Massive array, piercing the very heavens. That blinding glow illuminated the entire mountain peak. Meanwhile, on the other side, hellfire consumed everything. Mortals scattered like ants in sheer panic, screaming, "Get out of the way!" Two men trembled in terror. Is that the beast horde? Fear-struck, everyone ran. The demonic realm is collapsing. Flee! A colossal worm suddenly manifested, unleashing a merciless slaughter upon the mortals. A grotesque fiend with a demonic eye on its chest emerged, reaching out to devour the weak. Lugjits observed from the shadows, muttering, "The destined hour has arrived." He sneered maliciously, anticipating the moment he would reap his divine rewards for feeding the abyss. Lugjits stood at the apex, coldly watching the mortals perish. These foolish mortals will never realize this apocalypse is merely a grand stage set by me and the demonic sect, he thought cruelly, as the village's despair peaked under the demonic bull's rampage. I shall descend from the heavens and slay the beast. A hand marked with a sinister purple curse seal appeared. This is the supreme power granted by my blood pact with the abyss. Exploiting mortal frailty, the deeper their despair, the more they crave a god's salvation. I will ascend as their absolute savior. Imagining these ants kneeling and begging, Lugjits unleashed a wicked grin. Die faster, and let your despair thicken, because then, my worship as a divine deity will only multiply. At that exact moment, countless savage demon beasts swarmed the area, slaughtering everything in their path. A young boy stumbled, crashing hard into the dirt. His mother screamed in pure terror. The boy laid upon the blood-stained earth in agony, weakly crying out, "Mother!" But a demonic wolf lunged from the shadows, stretching its massive jaws to devour its mortal prey. The mother and child embraced, accepting their cruel fate. Suddenly, a devastating martial strike slammed the beast, sending it crashing through the earth. Eugene descended like a war god, obliterating the beast in an instant. His terrifying claws violently ripped into the demonic wolf's maw. With a thunderous kick to its lower jaw, he used overwhelming physical strength to force the creature into submission. The survivors stared in absolute awe, as if a heavenly immortal had descended to grant them salvation. Lugjits froze in sheer disbelief. Eugene? How did that bastard survive? He watched Eugene effortlessly exterminate the demonic wolf, thinking, didn't the demonic bull devour his life essence and awaken? Lugjits was so terrified he covered his own mouth to suppress a pathetic scream. I offered his soul as the ultimate tribute to the abyss. He should be entirely erased. How could he return? Completely unscathed? Did he experience a legendary breakthrough at death's door? Lugjits narrowed his eyes, rapidly assessing the threat. If true, Just what terrifying background does this cultivator possess? Lugyits glared maliciously, recalculating his master plan. If he truly broke through, what terrifying lineage does he wield? Duke Lugyits, are you aware your sins caused this heavenly tribulation? Eugene smirked coldly, declaring, well, it matters little now, for I shall extinguish your soul right here. Suddenly, the besieged spiritual tower violently split. Straight in half, Lugyits cackled madly, just as Gelfrake manifested with a bloodthirsty grin. Hey, didn't you desperately want to see this master? He slowly raised his terrifying demonic claws. Now, it is time to repay the bitter humiliation from martial tournament. Are you ready to bleed for your arrogance? Gelfrike roared, locking eyes with the false cult leader, Lugyits. The gargantuan beast leveled everything with a single devastating sweep. The mortals panicked, scattering like dust. Flee, facing absolute destruction, a lone silhouette stood unyielding. Eugene exploded forward, condensing a terrifying amount of profound energy into his palm, and unleashed the heavenly strike at the behemoth without hesitation. The fleeing mortals froze in their tracks, shouting, "Wait, is someone challenging that demon?" A majestic warrior clad in pitch-black armor, radiating crimson aura. Upon seeing his heroic stance, a villager cried, "Is that not the legendary knight, Yan Eugene?" The crowd erupted in victorious cheers. This time, he has descended to shield us. He survived the abyss. Our hero is risking his very cultivation to defend us. The mysterious young man with shadowed eyes suddenly, "Listen to me," he cried out in absolute awe. "He is our savior. The heavens have sent him to deliver us from despair." The legendary prophecy was real. Eugene gathered his explosive aura, aiming a devastating blow directly at the monstrous eye embedded in its chest. In a flash, his hand locked onto the horrific core. His fingers dug in ruthlessly. The demonic flesh twisted and violently expanded, reaching its breaking point, until finally, he pierced straight through its massive torso. The beast's life force shattered instantly. Amidst the blazing inferno, demonic blood erupted like a catastrophic crimson storm. Eugene stood perfectly still within the carnage, his eyes glowing with a menacing scarlet light. His majestic presence commanded absolute reverence. Meanwhile, with the colossal beast annihilated, the cursed sigil on Liet's hand dissolved into nothingness. He fell to his knees in agony. The fanatic cultists watched in absolute terror. Their false deity had fallen. Pure panic set in. "Run for your lives," Leget coughed up. "Black blood," his voice trembling. "Do not run. I still possess the divine power." He desperately raised his blade, screaming like a madman, "I am the supreme ruler of this new era." But Galfred stepped up, effortlessly catching the cold steel barehanded. With a mere flex of his aura, the weapon shattered completely. "Impossible," Galfred casually dropped. The broken shards, smirking down at the pathetic leader. "Is that all your so-called divine power can do?" Liet froze. Since when was this subordinate so terrifyingly strong? Suddenly, a godlike presence descended from the sky. Galfred immediately bowed, respectfully, declaring, "Master, I await your command." Eugene's voice was cold as ice. "Erase them all. Leave no survivors." The chilling absolute order finally broke Liet's sanity. "Curse you!" He scrambled away like a rat, but Galfred vanished and reappeared right behind him. Liet's mind spiraled into chaos. This cannot be happening. Ultimate power was just within my grasp. Galfred ruthlessly cut off his only exit, cracking his knuckles with a demonic grin. "Where exactly do you think you are going, false prophet? Your pathetic deception ends here." Liet let out a broken, hysterical laugh. "Monsters! Neither you nor Eugene are even human." Meanwhile, agonizing screams echoed through the burning ruins of the corrupted village. The monstrous threat was finally purged. As dawn broke, the horrifying truth of Liet's wicked cult spread across the Evergrow province. The battlefield was completely reduced to rubble, but the chaotic inferno finally died down. By the very next morning, Eugene was hailed as the supreme savior. Grateful citizens showered his path with a vibrant sea of flowers. Galfred's heart swelled with absolute loyalty. However, to Eugene, mortal praises meant nothing. He only cared about one thing. His loyal subordinate had survived the legendary awakening. Golden sunlight bathed their private quarters. Out of nowhere, Miriam threw her arms around Galfred, sobbing uncontrollably. "You absolute idiot! Do you know how terrified I was? I thought those beasts had burned you to ashes." Galfred awkwardly pointed at a floating presence. "Wait, what is that thing?" Eugene casually played dumb. Ah, you can actually see her now? He simply brushed it off as a persistent magical follower. Miriam puffed her cheeks in utter annoyance. Master Eugene, that is a terribly rude introduction. The tiny entity hovered upward, proudly, puffing out its chest. Listen well, I am the supreme water spirit, Cyranoa, she declared majestically. Though currently weakened, my spiritual form is visible. The spirit practically vibrated with ego, and as the master's very first contracted elemental being, I rank far above you lowly newcomers. But before she could finish boasting, Eugene effortlessly pinched her out of the air. He sighed. She talks entirely too much, but her magic is undeniably useful. Mere mortals cannot perceive her, but since your bloodline has awakened by my side, your spiritual senses are heightened. Eugene locked eyes with Galfred, his tone turning, dead serious about his new immortal vassal. Listen closely. From this day forward, you must strictly consume animal vitality. I can sustain myself on demonic essence alone. Do you understand? Galfred stared at his trembling hands, finally realizing his dark fate. Is this the curse of a nightwalker? He muttered. Must I hide from the sun forever? Miriam scolded him frantically. Obviously, you fool. You are a creature of the night now. Sunlight will vaporize your soul. But Galfred completely ignored the warning and boldly sprinted out the door. Let us test that theory. Miriam shrieked in absolute terror. Have you lost your mind? She braced for his fiery demise, while Eugene watched with intense curiosity. Yet, bathed in blazing sunlight, Galfred stood completely unharmed. He flexed his aura and smirked. See? Not a single scorch mark. Even Eugene was utterly baffled by this heaven-defying anomaly. Cyranoa crossed her tiny arms knowingly. He possesses the blood of a primal progenitor. She elaborated. Only low-tier bloodsuckers perish in daylight. Primal immortals are an ancient, terrifyingly supreme race. Walking under the sun is mere child's play for them. Since Galfred inherited the pure ancestor lineage, he is completely immune. Hearing this divine revelation, Eugene himself stepped into the blazing rays, lowering his protective aura to test his own immortal flesh of his palm. Yet nothing occurred. Eugene blinked in utter disbelief, a dead response. He scoffed, bitterly. All that agonizing cultivation for absolutely nothing. Suddenly, Galfred slung a heavy arm over Eugene, beaming like an idiot. You claimed you were a fairy, he teased. Now the truth is out. Why you always hid beneath a cloak and dodged my duels. Eugene sighed. Hiding my true immortal nature was the only viable path. Back then, Galfred smirked. No more excuses, friend. I expect to master some legendary techniques from you. From now on. Curiously, the system bound his tongue. Galfred stuttered, before Cyranoa sharply interrupted. You cannot speak his true name anymore. You must address him as master. He froze completely. What? Why? Cyranoa glared. Because your soul now belongs to his clan, Galfred scoffed. What kind of absurd hierarchy is that? Before this, blood pact, we were brothers in arms. Cyranoa merely shrugged. Do not argue with the heavens. That fateful night, amidst the slaughter, Eugene had pierced Galfred's veins to resurrect him. He was reborn, stripped of his mortal humanity entirely. It was the sole forbidden art to cheat death. Eugene issued a grim warning. The path of immortality brings endless karmic tribulations and danger. Sometimes, true oblivion is a mercy. Unable to face his comrade, Eugene slowly turned his back. Leave if you feel deceived. Dragging you into the darkness was just my selfish whim. Galfred stood paralyzed, processing this staggering revelation. As his savior stepped into the shadows, Galfred suddenly shouted, That stings! My pride, you know. Gritting his teeth, he forced his trembling mortal body upright. Human, immortal demon, or otherwise it changes nothing. You are my brother, and a mighty cultivator like you dragged me from hell. Eugene paused, glancing over his shoulder. Galfred grinned, embracing his new destiny. Did you think I was some ungrateful trash who ignores a life debt? A blood clan? Bring it on. I swear my absolute loyalty to you. Snapping back to reality, Galfred and Cyranoa were still clashing auras, but censoring his best friend's name felt utterly absurd. He groaned in absolute defeat. Whatever. Why even establish these rules? Eugene chuckled internally, pondering a dark thought. Should I seal his mortal lips forever? A sudden realization struck him, shattering the noisy dispute. Wait a second. Galfred blinked, his fighting spirit fading. My lord, what happened to the oddball with the bizarre yellow cap? Eugene cast a profound gaze toward the horizon. I dispatched them on a covert celestial quest. Whether they survived the ordeal remains unseen. Elsewhere, Jaban decoded the sacred parchment for Eugene. The St. Lagran Holy Abbey expressed profound gratitude to their savior. Thanks to your heavenly intervention, they eradicated a demonic sect festering inside their walls. The corrupt paladins had weaponized forbidden suppression crystals to forcefully break through their cultivation realms. Confronting the madness, he commanded the wicked souls to surrender. Exposing their dark rituals, Lord Eugene had the guild mercenaries shackle the traitors. But the immortal master grew weary of these hollow praises. Temple knights only move by divine mandate. For them to willingly march into the abyss is deeply suspicious. Eugene analyzed the demonic variables. With the looming apocalypse shrouding the mortal realm, whose divine will force them into that labyrinth? He looked utterly powerless against fate. The Evergrow clan sponsors that abbey, masking their operations in blinding holy light. If that demonic corruption had not been purged, my clan's supreme prestige would have been completely shattered. Simultaneously, Litz delivered the Evergrow Patriarch's utmost reverence to Lord Eugene. The mortal citizens worshipped Eugene like a newly descended god. He prayed the young master would accept their lavish banquets. Eugene crushed the offer instantly. Protecting the realm is its own reward. We depart now. Wait, Lietz begged. The Patriarch also blesses Lord Galfredic's miraculous resurrection. The heavens smiled upon your mighty party today. As the legendary group vanished into the mist, Jebin's face darkened like a brewing storm. Whatever dark plots he schemed remained hidden. Meanwhile, the tavern erupted in roaring cheers, toasting to Galfredic's return from the underworld. The guild buzzed with electric energy. We thought the Grim Reaper had claimed you, he laughed triumphantly. Thanks to the heavens, I stand before you. He proudly declared that his survival was entirely due to his supreme master. The mercenaries exploded with blazing fervor. Does this mean we finally crown Lord Eugene as our sovereign leader? Please accept our eternal loyalty. I refuse, Eugene stated without hesitation. Their mortal hearts shattered. Such a ruthless rejection. Yet, he secretly smirked. The ale tasted like ash. An immortal bloodline alters everything. Suddenly, Rabin narrowed his eyes. Lord Galfredic, your pupils reflect a strange demonic aura now. Did you awaken? What will happen in the labyrinth? The question gave Galfredic pause. Without warning, he snatched Rabin by his mushroom-like hair. So, you tagged along with the Abbey this time? Perhaps Partek flattered you too much. Rabin shot back. Never. Underestimate me. I am a full-fledged mercenary now. A proper mercenary, you say? The brown-haired warrior chimed in, amazed by how Eugene exposed the Abbey's hypocritical mask. When the report dropped, even Lord Jevon's face twisted. In absolute shock, Eugene smirked coldly. Oh? And what exactly do you think caught Jevon so off guard? Did the Abbey actually send us a heartfelt thank you note? The warrior gasped. Wait, do you mean Lujitz became a sacrificial pawn? Eugene's eyes narrowed. Precisely. I orchestrated it perfectly. My only command was for you to crush the Temple Knights. I never ordered a strike against the Abbey's leader. He explained. If we had slaughtered the entire Abbey, staining the Evergrow family's prestige, they would have weaponized our interference. But by leaving them an honorable exit, the noble family could wash their hands by simply executing Lujitz. The warrior stood, completely paralyzed by this masterstroke. Then, the only one making a move now is Jevon. At that moment, Eugene contacted Partek, who picked up instantly. Eugene commanded, Tonight, we must evacuate the Evergrow territory immediately. Move like shadows. Elsewhere, deep within a dense forest, a desperate band rode their mounts at a breakneck pace. The fleeing mercenaries pushed their limits. Panic gripped Rabin as he shrieked, Brother! Glard, we are completely surrounded. What now? Glard barked. Rabin, steady your mind. From the shadows, the assassin loomed, mounted. On a midnight steed, shrouded in pitch-black leather, it was Eugene. His aura radiated dark resentment. Even if Lujitz was a sinner, he was still Lord Jevon's prized territory knight. Jevon's pride bled because he could not execute the traitor himself, since Lujitz perished by Galfredic's blade. Eugene silently calculated. This was no simple deception. It was a fatal strike to Javan's supreme honor. Consumed by blazing wrath and a thirst for vengeance, Javan had sworn to shred Eugene's arrogant face. But as the assassin finally locked eyes with Eugene, his blood ran cold, mesmerized by an otherworldly beauty. In that fatal heartbeat of distraction, Eugene's deadly strike reaped his soul. Immediately, Eugene roared, "Halt your advance!" The warhorses violently bucked and skidded. The panicked ambushers suddenly realized they were the ones caught in a deadly trap. "Damn it all," their leader roared. "Fall back, regroup the rear lines." But his path was instantly blocked. "Where do you think you're escaping to?" Suddenly, booming laughter shattered the tension. "You are the ones. Surrounded here." The tables had turned completely. The hunters were now the cornered prey. Galfredick, brimming with deep awe, praised, "Flawless tactics, my lord. Your sword mastery has reached a terrifying new realm," he asked curiously. "Using a live blade on horseback to brace your core, a master-tier technique. Where did you acquire such martial insight?" Eugene replied, "Casually, I learned it from you." Galfredick blinked, stunned. "From me? When did I ever teach you that?" Eugene mused silently. It was the absolute truth. He remembered the exact moment his supreme bloodline fused with Galfredick's soul, downloading decades of legendary combat aura directly into his own mind. Suddenly, an uncanny phenomenon occurred. A mysterious, ancient voice echoed in his mind. The clan bows only to the sovereign. Even now, the source of that sovereign voice remained an absolute enigma. He constantly debated, is this a mere illusion, or the heavens' divine mandate? Then, an arrogant enemy sneered, "Lord Galfredick, after trampling Lord Jevon's honor, are you still acting so high and mighty?" Excully spat with venomous rage. "You ungrateful rat, he offered you a knight's crest. You were rotting in that dungeon, yet you shift the blame onto Lugjits." Galfredick's aura erupted with murderous intent. "You talk way too much." He mockingly sized the man up. "Oh? Excully managed to survive?" Unsheathing his roaring blade, he sneered. "I assume you're all prepared to meet your maker? I'll spare only one." Excully panicked, screaming in terror. "Wait, master, halt your blade, let us take them alive as prisoners." Eugene arched an eyebrow, intrigued. "Prisoners?" Galfredick grinned. "Sparing warriors who fought with honor is an ancient martial tradition. But the true motive hidden in his words was far more lucrative. Think of the ransom." Galfredick's eyes sparked with sheer greed. "We will be filthy rich." "However," he scoffed, refusing to show mercy, "as long as we don't sever their limbs, anything goes." The stoic warrior nodded blankly. "Understood. I'll leave their joints intact." Soon, pathetic, agonizing wails echoed through the woods. "Please, I beg you." Later, covered in blood and bruises, Galfredick beamed with pure triumph. "Jackpot." Pritzella rushed forward with a warm smile. "Lord. Eugene, are we truly establishing our base here? These prisoners are eating better than peasants." "Rest easy," Eugene smirked. "These hostages will easily fund our grand cultivation journey." Eugene nodded in profound agreement. "Excellent. Now then, as for our next move, squeeze Lord Jevon for ransom. They look weak, but these territory knights hold immense value." Pritzella gasped in shock. "To target Jabon, the Evergrow family's eldest heir?" Eugene then demanded, "I need you to reforge this heavenly armor." Pritzella stood utterly stunned. Not even dragon fangs could scratch this relic. Yet a mere iron rod had pierced its core. She nodded fiercely. "Consider it restored," Eugene casually ordered. While forging, craft a new immortal battlesuit for Gelfred. The knight's eyes sparkled. "My liege grants me a treasure?" Eugene smirked coldly. "Naturally. You belong to me now. Maintain a master's dignity, and your cultivation will soar." Gelfred thought. Following this supreme lord was fate. This was his true destiny. Pritzella smiled knowingly, realizing her merchant's intuition about this monstrous talent was absolutely flawless. Taming that legendary knight was impossible. Her mind spun with golden schemes. He constantly harvests mountains of high-tier loot and divine battle gear. Why not bind this premium client with a massive discount? She plotted silently, knowing his terrifying combat power guaranteed endless wealth. Leaning in, she whispered, "Lord Eugene, if I may pry, where will your blade strike next?" Eugene smiled fearlessly. "I shall ascend and conquer the deepest, most dangerous abyssal zones of this dungeon." Her eyes gleamed with ambition. "Cultivating supreme power demands vast treasures. I know a highly lucrative hunting ground. Shall we partner up, my lord?" Eugene's killing intent flared with interest. Meanwhile, a furious Jebon shattered. His iron table, useless trash. His demonic aura erupted, spitting venomous curses. His pathetic subordinates had failed utterly. These So-called elite guards were slaughtered by one man, leaving him humiliated and held hostage like a worthless dog. Recalling Eugene's terrifying gaze, Jaban trembled with wrath. He knew that monster surpassed Lugit's, but this overwhelming gap in power was pure nightmare fuel. His eyes narrowed darkly. Will I swallow this insult? Forgive the bastard who shed our noble blood. On my lands? Suddenly, a wicked realization sparked in his venomous eyes. He snatched a torn map from the floor, hissing, "Hold on." His wicked mind raced, tracing the ley lines. That arrogant hunter had only secured access through the Palin Merchant Guild's token. This meant his next slaughtering ground was a demonic abyss, locked into a contract with that very guild. Scanning the ancient coordinates, he found the active spiritual pact. A sinister, bloodthirsty grin twisted Jaban's face. The praised path was exposed. His finger locked onto a cursed dungeon, the cursed Philia ruins upon the Kaesbagan Peninsula. Later, a galleon cleaved through roaring waves. A loyal subordinate bowed. "My liege, heard the rumors? Whispers say the Kaesbagan Peninsula is entirely abandoned by the Holy Kaler Church's divine light." Gelfrid scowled deeply. Marquis Archibald, the tyrant who conquered those lands, worshipped forbidden gods. Was his bloodline not purged for his demonic atrocities? Indeed, leaving a lawless wasteland behind. Eugene's eyes flashed with predatory intrigue. A true chaotic realm? Gelfrid nodded fiercely. When that tyrant's empire crumbled, their cowardly bishop abandoned the flock, smirked with icy anticipation. Perfect hunting grounds. Gelfrid let out a booming, bloodthirsty laugh. Suddenly, little Mirren zoomed forward, shrieking in utter panic. "Supreme Lord, come quick! This pathetic blood wizard is perishing." Cyranoa collapsed on the deck, violently purging his mortal vessel. Gelfrid sneered with disdain. "Look at this fragile scholar," he mocked relentlessly. "Destroyed by mere ocean waves? A weakling should have remained on dirt." Cyranoa braced his shaking frame, forcing his spiritual energy to stabilize. "Drained of color," he gasped. "My absolute mastery of forbidden blood arts will undoubtedly elevate." "My supreme master's ascension," Gelfrid growled, releasing a heavy aura. "Drop the lies, Snake. Speak your true desire." Cyranoa confessed, "I require a mountain of high-tier demonic beast cores to forge an immortal chimera." Raising a blood-stained hand, he swore that birthing an abyssal beast was his sect's ultimate heavenly decree. Striking his chest with theatrical zeal, the mage declared, "Yet my absolute loyalty to Lord Eugene's path burns fiercely. I vow this upon my ancient bloodline's shattered honor." Eugene exhaled sharply. "Reeks of hidden motives." Gelfrid chuckled darkly. "My lord, this parasite fears being discarded." Cyranoa trembled, pointing a pale finger. "Speaking of motives, what of that elemental entity? A pure spirit bound to an undead fiend?" Eugene ignored the bickering, his mind already calculating limitless spiritual wealth. Harvesting treasures while grinding levels? Perfect. He glanced at Moran, smirking. "This little entity craves wealth just as fiercely." The spirit flared up instantly. "Insult me all you want, but pay. The tribute first." Gelfrid's booming laughter shook the deck. "Master, every warrior walking this perilous cultivation path holds secret agendas beyond merely basking in your supreme glory." He gazed toward the lower deck's fierce aura clashes. "Even those wandering mercenaries followed your overwhelming absolute power. Look at them grinding their combat arts. Burn your souls. Unleash everything." The crowd roared with bloodlust, igniting the atmosphere. A rugged martial artist threw his head back, laughing, with terrifying arrogance. "Pathetic. I'll crush you using only 2 fingers. Keep struggling, golden boy, until your bitter end." "What?" Galfridic tilted his head in sheer confusion. "Speaking of which, what is my liege's ultimate ambition? I've never heard you speak of it seriously." Eugene fell silent at those words. An ultimate ambition? He had exactly 2 absolute desires. His crimson eyes darkened with profound resolve. Horrific nightmares from his past life surged forward. "I must reclaim all. My shattered memories to understand my true origins, and devour the Crimson Demon Stone's power to ascend. I refuse to suffer a pathetic death like in my previous incarnation." Boiling hatred ignited toward the so-called Holy Knight who had slaughtered him, and the Absolute, fanatics of the Kaler Kingdom's central church. Those hypocrites ruthlessly exterminate our vampire bloodline. We can never drop our guard. Noticing Eugene's darkening aura, Galfridic's own expression turned heavily solemn. But a moment later, he burst into boisterous laughter, shattering the heavy tension. "You don't have to force yourself to speak, my liege. Truthfully, your grand destiny doesn't really matter to me. You granted me a second chance at life, Master. Galfredic grinned brightly. I am absolutely certain that an epic saga awaits us. Eugene blinked in mild shock. Is that really enough for you? Didn't you crave limitless wealth and glory? The knight answered without a single ounce of hesitation. This is true glory, to clash on battlefields, to bask in the warm sunlight while adventuring like this. What could possibly surpass it? If I had stayed dead, I'd miss this magnificent journey. I'd just be a restless soul wandering some abyssal underworld. Galfredic bowed with absolute reverence. Thank you once again, my liege. He offered a fierce, unyielding grin. Your divine will is my only path. Command me. No matter the hellscape we face, my sword is yours. Eugene remained silent, simply observing the boisterous knight at his side. Just then, Miron fluttered out of thin air, bubbling with boundless enthusiasm. Lord Eugene, Master, I absolutely adore shining gold, but serving you is a million times better. The spirit chirped eagerly. Though we will still hoard enough treasure to construct our glorious golden fortress, right? Sinoa cautiously raised her hand. I will offer my absolute best. The followers behind them roared in devoted agreement. Us too. True allegiance transcends mere wealth. Sinoa instantly dropped into a pitiful bow, begging shamelessly. Then please, grant me a few more beast cores. Eugene smirked coldly. Your reward depends entirely on your battle contributions. Drooping with dramatic despair, she coughed. Ahem, I shall try. Eugene exhaled a long sigh. What a headache. The flock of dependents under his protection was multiplying exponentially. Yet, his sharp eyes narrowed. How bizarre. A faint smile graced his lips. This chaotic burden felt rather heartwarming. Dawn broke over the bustling port city of Mopern in the Kazban Peninsula. Mercenary Captain Baron approached with his elite guards to officially present himself. Honor to meet you, Lord Eugene. The Palin Trade Guild's Mopern branch director dispatched me to welcome your esteemed presence. I am Baron, commander of the mercenary vanguard escorting you to the Bagalan barony. He pressed. Our expedition timeline is utterly brutal. Shall we depart immediately? Eugene's eyes flashed with absolute authority. Yes, lead the way. Together, they marched forward. The Bagalan barony was a rare cursed zone on the Kazban Peninsula where abyss-tainted devil dens were still actively spawning horrors. Baron detailed the grim reality. The monster waves had been so devastating lately that they hadn't slaughtered a single mid-tier beast. Eugene's aura spiked intensely. Is this the work of wyverns? The captain nodded grimly. Exactly. Those nightmarish abominations dominate the skies. They boast demonic cunning, launching terrifying ambushes to shatter our subjugation raids at any hour. They weaponize harpy swarms to exhaust us before diving in. Eugene smirked inwardly. Truly they are high-tier beasts. This is the perfect hunt to harvest a precious crimson demon stone. Meanwhile, Baron nervously advised that if they encounter mountain bandits, paying the toll fee is the smartest survival tactic. Eugene arched a freezing brow. What do mighty wyverns have to do with lowly human bandits? Baron forced a stiff, uncomfortable expression. He bitterly recalled the stern warning that arrogant old guildmaster had drilled into his skull. This knight was personally dispatched by Deputy Director Priscilla. Show utmost absolute respect. Understand? Baron inwardly groaned, agonizing that you never know with these pampered aristocrats. If this delicate noble gets slaughtered by mere bandits before reaching the devil den, it will become an absolute disaster. He covertly sized up Galfredic. That knight radiated monstrous strength, but Eugene just seemed like a fragile young master leaning entirely on his retainers for glory. Baron quickly backpedaled. Since your noble quest is purifying devil dens, slaughtering trivial bandits is entirely beneath. You have her air, you utterly useless, Baron sneered inwardly. Suddenly, Eugene yanked his reins, turning his warhorse and slowly advancing into the shadowed forest depths. Eugene issued a bone-chilling command. Galfredic, annihilate. The fearsome knight erupted forward. By your will, my liege, Baron gasped in pure disbelief. Wait, what? Instantly, Eugene leveled his lethal battle spear, locking onto an unseen target. With terrifying might, he hurled the spear into the seemingly empty thicket. The hidden ambushers stood absolutely paralyzed in mortal terror. Damn it! A cloaked bandit leader ground his teeth in blazing fury. Our stealth broke. Slaughter them. Yawning with sheer boredom, bloodthirsty assassins instantly flooded their vanguard. Baron clenched his jaw in terror. An elite ambush? How did this noble brat possibly sense their killing intent without a single ripple of aura? Eugene spurred his warhorse forward, declaring coldly, "Captain Baron, you better prove." "Don't abandon the carriage's defense," Baron screamed in absolute panic, desperate to halt his advance. "Hold on, Lord." "Eugene," he pleaded, "just surrender the toll fee. Provoking their wrath will only invite a meaningless slaughter." Eugene's gaze turned frosty with sheer irritation as he scoffed. "Your fear is entirely misplaced," he commanded. Instantly, "Move out, Galferdick." The loyal knight spurred his steed forward without hesitation. "Yes, master." Baron unsheathed his blade. "Curse it all. My instincts warned me." Watching the young master's departing silhouette, he spat bitter curses. Into the wind. What a foolishly arrogant noble. Meanwhile, Eugene grasped his blade, his eyes narrowing at its plighter o fortis. Spiritual craftsmanship, a truly exceptional artifact. Looming over the trembling thugs, his voice echoed like thunder. "Where did you acquire this treasure?" They collapsed, bowing their heads in terror. The bandit chief blubbered, "We looted it from a fool who robbed. The great Fairchild clan. Keep everything. Just spare our worthless lives." The entire pack groveled miserably, crying for mercy, willing to submit as eternal slaves. The party watched with profound revulsion. Staring at the pathetic boss, Eugene calculated, "There are far too many parasites here. The spirit stones required to feed you would be astronomical." The chief choked in. Sheer panic. "No food needed. We can survive on mere water." Witnessing Eugene's absolute ruthlessness, Baron shivered mentally. Terrifying power. He remembered how this youth had obliterated the region's most feared bandit sect in barely 48 hours. He truly lives up to the Palin Merchant Guild's Supreme Envoy title. The once proud boss now wept like a broken child. Baron scoffed internally. Before the villagers, this thug acted like a tyrant king, but now he grovels like a worm. Eugene broke the silence. "Fine. Our cultivation journey is delayed. Move out." His retainers flushed with awe. Suddenly, a terrified villager sprinted toward them, gasping, "Hold on, Lord Eugene. What is to become of the surviving bandit scum?" Eugene tilted his head, his aura cooling. "Explain yourself." The desperate locals cried out in anguish. "Are you not our heaven-sent protector? We prayed for salvation." Eugene met their gazes, a sigh escaping his lips as he remained stoic. Suddenly, Galferdick charged forward, clasping his master's shoulder with booming, triumphant laughter. "Ha ha ha! It is destiny. They wish to crown our liege as this territory's sovereign." Eugene blinked, genuinely stunned. "Excuse me?" In unison, the kneeling masses roared. "Our lands require an immortal master like Lord Eugene. Please, merciful sovereign." Staring at Eugene's towering presence, Baron's mind raced like lightning. Wait a second. Hasn't he already slaughtered every hostile cultivator on our path? A grand revelation struck him. This was a heaven-defying chance to serve beneath the banner of Bine. A peerless immortal master. Sprinting forward, Baron yelled, "Lord Eugene, how will you rule? May I offer counsel?" Glancing down at the captured scum, he advised. "The martial sect you annihilated ruled these lands through terror, yet your divine might crush them. Now they are mere slaves." Intrigued by this shifting fate, Eugene prompted him. The merchant quickly explained that this realm and its spiritual ley lines were finally cleansed of demonic beasts. With a single word, you could ascend as the Supreme Lord. Instantly, his contracted spirit, Miron, manifested upon his shoulder, her ethereal voice chiming with excitement. "Master, claim this domain. Ascend to the throne. Do it," she chanted, her spirit eyes burning brightly. Eugene weighed his karma. Worldly authority and influence hold value. Such secular power could beautifully counter the Central Church's growing shadows. However, finding the legendary Crimson, Demon Core was paramount. Would playing sovereign distract from his ultimate cultivation goals? Suddenly, a violent crash shattered his thoughts. A bloody disciple kicked the heavy courtyard doors wide open, screaming in sheer terror. "Lord Eugene, emergency!" Stumbling inward, he gasped. The captured trash broke their seals. They stole our spirit steeds and fled the perimeter. Frantically recounting the disaster, those rats concealed sharp key-infused scraps in their jaws to sever the binding arrays. Wheezing heavily, the scout revealed that during their vicious ambush, Raben took a devastating blow while delivering rations. "Master, avenge this humiliation." Instantly, every disciple's gaze locked onto Eugene's figure. "Will we hunt them?" His voice was dead calm. "I am calculating." Eugene coldly questioned the scout. "Partek." Were your meridians damaged? Taken aback, Partek flinched. Ah, it's trivial, my lord. Merely a flesh wound across my knuckles, the man stammered. This blood mostly belongs to Raben. A suffocating, demonic aura exploded from Eugene. You filthy rats dared to touch my subordinate. He marched out, murderous intent radiating from his every step. The camp froze in awe. Total annihilation was guaranteed. Why has the air turned to freezing ice? Is this killing intent? Galfredik rushed forward, his battle aura igniting. My liege, my blade thirsts for their blood. Eugene merely smirked, an icy smile. Hold your ground. Inform the elders that I officially claim this lordship. Now, heal our brethren. Galfredik's eyes gleamed with absolute worship. Your will is absolute? My sovereign, from this day forth you are our lord. Leaving his knight behind, Eugene vanished into the shadows alone, vowing to exterminate every last remnant by the roots. Meanwhile, a neighboring settlement burned in chaotic ruins. The flames. The village was engulfed in a raging inferno. Bring water, hurry! Yet, a callous group simply watched the flames, mocking. They plotted to raid the Philia ruins for wyverns. Mounted upon their steeds, these ruthless scoundrels leisurely hurled more blazing torches into the doomed settlement. Hailing from Marin, they cared only for their hunt, indifferent to death or destruction. The brutal leader smirked. Once that infamous Black Knight departs, this entire territory belongs to Lord Parnan. Spotting the desperate survivors, he barked, "Halt!" The savage warlord spurred his mount forward, roaring with pure arrogance. "Identify yourselves, you absolute scum," set our sacred church ablaze. A brave villager, desperately hauling water to fight the devastating inferno, spat back. "Since that glorious Black Knight slaughtered your bandit trash, the air here finally smells much sweeter. You dare defy me?" The brute unsheathed his blade, his aura dark. "From this moment forth, we are your absolute masters." He swung wildly. A merciless massacre began. "Any peasant who dares defy my will loses their head," he shrieked madly. Agonizing screams echoed. The scoundrels howled with wicked delight. "Once we conquer the mountain's silver mine, ultimate wealth is ours." Suddenly, Eugene descended. His fury was palpable. A silver mine? So that is why this entire region is overflowing with trash. The thugs charged in absolute panic. "It is him, the Black Knight." Eugene casually advanced through the terrifying carnage. He waded through crimson puddles, his overwhelming aura expanding. "You spill innocent blood and scurry away like pathetic rats? Is this the limit of your power?" Eugene glared down with utter disgust. Truly pathetic and entirely beyond salvation. The bandits scattered like frightened insects. "Kill that monster," they screamed. The once arrogant leader collapsed to his trembling knees. He begged pitifully, "Spare my miserable life. I surrender completely." But a merciless flash of steel silenced his pathetic pleas. A suffocating gasp, Eugene flickered like a phantom shadow. Another life extinguished. He granted absolutely no mercy. Desperate screams resonated. "He is a demon." Eugene effortlessly butchered the remaining trash. A devastating strike shattered ribs, painting the air crimson. His cold blade pierced through the wicked sinners with divine judgment. The slaughter ended. Eugene smoothly withdrew his legendary blade from the ruined husks. He exhaled a calm, frosty breath. His sharp gaze shifted. In the distance, the ruined settlement was still consumed by hellfire. The battered survivors desperately fought to suppress the chaotic inferno. Eugene stepped firmly into the light. "Fear no more." His deep voice resonated clearly. "I am Knight Yen Eugene. The vile scum that dared to desecrate Minton have been entirely eradicated." He stood imposingly. His mountain-like presence washed away their despair. He commanded them to rest their weary souls. "From this very moment, I shall become your shield." Suddenly, his instincts flared. He pivoted smoothly, dodging a treacherous, unseen projectile from the shadows. Eugene snatched the lethal arrow mid-air, gritting his teeth in pure irritation. His deadly gaze locked onto the dark trajectory. Staring into the abyss of the woods, his familiar whispered, "Master, this mana feels ominously strange." Eugene stepped forth, calculating. "I detect the oppressive aura of an elite beast from the abyss. Stay vigilant." Without hesitation, Eugene marched proudly inward. Plunging deep into the foreboding Delmongo woods, his eyes gleamed with absolute contempt. So, this is the pathetic ambush zone. Lurking in the shadows, Delmongo inspected the failed projectile and sneered viciously. What an utterly foolish, uncultured mortal trespasser. A baseborn mongrel with zero lineage. The vampire cursed with toxic pride. But instantly, Eugene manifested right before his eyes. Delmongo analyzed him, crimson eyes glowing with predatory malice as fangs descended. Eugene instantly unleashed a devastating crescent sword wave. The beast dodged fluidly, scoffing with pure arrogance. A half-blood vampire? How incredibly boring. He stroked his own face. A stray dog like you cannot fathom true power. That is exactly why you look so completely pathetic right now. Delmongo smoothed his hair back, oozing insufferable superiority. Witness, true despair. The ancient, frigid, noble blood courses through my veins. I am the great Delmongo. My word is absolute law. He unleashed a crushing dominance wave. Bow your head, mongrel. Yet, seconds later, Delmongo was smashed into the dirt, groveling and begging. He wailed that his treacherous heart deserved a silver stake for failing to recognize the absolute supreme being before him. Discovering Eugene was a primordial ancestor wielding a silver blade, he trembled violently. His entire bloodline faced total annihilation today. Eugene coldly reminded him that vampires were mere shadows in Nafaris, demanding fiercely, "Did your sire command this filthy treason against me?" "No, absolute ruler. Never," the pathetic beast cried out. Crushed by pure terror, he openly confessed his monumentally stupid mistake. He swore this rebellion was solely his own foolish ambition. Breaking down, the once proud noble wept tears of absolute despair. He shamelessly pleaded, "Spare my clan. Take my worthless life instead." It was a truly miserable, pathetic display of weakness. Observing this, his companion noted the strict vampire hierarchy. Creators were worshipped as absolute gods, a primeval law that Eugene mastered flawlessly. Radiating a suffocating demonic aura, he glared down coldly. "Give me one reason to spare you." Following that brutal strike, Delmongo shrieked in absolute terror. The vampire was entirely crushed by his overwhelming aura. Slamming his head into the dirt, he pledged upon his dark bloodline and his sire, Violenthness, to do absolutely anything for mercy. With eyes burning like hellfire, our protagonist tested the bloodsucker's resolve, demanding if he truly meant those pathetic words. Just then, Mirren questioned why he would use this creature to spread rumors. She scoffed in disbelief, highly doubting a treacherous nightcrawler like Delmongo would actually submit to his will. He calmly stated the blood oath ensured absolute loyalty. Still, she stayed on guard, warning that the dark knights were infamous for their arrogant cruelty. With a chilling smirk, he reminded her that he himself was a knight. Conceding, she couldn't shake her deep unease. Amused, he jokingly offered to bash his own skull in. Then, he completely brushed off her worries. This pathetic bat would obey, or face utter annihilation. Shaking her head, she muttered about his absolute ruthlessness. Crossing into uncharted territory, a voice suddenly echoed. Their loyal guide, Burn, announced they had finally arrived, pointing ahead. "Do you see the fortress up there?" Our hero gazed impassively at the massive stronghold, looming on the distant horizon. Burn bowed deeply, officially welcoming him to Baron Bagalan's domain. Deep inside, the arrogant Baron Bagalan scowled at a dispatch, shocked to discover the third vanguard was receiving completely unsanctioned reinforcements. This imposing noble with a heart of ice admitted to Eugene that his current predicament was rather politically messy. Lounging in his lavish study, he whined to the party about the heavy burdens of ruling with an iron fist and a tight coin purse. He sneered at our elite warrior, claiming that since his hands were entirely tied, the deadly burden would crash squarely onto Eugene's squad. Unfazed, our protagonist coldly demanded a massive increase in hazard pay. The Baron gasped in sheer disbelief. Eugene flawlessly justified his terms, exposing the Lord's two humiliating defeats. For this doomed third assault, a hefty payout was the absolute bare minimum. The greedy Baron froze, utterly paralyzed by such sheer, unadulterated audacity. Yet, his initial shock swiftly warped into a deviously sinister grin. Barking with laughter, he conceded that Eugene's infamous arrogance perfectly matched his legendary strength. Readily agreeing, he barked at his steward to forge a fresh blood pact. Soon, the enchanted parchment was offered to Eugene, promising his faction 50% of the spirit stones and battle loot. Our supreme conqueror accepted the terms with a chilling smirk, dryly mocking the noble's pathetic excuse for generosity. The Baron finalized their deadly deployment for tomorrow's dawn, a timeline Eugene flawlessly accepted. As our vanguard turned to leave, the noble casually promised a local tracker and a rundown barracks. Without a single backward glance, our hero strode away. The Lord stared in stony silence, brewing dark schemes, while Eugene, Galfrey, and Sereno, Romari vanished. Out in the courtyard, Part desperately asked for updates. Eugene flatly declared that zero allied backup would be joining this slaughter. Before Partik could panic over their suicidal numbers, Eugene smirked, revealing their massive gold reward. Part instantly raged against this deadly and unjust sacrifice, but the mighty Sir Galfredik shut him down completely, demanding absolute faith in their liege's godlike prowess. Overflowing with battle-hardened pride, he swore that their combined martial arts made defeat totally impossible. Blushing in deep shame, Partek backpedaled hard, swearing he never doubted Eugene's absolute supremacy. Drama resolved. Our legendary commander marched his elite forces out of the dingy barracks, charging straight toward the perilous death zone known as Philia. A rookie guardsman named Aide stared in awe as Eugene's vanguard geared up for hell. Nearby, pathetic grunts gossiped like cowards, openly scoffing at the incredibly tiny squadron. Yet Aide instantly recognized the legendary Obsidian Knight from Marin. He worshipped that unshakable aura, though his heart pounded with dread. This foreign hero had zero clue about the catastrophic wyvern threats lurking ahead. He deeply doubted the sheer madness of deploying such a skeletal crew, believing only an army could survive this. As Eugene's fearless party breached the fortress gates, their blood boiled with battle lust. Unable to suppress his gnawing terror, the young soldier watched the doomed march with trembling eyes. Then, his soul ignited with resolve. He dashed forward like lightning. Desperate to change their fate, he sprinted behind the cavalry, screaming for Eugene to halt. Miran caught the frantic noise, alerting Eugene to the pursuing mortal. Gasping for air as he intercepted their path, the boy swore he carried life-saving intelligence. Panting wildly, he pleaded for just a fraction of the Supreme Knight's time. Meanwhile, as shadows devoured the cursed Badlands, a far more sinister conspiracy hatched deep within the stronghold walls, painting pitch-black silhouettes against the bleeding crimson skies of the dying sun. Deep in the dungeons, a hulking beast named Sir Oleg ruthlessly hurled a dripping, blood-soaked burlap sack right onto the cold stone floor. The Baron, presenting a freshly slain demonic beast core, he knelt with overwhelming pride, declaring he had retrieved the ultimate prize for his lord. Baron Bagelin smirked sinisterly. He praised the warrior as his most devoted blade, inflating the knight's ego regarding his glorious troll-slaying achievements. As the imposing warrior puffed his chest, the Baron's gaze darkened, smoothly shifting to the true, blood-soaked purpose of their secret gathering. He presented Oleg with a deadly mandate, unveiling his venomous plot. An arrogant upstart had dared to cross him, and blood was required. The marked prey? Yen Eugene, the formidable commander of the Third Strike Vanguard. This accursed name left Sir Oleg completely paralyzed in shock. The Baron's voice turned to ice. Oleg was to ambush Eugene near the demonic realm's border, extinguishing his life if he somehow survived his current deadly expedition. Furious killing intent erupted from Oleg. How dare a mere insect disrespect his noble master? Blinded by overwhelming loyalty and blazing wrath, he aggressively accepted the blood contract. He vowed to sever Eugene's head for this supreme insult. Smirking, the wicked Baron generously tossed a heavy chest of gold coins, promising astronomical riches upon confirmation of the kill. For the avaricious knight, this temptation was absolutely irresistible. Meanwhile, Bagelin recalled the seemingly respectful missive he received from Yen Eugene. His sharp eyes effortlessly pierced through the false pleasantries, sensing the absolute disdain hidden beneath the ink. A vile smirk crawled across his face, erasing this troublesome outsider perfectly aligned with his dark ambitions, and he silently scoffed at how incredibly cheap a wandering warrior's life truly was. Far away, our main character's expedition forged ahead, completely oblivious to the shadow of death looming over them. They were bracing to breach the legendary ancient ruins of Philia, a forbidden territory dominated by nightmarish, colossal wyverns. The vast, unshielded landscape granted these airborne terrors an overwhelming tactical supremacy, constantly utilizing vicious harpies as expendable shock troops to bleed out intruders. Eugene acutely realized that charging blindly into this domain without flawless formations would invite absolute massacre. Yet, knowing these sky-dwelling beasts possessed frighteningly high intellect, his strategic mind took zero chances. The party had fortified a temporary vanguard base to orchestrate a perfect, devastating counteroffensive against the heavens. Breaking the tension, the fierce Sir Gelfric approached his liege. Bowing with military precision, he delivered the battle readiness report, confirming they possessed roughly 40 battle-ready cultivators. He boasted about forging a front line from the most ruthless captured outlaws who had submitted to their might. Meanwhile, elite mercenary guards were locked in formation around the crucial spellcaster, Ramari. Pounding his chest, Gelfreak showcased their newly erected formidable defensive perimeter. The main character offered a subtle nod, his silent aura projecting immense approval of the fortification. With their battle formations secured, Eugene commanded the unit to rest their mortal bodies. They would storm the dragon's den at first light. As dawn broke, the heavily armed strike force marched toward the mythical ruins. Emitting suffocating pressure, Eugene and Gelfrick spearheaded the heavily armored troops directly into the jaws of death. During the tense march, a recently subjugated rogue whined about a pathetic flesh wound, grumbling over a mere scratch before the true bloodbath had even begun. He bitterly mocked their tactical retreat, openly doubting why they erected strongholds only to march away. Spitting, he confessed he only bowed his head to escape the slave markets, utterly despising the thought of serving some foreign noble. But before his treasonous whispers could spread, Gelfrake's monstrous survival instincts flared. An oppressive aura choked the air. Snapping his gaze toward his lord, he warned of an incoming suffocating bloodlust. Instantly, Eugene's voice shattered the silence, halting the vanguard and roaring for absolute battle readiness. Honing their killing intent, the troops formed a massive shield wall, their eyes piercing the deceptively tranquil woods. A sharpshooter drew his bowstring tight, yet frustratingly yelled that his sights were entirely empty. The fool scoffed, secretly dismissing his master as a paranoid coward. But suddenly, a terrifying, unnatural vibration assaulted his eardrums. The heavens instantly turned pitch black as a swarm of monstrous winged abominations violently erupted. From the canopy, harpies! Shrieked a terrified foot soldier, his soul trembling at the nightmare descending upon them. Anchoring his chaotic aura, the unshakable Eugene roared for the archers to unleash hell. A storm of steel-tipped fury ripped through the atmosphere, ruthlessly piercing the beastly vanguard. The devastating barrage found its mark, and the abominations plummeted from the clouds like bloody rain, screeching in agony. Driven into a berserker frenzy, the surviving monsters dive-bombed with ear-shattering wails. One massive creature locked onto Eugene, violently sinking its demonic talons into his armored shoulder. As the beast launched him skyward, the supreme warrior ruthlessly grappled its scaly legs, taking the fight airborne. With divine strength, he suplexed the struggling demon straight into the earth. The earth-shattering impact cracked the bedrock beneath him. Unfazed, he commanded the great sorceress, Ramari, to ignite her mana core. Ancient incantations spilled from her lips as her mystic staff flared with overwhelming, heavenly restriction arrays. Detecting this massive spike in spiritual pressure, the beast screeched, swarming the vulnerable spellcaster. Flashing like lightning, a mercenary rocketed forward, his blade transforming into a silver crescent. He cleanly decapitated the diving monstrosity, shielding the arcane master from certain destruction. Panting heavily, he urged her to channel her spiritual arts unhindered, swearing his life to her defense. As she breathed a rapid thanks, Gelfreak ignited the infantry's morale. He roared for blades to be drawn, forcing a brutal close-quarters clash. Gritting his teeth, a warrior cursed the heavens, bracing for the apocalyptic collision. Amidst the carnage, Gelfreak erupted into a maniacal, blood-soaked laughter, his warrior spirit absolutely thrilling at the massive slaughter. But suddenly, the skies echoed with chilling shrieks. The intelligent beasts were forging a deadly new formation. The soldiers gasped in sheer terror. High above, the demonic beasts merged into a terrifying, swirling vortex of doom. Suddenly, the entire swarm locked into an attack formation, plunging like a meteor shower. Their prey? The absolute sovereign, Eugene, who held his ground with immovable resolve. Gelfrid screamed his master's name as the monstrous harpies crashed down like an avalanche. The devastating impact shattered the very earth, blasting debris everywhere. Unfazed, our protagonist unsheathed his blade, his aura erupting to face the endless horde. He unleashed a divine crescent slash, instantly obliterating the demonic harpies in his path. Standing unfazed amidst a downpour of blood and black feathers, he walked out from the slaughter without a single scratch. Suddenly, Roari's profound magic activated across the shattered battlefield. Channeling her spiritual energy, she shattered a mana core, unleashing her absolute ultimate sealing spell. A colossal wave of glowing pink mana erupted from below, swallowing the entire combat zone in an instant. Next, ethereal chains lashed out, snaking around the shrieking beasts. The divine sealing array perfectly captured the entire swarm, leaving them completely paralyzed in midair. Breathing heavily, she reported to Eugene that the surrounding area was fully suppressed. Eugene nodded, acknowledging her supreme effort. Only the final slaughter remained. Drenched in the blood of his enemies from head to toe, his killing intent surged. The true raid had begun. He commanded his troops to execute the paralyzed prey and harvest their loot. The former bandit swallowed his previous complaints, stunned that the chaos was already finished. He gazed in absolute awe at the slaughtered monsters, whispering that their supreme commander had annihilated them single-handedly. Right then, the veteran warrior Burn approached, the trembling man, questioning if his rebellious thoughts were cured. He delivered a harsh truth. Once you swear absolute loyalty, you never question the sovereign's will. That is the only way to survive a bloodbath. He demanded unwavering obedience, adding that his harsh words were meant to save lives. The bandit mumbled quietly, suddenly recalling that Burn was also born in the unforgiving wasteland of Karlsbagen. His resolve hardened. He chose to put absolute faith in their leader, realizing serving a true master was far superior to banditry. Pumping his fist, he roared, "Let us slaughter some dragons." But Eugene coldly rejected the battle cry. He ordered an immediate tactical retreat after harvesting the demonic beasts, forbidding any foolish advance against the dragons. Burn and the troops stood utterly baffled until Eugene revealed his master plan to mount the monstrous heads directly on the fortress walls. Burn stepped up, boldly questioning why they would fall back when their battle intent was soaring. With a profound, knowing smirk, Eugene simply whispered, "You will soon understand." Meanwhile, a freshly recruited soldier questioned this sudden retreat, asking why they would surrender their momentum after crushing the demonic horde. The veteran explained that martial cultivation is entirely dictated by timing. True cultivators only strike when victory is absolutely guaranteed, a profound philosophy the rookie struggled to grasp. Now, utterly captivated by Eugene's monstrous aura, he confessed to his brothers that he was pledging his life to this commander. His fellow soldiers gasped at his sudden absolute loyalty, but he highlighted one undeniable miracle. Not a single soul had perished in the Balisand. Brutal clash. They looked back at their flawless conquest, mind-blown that they had massacred over 100 demonic beasts without shedding a single drop of allied blood. They mutually agreed their new lord was realms above their former commander, who treated them like nothing but disposable cannon fodder. Watching from the high ground, their eyes locked onto Eugene and Galfrey. They realized their sovereign possessed god-tier power, unmatched bravery, and divine wisdom. They stood completely paralyzed by awe, witnessing the birth of a legendary monarch. Suddenly, Eugene's piercing gaze caught an armed battalion marching closer. He questioned if these were the promised backup forces, but Gelfridic merely scoffed in disgust, mocking that the greedy Baron Bagelin would never spend gold on reinforcements. Narrowing his eyes at the Plost of Klostagode marching troops, he sensed the distinct aura of wandering mercenaries, questioning their true origin. As the rogue warriors, commanded by the notorious Sir Oleg, stepped out from the cavern shadows, Galretic instantly sensed their thick, suffocating killing intent. They were enemies. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a familiar face. Aiden, the young warrior from the Baron's stronghold. He urgently warned Eugene, confirming that this boy was marching with the enemy vanguard. At those words, Eugene's crimson eyes gleamed with cold fury. The treacherous Baron had finally shown his true colors. The scene shifts, drifting into young Aiden's tranquil past by the riverbank. His heart burned with admiration for the mythic conqueror who unified the Lancia continent, the legendary Night King Aiden. He believed that despite the king's bastard birth, his supreme bloodline made him the ultimate martial idol. He remembered his burning childhood dream to reach the absolute apex like the mythical monarch, feeling like a tiny sparrow dreaming of conquering the heavens. But those golden days shattered as a grim nightmare began. His true history was drenched in tragedy. Just 1 year ago, a devastating defeat condemned him to chains as a slave. Instantly, his destiny was violently rewritten. Every noble philosophy he ever worshipped was crushed into worthless dust. Now, he was nothing but barely clinging to life through hellish torment. Worse still, they were shackled to the arrogant Sir Oleg, who schemed to assassinate Eugene. Oleg maliciously positioned guards at the cavern's mouth. The second the legendary Night King emerged, they would strike. One soldier questioned this snare for Eugene, doubting the honor of such a spineless strategy. Yet Eugene silently concurred. The righteous Night King would never stoop to such filthy tricks. Emerging from the rocky depths, Oleg's forces froze in absolute bewilderment at the sight. A massive barricade blocked their path. The raiding party had clearly fortified the area. An anxious lieutenant questioned why a fortress stood beyond the demonic borders. Oleg's face twisted. Their stealthy ambush was completely exposed. Across the blood-stained earth, Eugene and Galretic stood like stone mountains, radiating a chilling, absolute calm. They knew their trap was blown. Boiling with rage over his ruined scheme, Oleg mindlessly commanded an all-out assault. When a knight questioned this suicidal rush, the tyrant threatened to behead anyone who dared defy him. Standing near Aiden, a doomed slave grumbled under his breath. Their leader was an utter fool, but his monstrous martial arts were terrifyingly real. A brutal enforcer violently kicked him forward, forcing the human shields to the vanguard. Stumbling into the dirt, they were driven like cattle into the meat grinder. Fueling their bloodlust, Oleg roared promises of boundless gold for every slaughtered foe. Roaring like feral beasts, the Dark Army stampeded toward Eugene's towering barricade. The ruthless command to annihilate them echoed across the killing field. Amidst the exploding chaos, Aiden felt forced to raise his trembling blade, his soul drowned in overwhelming despair. If only his legendary idol, the Night King, descended now, destiny would shift. Glaring at Eugene, the Black Knight, sheer disgust filled his eyes. True legends never cowered behind pathetic wooden walls, Aiden thought bitterly. Embracing his tragic fate, he gripped his hilt. His grand illusions of honor lay in ruins. Unfazed by the incoming tidal wave, Eugene commanded his elite forces to hold their ground. His rugged mercenaries scoffed at the reckless attackers, wondering what kind of fools would sprint blindly into their domain. Oleg's death squad closed the distance, howling like demons for a massacre. Suddenly, a bone-chilling shriek fractured the heavens. Oleg froze in his tracks. A colossal beast plummeted from the clouds, plunging the entire battlefield into a suffocating, terrifying shadow. A monstrous arachnid shrieked into the wind, heralding a nightmare descent. Absolute terror ripped through Oleg's vanguard as soldiers screamed about dragons shattering the skies. The apex drake inhaled deeply, condensing explosive mana within its maw. A cataclysmic torrent of crimson hellfire eradicated the front lines, incinerating the charging mercenaries in an ocean of agonizing flames. Caught in this inferno, Oleg cursed the heavens. These legendary beasts had crashed his perfect execution. The winged disasters rained death upon his shattered battalion. Safely entrenched, the main character watched with eyes as cold as ice. The ultimate trap had sprung. He had baited his would-be executioners directly into a monster's den. A chilling glint of absolute victory flashed in his gaze. Everything flowed exactly according to his flawless calculations. The prey had taken the bait. A terrifyingly dark grin crept onto his lips amidst the fiery carnage. Apex predators like wyverns would never tolerate armed insects invading their sacred airspace. He had orchestrated this massacre flawlessly. Just then, the supreme wyvern locked its blazing reptilian eyes onto him. Leaving the assassins in cinders, the alpha beast unleashed an earth-shattering roar. Phase 2 of the bloodbath had commenced. Eugene's brilliant strategy blossomed as endless flocks of demonic raptors dive-bombed the crumbling army. While his pathetic troops begged for mercy and retreat, Oleg completely lost his mind. Barking for a longbow, he resolved to slaughter the aerial armada single-handedly. Blind to the hopeless odds, he violently ripped the weapon from a trembling vassal, aiming at the heavens. The tyrant's arrow pierced the sky as he roared his defiance, a meaningless struggle against overwhelming doom. But the apex beasts casually evaded the pathetic strike, seemingly mocking human frailty as they shredded the Perfation Zlotardovs, vanguard to ribbons. Cold, suffocating dread paralyzed a senior knight. The sheer reality of their absolute annihilation sank in. Above them, a savage harpy shrieked like a banshee, plunging mercilessly into the doomed infantry. The clash became a one-sided slaughter. Seeing a comrade ripped away shattered the young swordsman Aiden's spirit. Yet, defying the jaws of death, Aiden ignited his aura. Gripping his blade, he stood ready to shield his brothers from the monstrous onslaught. Deflecting a lethal blow, Aiden screamed for the survivors to stand firm. But incredibly, the one warrior confessed his paralyzing fear of the aerial beasts. From behind the safety of the defensive barrier, Eugene's forces watched as a fearsome dragon plummeted into the blood-soaked battlefield. Eugene smirked, confirming to Sir Galfic that this was merely the beginning, using Oleg's cannon fodder to distract the demonic harpies. Spotting the more intelligent wyverns hesitating above, Galfrey raised his legendary bow, ready to drag them into the slaughter. With blinding speed, he unleashed a devastating volley of Selm, arrows straight at the Alpha Wyvern. The majestic beast unleashed an earth-shattering roar as the strikes landed true, igniting its absolute fury. Completely enraged, it shrieked and dive-bombed toward Eugene's vanguard, effortlessly dodging incoming fire with terrifying martial grace. In a flash, it commanded the harpy swarm to strike. Eugene's archers desperately struggled to hold back the monstrous tide. Realizing the Alpha had summoned them, Burns screamed to his liege, warning that their formation was collapsing under the immense pressure. Completely unfazed by the mercenaries' panic, Eugene coldly issued one absolute command to his supreme vanguard. Gak smirked, declaring one strike was enough. As Gallic aimed his heavy crossbow at the Alpha, he unleashed a massive, rune-carved bolt that tore through the heavens, hurtling straight for the majestic beast's vital point. The devastating shot landed perfectly, snapping the Alpha's deadly gaze toward them. With a wicked grin, Gelfred confirmed his target was locked. Pleased with the flawless execution, Eugene calmly praised his subordinate's martial prowess, acknowledging his unyielding focus within the chaotic battlefield. In the next breath, he grasped a colossal, soul-forged spear and launched it at the terrifying Alpha. The weapon erupted with overwhelming spatial pressure, rocketing straight for the throat of the mighty dragon. The beast's reptilian eyes widened in sheer shock, instantly sensing the devastating aura radiating from the incoming strike. As the replicated Assis Azan spear shredded its demonic wings, the Alpha roared in pure agony, plummeting to the earth with an explosive impact that completely shattered the bedrock beneath it. As dense dust choked the air, Gelfriek and the mercenaries held their breath, anxiously awaiting their lord's absolute victory. One cultivator trembled, whispering if that godlike display of power had truly extinguished the terrifying monster's life force. But, bursting through the thick smoke, the bloodied and infuriated Alpha proved its terrifying resilience, forcing Galretic to scream a desperate warning. The vanguard scattered in pure chaos as the rampaging dragon unhinged its massive jaws, channeling immense mana to unleash a Rublican ADS. Catastrophic torrent of hellfire, drowning the entire zone in a blazing inferno. Narrowly evading the deadly blast, Eugene and Galretic regrouped to confront the unstoppable beast. The Alpha unleashed a soul-shaking roar, its murderous intent locking entirely onto the two powerful warriors. In that critical split second, Galretic desperately yelled to their archmage, begging her to activate her highest-tier binding magic. She nodded, but as her magical circles flared to life, the dragon's piercing demonic eyes locked onto hers, reading her aura. Absolute terror drained the color from her face as the sheer killing intent washed over her. The archmage shrieked in absolute terror as the colossal beast lunged, completely seeing through their magical formation. Paralyzed by the creature's overwhelming spiritual pressure, she closed her eyes, bracing for certain death. Right before those razor-sharp fangs snapped shut, a blinding blur of aura intercepted the terrifying attack. It was Eugene, throwing his own body into the beast's path to forcefully shove Romari out of danger. His comrades screamed for him to instantly retreat as Alpha prepared its killing bite. In a devastating flash, the monster's colossal jaws clamped down completely. Yet he stood firm, his aura blazing without fear, as the monstrous entity swallowed him whole, plunging his comrades into utter despair. Romari wailed that their fearless leader should have dodged, and Galretic fiercely commanded a tactical retreat. But suddenly, she sensed an explosive anomaly radiating from the supposedly victorious dragon and desperately pointed at the sky. The Alpha Wyvern convulsed in sudden agony. Black smoke and boiling blood poured from its trembling fangs, as if an immense force erupted within. Defying logic, Eugene was actively prying the beast's crushing maw wide open from the inside. With monstrous physical cultivation, his body acted as an unbreakable pillar against the earth-shattering force of the dragon's jaw. In response, the Alpha ignited its fiery core, preparing to incinerate the pest it couldn't crush. But Eugene's eyes glowed with chilling anticipation, perfectly predicting the beast's final resort. In that heart-stopping second, an apocalyptic pillar of blazing hellfire violently erupted from the monster's mouth. Galfridic could only stare in pure devastation, screaming for his lord consumed by the scorching inferno. But incredibly, a torrential geyser of blood exploded right through the flames. The beast's fading pupil mirrored an overwhelmingly terrifying crimson aura, a dark power radiating from the awakened bloodline slumbering within him. Channeling every ounce of his monstrous chi, Eugene viciously twisted his artifact blade, unleashing a devastating storm of blood. that severed the monster's neck. This spiraling blood vortex cleanly shredded the creature's throat, and the massive wyvern's head was violently blown from its frame, instantly terminating the dominance of the sky's apex predator. Witnessing their leader's spectacular death, the surviving demonic harpies screeched in world-shattering despair and mind-numbing horror. In a chaotic frenzy, the entire monstrous flock broke formation and scattered, abandoning the blood-stained battlefield now that their ruler was gone. The stunned mercenaries watched the swarm retreat, confirming that the lead wyvern had truly perished. To everyone's absolute awe, Eugene emerged from the smoking carcass, soaked in blood, but he survived. Galfridic exhaled a heavy breath, sprinting to his master's side to demand how he conquered death. Inside the beast, resting casually atop the wyvern's massive carcass, Eugene revealed he merely drove his blade straight down the monster's throat, devouring its blood to regenerate. He added that his obsidian scales had absorbed the blazing flames before unsheathing the bandit's captured blade. He admired the artifact's overwhelming spiritual energy, realizing with absolute certainty that hoarding such divine weapons would infinitely multiply his power. Hearing this, his newly subdued bandits roared in absolute unity. Their fractured loyalty was eternally forged by this terrifying display of dominance. Mere respect transformed into fanatical worship as they hailed their supreme leader not as a mere mortal knight, but an incarnate war god. Galfridic smirked, boasting that even absolute scum now bowed before his lord's aura. Yet Eugene remained an unshakable mountain, standing in complete silence. Amidst his followers' deafening battle cries, lurking in the shadows, the pathetic knight Oleg gnashed his teeth in absolute despair, realizing his lethal ambush had entirely crumbled and he must escape. But before he could vanish, he was intercepted, finding his path completely sealed by Eugene's forces. Flashing a demonic grin, Byrne and his bloodthirsty mercenaries cornered the trembling knight, eager to extract a bloody toll for his treachery. After ruthlessly breaking Oleg, who groveled on the dirt, Eugene unearthed absolute proof that Bagalan orchestrated the cowardly ambush. The ancient baron broke into a terrified cold sweat when Eugene threatened to expose his treacherous plot to every noble and merchant guild. But the monstrous lord offered salvation. If he bowed his head and submitted to new terms, Eugene would erase the entire blood debt. Pushed to the brink, the old man finally surrendered, confessing that Lord Jebin had poisoned his mind with endless greed. Facing an apex predator who had effortlessly crushed Oleg, the frail baron knew that drawing his blade meant absolute annihilation. Eugene stamped the soul-binding contract, seizing dominion over multiple territories beyond Bagalan's borders. The broken baron was forced to draft a decree, cementing Eugene's absolute authority, warning the neighboring aristocracy of their terrifying new sovereign. Furthermore, the supreme sovereign had extracted ruthless compensation, 80% of all spiritual mana crystals and battle spoils. Even veteran mercenaries who had previously served the baron now bowed to him. As the vanguard marched, Luke relentlessly marveled at the immense wealth of the wyvern's harvested core. Catching the whispers, Eugene shifted his dominating gaze and demanded the wagon boy's true name. Aiden flinched as if struck by lightning, hastily stammering out his identity. Sensing Aiden had cultivated as a squire for over 3 years, Eugene's eyes glinted, measuring the boy's hidden potential. He decreed Aiden the caretaker of his demonic armor and war beast. With an imperial bounty of 2 silver coins monthly, the ecstatic boy bowed deeply, instantly swearing allegiance to his new master. Trembling under that oppressive aura, Aiden dared to question the heavens. He desperately asked why an absolute powerhouse like Eugene would ever accept a weakling like him. The Lord calmly revealed that Aiden's vital intelligence regarding the beast's deadly habits allowed him to forge an infallible battle formation. He coldly confessed he first suspected the kid was a fatal snare woven by the treacherous baron, which made the terrified boy frantically apologize. Yet Aiden proved his worth by bravely striking the savage beasts instead of aiming at his own lord. "Your destiny belongs to me now," Eugene commanded, cementing the boy's place in his elite vanguard. He swore to forge him invincible armor and divine-grade weapons for the bloody wars ahead. Overwhelmed by this heavenly grace, Aiden swore eternal loyalty to Eugene until his final breath. This profound vow ignited a blazing fire of hope among the trailing troops for a glorious destiny as well. Suddenly, the serene march shattered as a breathless scout sprinted forward, scrambling to urgently report the catastrophic crisis. The trembling scout revealed that Robin Village had been violently seized by an unknown faction. Eugene coldly commanded his legion to draw their steel. Their sole mission was civilian salvation and the utter annihilation of the bandits. The warriors' spiritual auras erupted, roaring in absolute obedience to their supreme commander. Galfridic observed the bloodthirsty morale and laughed with wicked satisfaction, asking his lord how it felt to rule like an actual king. Yet Eugene was far from amused. Dark killing intent swirled within him. Del Mongo, the shadow guard assigned to protect the settlement, had completely vanished. Swallowing his fury, he commanded the vanguard to relentlessly push forward. Soon, the massive gates of Mofern City materialized before their eyes beneath a blood-red dusk. A terrified local aristocrat bowed deeply, begging the conquering hero to grace his grand estate instead, and of resting in some shabby inn. Inside the opulent halls, an extravagant banquet was hastily prepared to satisfy the new sovereign's elite troops. As they drank, the anxious host begged Eugene not to spark sheer panic among the city's trembling citizens. That was Gardage, master of the Mofern Merchants Guild. The anxious elder confessed that Eugene's legendary title, Wyvern Slayer, sounded dangerously bloodthirsty. He swallowed hard, expressing sheer dread at seeing the almighty cultivator flanked by a murderous legion of ex-convict bandits. Gardage urgently explained that the locals utterly despised thieves, and their menacing presence could trigger unnecessary bloodshed. The fat merchant's toxic slander made Eugene's elite soldiers bristle with killing intent, but they held back to protect the banquet's peace. Eugene calmly swore absolute control, finally soothing the arrogant Gardai's nerves. The old fool boasted his grand manner was Mofern's absolute peak, promising a feast fit for kings. Yet, he still bared his teeth, warning Eugene to leash his wild dogs. Blazing fury ignited among the loyal soldiers, utterly disgusted by Gardai's arrogance. Still, one veteran held the others back, protecting their lord's honor. Oblivious to his own sheer ignorance, Gardai shamelessly probed if the Palin Trading Guild had leaked the truth about Eugene's real origins. With an icy glare, Eugene declared his absolute rule over 3 massive territories: Painan, Mintan, and Ronin. Gardai froze like a shattered statue. Eugene then mocked the fool, questioning why he was even chosen to host him. The devastating truth finally struck. Gardai's fat face drained of color. This mere peasant he mocked was rapidly ascending as a supreme lord. Cold sweat drenched his back as the terrifying scale of Eugene's domain sank in. The puzzle pieces clicked. No wonder Arno abandoned the feast to work like a dog. The Palin Trading Guild had already claimed this legendary gold mine. Gardai instantly flipped. He groveled like a lowly servant, begging forgiveness for his absolute disrespect before knowing Eugene's true might. Eugene waved it off with chilling calm, admitting he never initially sought the throne of a lord anyway. Catching Gardai's greedy, desperate gaze, Eugene instantly saw through the pathetic schemes brewing in that trashy mind. The fat merchant frantically offered Mofern's most elite talents on a silver platter to cultivate Eugene's newly conquered domain. Catching a glimpse of Eugene's quiet approval, the fool beamed, eagerly pushing the luxurious feast forward. Across the grand table, Gelfrey smoothly chimed in, reminding everyone that the powerful Palin Guild was already deploying its own experts. The banquet erupted into roaring laughter as the blood-soaked warriors fiercely boasted of their legendary wyvern subjugation. Their chests swelled with overwhelming pride, having slaughtered hundreds of demonic harpies without losing a single man. A truly god-tier miracle. They all knew that, without Eugene's divine, tactical genius, this glorious absolute victory would be impossible. Gallic suddenly leaped up, raising his glass high, roaring for a massive toast to endless conquest under their new lord's flag. Roars of "Long live Eugene" completely shattered the hall, bursting with fanatical loyalty. Yet amid the deafening cheers, Eugene sat lost in dark thoughts. The fairy Mirren fluttered close, revering her destined demon king. As pitch-black night swallowed the grand manor, lingering frustration gnawed at Eugene's soul, over finding 0 red mana crystals. In the dead quiet of his room, he intensely interrogated Miran. Had she missed any hidden treasures inside those monstrous beast corpses? But the tiny spirit swore she found absolutely nothing. Noticing her exhausted aura, Eugene gently ordered her to shoo away. Suddenly, a sharp knock shattered the silence. A loyal guard quickly reported an unexpected midnight guest. He had strictly forbidden all visitors. Yet, the moment the dark, blood-bound secret code, the red and cold blood of Neferis echoed through the oak, Eugene froze solid. That voice. It was Del Mongo, his vampire cousin supposedly defending their ancient homeland. An icy wave of pure shock hit him. Without wasting a single breath, Eugene commanded the heavy doors be thrown open. The massive wood creaked, revealing Delmongo in an absolutely pitiful, desperate state of sheer panic. His aristocratic clothes were shredded, his pale face twisted in absolute terror. Recognizing his bloodline, Eugene's voice dropped, with dark, heavy sorrow. It was terrifyingly clear Delmongo had dragged himself through hell to reach this place. Trembling violently, Delmongo bowed low. This sudden arrival screamed one devastating truth. A catastrophic disaster had struck the Nafaris clan. Eugene stepped forward, commanding the elite guards to let his cousin's retinue pass. As the heavy golden doors slammed shut, sealing Delmongo and Eugene inside the grand hall, the broken vampire instantly collapsed to his knees, tearfully declaring his absolute uselessness to the towering Lord Eugene. With an overwhelming mountainous aura, Eugene coldly condemned Delmongo for failing to protect their ancient villages from a catastrophic attack. Shaking like a leaf, Delmongo confessed his battle wounds were too devastating to fulfill his sacred duty, begging for ultimate punishment. Staring down at his shattered kin, Eugene coldly wondered if this immortal had any use besides clinging to his pathetic life. Catching his lord's deadly gaze, Delmongo frantically. He possessed elite administrative skills, perfect math, flawless writing, and absolute fluency in 4 languages. He then dropped a massive lore bomb. In his mortal life, he had been a high-ranking personnel officer for the glorious Roman Empire. Seeing a perfect pawn, Eugene offered absolute salvation. Prove your worth in managing the domains, and all sins are forgiven. Given this lifeline, Delmongo beamed with such fanatical joy that his vampiric fangs flashed. He eagerly begged for his new orders. Soon after, Eugene officially presented him as his noble cousin and new supreme domain administrator. Dressed in flawless aristocratic attire, Delmongo bowed gracefully, completely stunning the Palin merchant gasped in sheer awe. He chuckled, praising Delmondo as a true blood relative of Eugene. However, Delmondo fiercely snapped back, enraged that a mere traitor dared compare him to his supreme lord. He praised Eugene as a radiant full moon, while declaring himself a worthless speck of dust. The shrewd merchant simply nodded, secretly plotting that Eugene possessed terrifying leadership and a master's eye for absolute loyalty. He bitterly regretted not securing a prodigy like Delmondo for his merchant guild much sooner. Greed gleaming, he eagerly asked if Eugene would expand his domain even further. Instead of marching toward Marin, he urged the young lord to target Mount Nadir. Right at the very border, he unveiled the secret of a phenomenally rich silver mine hidden there, making even Sylph gasp in shock. Smelling absolute fortune, Eugene rested his chin, commanding the trader to spill every detail. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Leah, proudly displaying her fiercely crafted dragon crest to her lord. The artwork was so brutally elegant, Eugene had to admit she possessed the divine touch of a master artisan. Leah flashed an arrogant smirk, boasting that fools always picture pathetic bats when discussing noble vampires, but only ancient dragons exude true supreme authority. Eugene nodded deeply, praising her masterpiece to the heavens. Riding high on the praise, Leah secretly rejoiced, realizing serving under Eugene as his exclusive mage was absolute perfection. But suddenly, reality hit her like a lightning bolt. She had been slacking, completely abandoning her magical research for an entire month. She frantically began calculating her massive debts, aggressively demanding Eugene grant her a massive cut of the war spoils. Unbothered, the generous lord granted her absolute freedom over the loot, making Leah leap in pure ecstatic joy. Changing the subject, he casually asked if she possessed any mastery over ancient alchemy. Leah puffed her chest confidently. It was the most fundamental skill any chimera researcher absolutely must master to manipulate mystic ores. Eugene smirked, declaring his grand ambition to conquer a silver mine, needing an expert alchemist to refine the precious treasure. Hearing the word silver, Leah slammed the table, her eyes burning with greed, demanding a state-of-the-art laboratory in Marin instantly. She proudly proclaimed that grand mages could purify mystic silver infinitely better than any filthy dwarven blacksmith. Sylph fluttered around, ruthlessly mocking Leah for becoming an absolute slave to the ultimate power of wealth. Leah scoffed furiously, fiercely denying the claim. She argued she only craved gold to fuel her majestic magical research. She passionately ranted about how crucial silver was to the highest tiers of mystical alchemy, desperately persuading her lord her faction's refining techniques were legendary. She vowed to pour her soul into this mission. Seeing the mage's terrifying, boundless enthusiasm, Eugene finally sighed and nodded, granting her total control over the ultimate refining process. Eugene commanded her to transport the war loot back to Marin immediately. He would deploy elite guards to ensure her absolute safety. Once she departed, the young lord ordered Sylph to brace for their epic journey, straight to the legendary silver mine. Their target was Mount Nadir, a cursed territory once ruled by the youngest Archibald, before brutally falling into the treacherous grasp of the brigands. A tragic flashback revealed the youngest heir's suspicious demise years ago, plunging the realm into an absolute power vacuum. Eugene scoffed, wondering how the mighty Archibalds abandoned such unimaginable wealth. The plump merchant explained their desperate lack of military force and funding to secure the treacherous area. The once glorious Archibald family had completely devoured itself internally. Ruthless factions waged endless blood feuds over power after the Baron fell. The brigands mercilessly seized the ultimate prize, falsely crowning themselves as untouchable lords of the mountain. Instantly, the entire Carlsbagen territory collapsed into utter despair, shattering trade routes and drowning the innocent in hellish misery. The merchant stared at Eugene like a god, praising his arrival as absolute divine salvation. Triumphant, Eugene charged into the village, greeted by explosive, thunderous cheers. The oppressed villagers wept tears of pure joy, finally tasting true peace. With his newfound noble crest, his supreme authority was now unquestionable across the entire realm. Grateful peasants showered him with blooming flowers, while the ecstatic merchant swore Eugene's epic conquest of the Silver Peaks was absolute divine justice. He furiously pledged to supply limitless resources to evolve the mystical mine into an unstoppable empire. High above, the majestic dragon banner fiercely pierced the wind on the highest rooftop, signaling the dawn of a legendary new era. Eugene silently stared, deeply acknowledging Delmondo's fierce loyalty in raising their banner with such lightning speed. Kyle and the battle-hardened troops marching behind were utterly dumbfounded by the terse, overwhelming waves of adoration from the villagers. The crimson-haired warrior realized this miraculous energy was completely unlike their past bloody conquests of hostile territories. Kyle confidently swore that once this infinite silver mine was theirs, their supreme lord Eugene would instantly become the wealthiest lord alive. Another knight mocked him, forcing Kyle to violently clamp his comrade's jaw shut. Kyle fiercely declared his petty personal greed had completely vanished. His only remaining desire was to shed blood entirely for Lord Eugene. He laughed bitterly, admitting that if he ever foolishly claimed power, a stronger predator would simply crush him instantly, because the terrifying Archibald bloodline would slaughter any outsider who dared touch their legendary wealth. The brutal reality was, only a supreme overlord. Power, glory, and legions define a true sovereign. Eugene's eyes shone with glacial resolve. He knew he wielded every Sebu.Commentuhide piece of this grand chessboard. Kyle gazed at his liege in absolute awe, certain that this man was once a legendary overlord of unrivaled fame. Amidst his soldiers' worship, Eugene remained silent, sinking into the abyss of his awakening memories. As the second ancient seal vanished, fragmented visions of mysterious entities flooded his consciousness. They could be bloodkin or primordial gods, yet Eugene felt zero malice from their aura. Regardless of history, he still had to remain vigilant against the Holy Church and their fanatical paladin vanguard. His legion crept toward Mount Nadir's base, cloaked by the veil of shadows. Eugene swore to conquer both boundless wealth and supreme authority. He deployed his vanguard to scout the terrain, vowing to never suffer an ambush again. His piercing gaze locked onto the silver mine, preparing to annihilate those pathetic bandits and seize his rightful domain. A torrential tempest battered the darkness, drowning the eerie forest in a deafening downpour. Within the encampment, a brazen voice demanded another round of ale. The entire barracks was swallowed by the relentless storm and pitch-black gloom. The warhorses waited calmly, while troops were commanded to maintain high alert, strictly banned from tasting any liquor. Byrne glanced at the weeping heavens, grumbling that this cursed twilight rain was ruining their grand operation. He questioned how they could possibly maneuver in this hellish weather. The quartermaster chuckled, offering him a brew only if Byrne secured Lord Eugene's sacred approval. A veteran warrior nearby simply clicked his tongue in bitter regret. Outside the commander's pavilion, the tension was thick enough to slice. The ranks whispered nervously about Anton, the brave vanguard who hadn't yet returned from the shadows. Paranoia spread. Was it treason, captivity, or slaughter? Inside the command tent, Gallic delivered a grim tactical report. The scum occupying the silver mine were known as Bomband and his hounds. numbering fewer than 50 souls. Their leader was a former ruthless mercenary commander. Byrne revealed that this tyrant had slaughtered the previous master, uniting the outlaws under his bloody banner. A master of lethal traps, he had transformed the mine into a deadly subterranean labyrinth. Processing this intel, Eugene merely gave a cold, calculating nod. His patience vanished. He decided to strike out and hunt for Anton right this second. Byrne panicked, warning that the torrential rain would make evading the lethal traps nearly Seth. Impossible. Yet Eugene calmly questioned the depth of Anton's character. Byrne swore that despite being a rogue, Anton wasn't absolute scum. He had sworn a blood oath, constantly pushing his limits to earn Lord Eugene's divine acknowledgement. Eugene decreed that only he and Galretic would advance, ordering the army to hold their positions for his flare. This bold command shocked the entire legion. Byrne tried to protest, but Galretic's confident smirk silenced him. He had to bow to absolute authority. Eugene commanded the rearguard to fortify the defenses and dig trenches against the flood. The warriors roared their unified obedience. Scanning the battlefield map, Eugene coldly mused that the weak are always plost anaride, erased by death. But his loyal subjects? He would etch them into history and reap bloody vengeance. The scene cuts to a captured bandit, battered and weeping for mercy. Eugene whispered like the Grim Reaper, commanding Gelfrid to spare the rat's tongue so he could spill every secret. Gelfric unleashed a suffocating aura, interrogating the trembling scum about their warlord bomband and a scarred, raven-haired rogue named Andre. The prisoner shook like a leaf, nodding frantically. Eugene's voice dropped to absolute zero, demanding to know if they had butchered Anton. The bandit choked on his own terror. Meanwhile, hidden within the cursed silver mine, hellish firelight danced across savage faces. The grunts muttered darkly about this mysterious Andre. The outlaws were boiling with greed. Forget chasing empty knightly titles. They craved absolute monopoly over this shimmering mountain of endless wealth. This silver vein was their ticket to godhood. A rival captain barked at them to expand their vision. Attaining nobility would elevate them beyond mere mortals, but a chilling sound severed their debate. Without warning, a blinding, azure shockwave of sword aura obliterated the darkness. The scum shrieked about an enemy raid, but their reflexes were far too slow. Agonizing wails shattered the cavern. The survivors desperately sparked torches, only to find pitch-black nothingness and blood-curdling pleas for mercy. A thug shrieked in absolute horror at an impending monstrous presence. He roared to breach the gates, but time had already run out. The gruesome shadow of a savage execution painted the walls. Soul-shattering shrieks echoed through the suffocating tunnels. The outlaw's face contorted in sheer despair. He screamed his master's name like a dying dog. Deep within the fortress, the surviving trash scrambled to form a defensive formation. One coward shrieked about a demon ogre, but his comrade silenced his pathetic whining. Such beasts didn't exist here. Their warlord bomband, clad in heavy chainmail, roared furious tactical commands for his grunts to hold. He bellowed, where could they escape in this tempest? Suddenly, with an apocalyptic crash, the massive timber barricade exploded into splinters. Thick smoke and killing intent flooded the chamber. The violent shockwave launched the fodder aside. Frantic shouts erupted as earth and shattered debris rained down. Eugene strolled through the destruction with absolute calm, as if walking through a garden. He muttered that the cavern felt suffocating. Galfretic trailed closely behind him, radiating an overwhelming bloodthirsty aura. The brigands stood paralyzed, shocked that a mere human had breached their defenses. They exchanged confused, frantic glances. Bowman, shaking off his stupor, pointed his blade and roared for his men to slaughter the arrogant intruder. Eugene simply raised his hand. A vortex of raging water materialized. He gazed at the charging mob with absolute zero emotion. A tiny spirit manifested inside the glowing spell. Pure aquatic energy exploded outward, a tidal wave of destruction ready to obliterate everything. Blades of compressed water shot out at blinding speeds, cutting down the bandits like helpless autumn leaves. The brigands saw only a blinding, divine flash. The entire cavern echoed with agonizing screams. Blinded by the overwhelming mana pressure, they swung their weapons wildly at shadows. Galfretic smirked and asked his liege if they should spare one insect for interrogation. Eugene denied him with icy finality. These mortals had slaughtered his followers. The water spirit shrieked in absolute fury at their sheer audacity to defy the Demon King. Galfretic stared into the pitch-black depths, his vampiric eyes glowing a demonic crimson. He finally understood why two were enough. He would execute his master's will. The vampire vanished into the shadows like a deadly phantom. He chuckled, realizing his pathetic human self could never fight in such absolute darkness. A chorus of desperate shrieks erupted immediately. Galfredik massacred the brigands in a bloodthirsty frenzy, fresh crimson painting the jagged cavern walls. Feeling truly reborn, the vampire unleashed his dark cultivation without restraint. His glowing crimson gaze burned with pure exhilaration. The predatory instincts he had suppressed for so long boiled over. Galfredik completely surrendered to the ecstasy of the hunt. Deep in the shadows, a survivor cowered in mortal terror. He felt a dreadful presence looming, an entity far beyond mortal realms. Galfredik slashed downward. Razor-sharp arcs of pure demonic energy shredded through the very air and their fragile bodies. Soul-crushing wails bounced off the cold stone. Hot blood showered the jagged floor. The vampire relished the supreme dominance of an apex predator. Not a single rat would survive. His crimson irises blazed like hellfire, piercing straight through to the enemy's trembling soul. He was entirely consumed by the thrill of absolute carnage. A desperate bandit swung his blade in a pathetic final struggle, but Galfredik merely smirked with utter disdain. The vampire's blinding speed was completely impossible for mortal eyes to track. He bared his razor-sharp fangs in a deeply sinister grin. He whispered that he could read their sluggish movements with absolute perfection. Brilliant arterial spray decorated the dark cavern walls like a masterpiece of pure horror. The final gurgling moans dissolved into the suffocating abyss. Elsewhere, a terrified rogue sprinted blindly, clutching his axe and sobbing for divine mercy. But only the abyss answered him. The thug fell to his knees, violently cursing. The bastard who sentenced them to this massacre. He spat out Andre's name with his dying breath. Through the bloody carnage, Bowman realized with soul-crushing despair that he had provoked a true monster. He shrieked that nobody warned them this devil guarded the territory. Eugene materialized instantly, crushing Bowman under his boot while pressing a razor-sharp blade to his pulse. The Demon King coldly commanded the insect to vanish before dawn. Bowman was entirely broken, pinned beneath overwhelming power, his eyes rolling back in pure mortal terror. The pathetic resistance was completely crushed. Galfredik was genuinely stunned that his ruthless master spared the ringleader. Eugene smoothly replied that this pawn still held valuable secrets. Trembling violently, the bandit surrendered a highly classified piece of intel that made Eugene's eyes narrow in deep thought. The revelation was undeniably intriguing. The scenery seamlessly shifted to an opulent estate by the sea. Rumors that Sir Andre had deployed mercenaries to conquer the silver mine were already starting to trigger massive political earthquakes. Within a luxurious drawing room, Eugene negotiated with the wealthy mastermind of the Palin Syndicate. Eugene coolly revealed he had kept the bandit alive so the merchant could personally extract the truth. The nobleman's eyes gleamed with pure greed, declaring that if they succeeded, Eugene would completely dominate not just the silver vein, but rule the entire territory. Eugene merely arched an eyebrow at the grand ambition. The wealthy merchant eagerly explained that Andre was Baron Archibald's own nephew and the primary traitor. Yet in truth, the treacherous aristocrats had already usurped the Baron, leaving them completely powerless to judge Andre's sins. Furthermore, the remaining Archibald bloodline was currently tearing itself apart in a bitter succession war. But the most critical detail was that Sir Andre was a loyal dog to Sir Gabriel. And Gabriel, the true heir to the barony, was the ultimate piece on this grand chessboard. The clan's bloody civil war was spiraling into a deadly political labyrinth. Eugene deduced that Andre was merely a puppet on strings. The merchant grinned like a devil, praising the Demon King's terrifying intellect. He swore absolute financial backing if Eugene made his move. The perfect moment had arrived to claim ultimate supremacy. Eugene sharply reminded him that total plausible deniability was required. Their secret passage to Lord Bagland had already been flawlessly paved by his own hand. The greedy merchant fanned the flames of ambition, whispering that the mayor and elite guilds. The leaders watched Eugene closely. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance for a breakthrough. He urged that everything rested entirely on Eugene's choice. Eugene remained deep in thought. The merchant eagerly offered to summon the guildmaster and assemble a formidable army upon request. The merchant shrewdly calculated that to secure the peninsula's stability, he simply could not afford to lose an ambitious warrior like Eugene. He anxiously awaited a verdict. Eugene stared right into the merchant's soul and asked when preparations could begin. His blood-red gaze pierced through the silence. His mind was firmly made up. The merchant eagerly affirmed they could begin immediately. The Mofern Company would pour absolutely all its vast resources into supporting Eugene's campaign. Eugene nodded in agreement. He ordered the immediate mobilization of troops. A truly grand design was finally taking shape. The merchant smiled with deep satisfaction, praising the wise decision. A terrifying new power was about to rise over these lands. The tides of fate were shifting rapidly. Eugene led his imposing forces forward through the towering city gates. The masses whispered of his boundless wealth, from armored soldiers to the massive trading convoy trailing behind him. Everyone wondered if those arrogant, prideful knights would truly obey an outsider. Meanwhile, the mercenaries cared only for Eugene's overwhelming strength and the silver mine's riches. One knight shouted with burning passion, swearing to protect the peace of Karlsbagen. Standing beside the legendary Wyvern Slayer was the absolute greatest honor of his life. From the high city walls, the greedy merchant Gardage watched the marching army below. He suddenly realized why these proud knights loyally followed Eugene. They believed he would never steal their rightful rewards. Gardage calculated that if Eugene conquered the demon-held territories, a few thousand silver coins in wages meant absolutely nothing. He snorted, dismissing Eugene as a brave but ignorant fool. Strong in battle, yet clueless about ruthless domain politics. It remained to be seen who the true fox really was. Amidst his plotting, an attendant rushed over. Eugene Stewart's representative requested a meeting, currently waiting inside the Grand Library. Gardage grew incredibly curious about this so-called lackey. He strutted off with a smug grin, expecting some brash, inexperienced young lad he could easily manipulate. He planned to use his veteran merchant schemes to completely devour this naive partner. But upon entering the library, Gardage instantly froze. A request to construct an entire castle? Eugene sat imposingly in his disguised steward persona, wearing a low hat that completely shrouded his face. He boldly declared that governing a village and 6 towns naturally demanded a castle. He slammed down a terrifyingly detailed blueprint. One single glance made cold sweat pour down Gardage's face. Every single line was unbelievably professional, from defensive walls to hiring master dwarf architects. Gardage violently shivered. Only a master with 30 years of kingdom-building experience could draft this. The greedy man began to tremble in fear. Executing this flawless plan would cost an astronomical fortune. He desperately racked his brain for a polite refusal. Eugene simply smirked, tipped his hat, and coldly stated, if he wasn't interested, they could easily find other guilds ready to snatch the lucrative contract. A devastating psychological strike. Seeing the steward turn to leave, Gardage frantically lunged to pull him back. He absolutely refused to lose such a mouth-watering opportunity. Plastering on a sickeningly flattering smile, he desperately invited him to sit so they could negotiate properly. Now acting completely subservient, Eugene smiled inwardly. He was utilizing divine management skills from his long-forgotten past as an ancient immortal vampire. This was the ultimate art of cunning manipulation, armed with centuries of managing the mighty Roman Empire and worldly maneuvering. His ancient eyes pierced straight through the merchant's greedy, dark heart. Eugene ruthlessly pressed on, asking if this fool truly believed he would settle for a mere minor lordship. Gardage was left completely speechless. Eugene clicked his tongue, mocking the merchant's pathetically narrow vision. Clearly, this arrogant merchant had picked the absolute wrong predator to toy with. Gardage swallowed hard, his mind racing as he wildly speculated about Eugene's terrifying ambitions. Could he secretly be a marquis, or a supreme lord of the empire? Eugene burst out laughing. His father had been a ruler far greater than any noble. His eyes flashed a dangerous, bloody red, casually mentioning grand ambitions of absolute kingship. A statement, heavy enough to make anyone shiver in dread. Back in the present, while Eugene rode his steed, panicked knights desperately rushed over, claiming they brought a very special gift. One knight proudly boasted they had eradicated a massive bandit den in a single flash. The bandits were bound and kneeling pathetically below. Contrary to the soldiers' excitement, Eugene's voice dropped incredibly cold. Why did you break formation and charge ahead on your own? The foolish knights hadn't grasped the gravity, nervously giggling that they simply wished to prove their unyielding loyalty. The bandits wailed pitifully, desperately begging the immortal Eugene not to eat them. They'd rather become eternal slaves than be chewed alive. Eugene simply made a totally puzzled face. It turned out an absurd tavern rumor claiming he devoured forest bandits had petrified them. The trembling bandits knelt and frantically prostrated themselves like devout worshippers. They swore to abandon their wicked ways, begging just to keep their miserable lives. Only then did the proud knights look completely stunned. The bandits had not surrendered because of their martial prowess, not out of bravery, but because they feared Eugene like a mythical beast. This harsh reality completely crushed the arrogant knight's pride. The wind spirit hovering nearby whispered to Eugene, urging him to actually praise their efforts. With a heavy sigh, Eugene reluctantly muttered, "Good job." Instantly, the knight's face lit up, his eyes shining as if he had just achieved heavenly ascension. The men roared with laughter, foolishly confusing Eugene's terrifying reputation with their own pathetic courage. Watching this, Eugene stood completely speechless. Suddenly, his expression turned to ice. He brutally reminded them exactly who ruled this battlefield, declaring he would tolerate this sheer disrespect exactly one time. The knights froze entirely, cold sweat pouring down their trembling faces under the plus, crushing aura radiating from Eugene. His gaze was pure murder. He utterly despised useless pawns who acted without orders. It tempted him to slaughter them all. The terrified knights stuttered frantic apologies. However, Eugene required these worthless tools to threaten the Archibald nobles, meaning absolute discipline was non-negotiable. With a commanding gesture, he ordered the absolute march to continue toward the blank Baron's territory. The knights obediently trailed behind, muttering bitterly about unpaid wages, yet completely bound by their terrifying fear and sheer awe of the legendary Wyvern Slayer. The guide pointed toward the horizon. Beyond this point is Baron Archibald's domain, Lord Eugene. Eugene masked his shock upon learning that half of this vast territory belonged to that old man. The guide quickly explained that while the Zurieta, Baron's personal lands were tiny, his bloodline possessed ancient prestige and countless noble vassals. Eugene's eyes narrowed, showing profound insight into this treacherous political web. The guide nodded deeply, finally realizing exactly why the overweight captain had so blindly trusted this terrifying youth. He revealed their ultimate destination was Sir Gabriel's stronghold, exactly 3 days away. Along this bloody path, they would cross into the territory of Lady Ascendra, the Archibald's eldest daughter. Ascendra Antigo Archibald was universally crowned as the absolute rightful heir, bound by the family's ancient bloodline traditions. Yet, despite being the true legitimate successor, the brutal reality proved that Sir Gabriel possessed overwhelming military power and loyal allies. A bloody civil war sparked the moment the former baron's absolute authority tragically shattered. Eugene fell dead silent, grasping that in this corrupt realm, pure bloodline and noble rank were the undisputed laws dictating fate itself. Weaponizing the captured bandit leader, Bowman, to directly condemn the mighty baron proved to be a hopelessly suicidal strategy. The sickening reality of this world dictated that while mere foot soldiers became battlefield slaves, the corrupt nobility could always purchase their pathetic lives with mere gold. Hearing this, Eugene's dark eyes turned incredibly sharp. He ruthlessly altered his strategy. Rather than marching blindly into a trap, Eugene chose to confront Lady Ascendra firsthand. He barked an absolute order, dispatching a formal letter to demand an immediate royal audience. Deep within the imposing stone fortress, whispers of an anomalous intruder reached the reigning mistress. Sir Gecko urgently reported the sudden arrival of a mysterious warrior named Jan Eugene, the monstrous foreign knight who single-handedly conquered 2 territories, and Lord Vamosa's sacred silver mine. Ascendra was casually lounging when Gecko frantically revealed this guest's legendary feat of annihilating the ancient Boglin ruins. She scoffed with heavy disdain, fully believing it. It was pure fiction since no mortal had ever witnessed a true wyvern corpse. Nevertheless, intoxicating curiosity compelled her to open the gates. Gecko trembled, violently warning that this stranger could be Gabriel's elite assassin, desperately begging his lady to maintain utmost caution. Sir, Gecko revealed that Eugene commanded over 100 fierce warriors and a dozen elite knights, projecting a terrifying military pressure that could not be ignored. Eugene's vanguard loomed ominously on the ridge. Despite their small numbers, their bloodthirsty aura demanded absolute fear. Ascendra smiled, with haughty arrogance, commanding that this so-called Eugene face her throne completely unaccompanied. She craved to test his true martial spirit. Rising gracefully from her private bath, the Archibald heiress felt genuine intrigue toward the anomaly, causing absolute chaos across her lands. She desired to witness exactly what caliber of monster this Jan Eugene truly was, to make the hardened Gecko tremble so pitifully. Naturally, arrogant and direct, she vowed that if his presence displeased her, she would ruthlessly discard him without a second thought. Deeply annoyed by Rest, Gecko's cowardly whining regarding her absolute safety, Ascendra viciously snapped, demanding an end to his pointless and pathetic lectures. Flowing with the supreme ancient Archibald bloodline, she possessed absolute certainty that no living soul would dare defy her within her impenetrable fortress. A cunning suspicion flashed within Ascendra's piercing eyes. She belonged to the elite breed who only trusted absolute, undeniable reality. The noblewoman desired to shatter the myth surrounding Eugene's combat prowess, eager to unmask whether he was a true apex predator or just hollow rumors. The colossal, steel gates shrieked violently, slowly grinding open to swallow Eugene's advancing party. Eugene stepped forward, his expression utterly frozen. He, too, hungered to witness the exact depths of power this infamous eldest daughter secretly possessed. Ascendra Archibald sat magnificently upon her imposing throne, amused that this legendary conqueror appeared far younger and strikingly handsomer than the dark tales suggested. Eugene simply met her gaze with icy detachment when she playfully mocked the demonic rumors trailing his violent wake. Lady Ascendra clicked her tongue sharply, purring that after witnessing his refined presence directly, such barbaric myths seemed entirely impossible. The world claimed he devoured human flesh and single-handedly slaughtered legendary apex wyverns. Eugene smirked, stating that eating humans was a slight exaggeration. But the wyverns? He had indeed slaughtered them all. He stared. His piercing gaze met hers. Did she only accept this meeting out of childish curiosity for those foolish rumors? The towering knight beside her flared with intense killing intent, ready to strike Eugene down for his arrogance. However, Ascendra suddenly erupted into booming laughter. She confessed she found his unyielding spirit quite amusing, despite his complete lack of manners. Eugene wasted no time and cut straight to the chase. He had a demand, sweetened by an irresistible proposition. Ascendra arched her brow, her sharp mind calculating if he needed her, to legitimize his absolute dominion over the border villages. Eugene simply smirked and countered. Could she even pull it off? This challenge instantly ignited Ascendra's temper. She sharply reminded him that beggars should not speak with such disrespect. Sensing her wounded pride, Eugene casually sighed. What a profound disappointment. Then, he laid his trump card on the table. He boldly revealed he had captured Bomband, the infamous bandit king who conquered the Nadir mine and slaughtered a nobleman. But more importantly, this rat had confessed the mastermind's identity. Sir Andre, the loyal hound of Lord Gabriel, her greatest rival and brother. Ascendra's blood ran cold, and Eugene ruthlessly confirmed he possessed the undeniable written evidence. Would offering this bandit king on a silver platter not guarantee her ascension to the Baron's throne? Eugene's terms were absolute. He demanded the official royal recognition of his supreme lordship. Smelling blood in the water, Ascendra's aura shifted instantly. She roared with laughter, quickly apologizing for her previous hostility. She swore to forge the royal documents herself, even promising a handsome sum of silver to wash away the previous insult. Initially, she assumed he was just another arrogant pest, but Eugene's absolute conviction named her the one true heir. Ascendra let her guard down, exposing the dark political web. The greedy royal court was already plotting to swallow control of the territory. Even the supreme monarch feared these ambitious nobles constantly hungry to expand their martial influence. She deduced the king had bribed Gabriel with a higher cultivation title in exchange for unquestioning submission. If Gabriel seized power, Ascendra's faction would be utterly crushed, forcing her to live in constant terror. In her eyes, the region's internal strife must be resolved by its own masters, keeping the ruling family at the absolute pinnacle. Perhaps bound by a lingering sense of bloodline duty, she desperately avoided a full-scale civil war with her brother. However, mentioning Gabriel's name ignited her furious disgust at his boundless greed to conquer the family's sacred dungeon. Eugene shifted focus to the demonic realm territories, and Ascendra passionately declared she needed to launch a full-scale raid. However, the vile fourth brother, Edric, was severely barricading the abyssal gates, violently extorting passage tolls through his cursed lands. The other factions remained cowardly neutral, refusing to care who became the Supreme Lord to avoid offending the rival powers. Eugene's sharp mind instantly analyzed the battlefield. Edric was arrogantly declaring his absolute rebellion against her rule. How much was this bloody toll? Ascendra's eyes blazed with wrath. He demanded a staggering 10 silver pieces per soul. Pure robbery. She gritted her teeth, calculating that after rewarding her knights and mercenaries, absolutely zero profit would survive. Bam! She smashed her fist against the table in terrifying rage, heartbroken that the little brother she once cherished had turned so utterly corrupt. Eugene calmly observed her trembling fist, his mind finalizing a devastating move that would flip entire chessboard. He shockingly volunteered to obliterate that demonic dungeon in her place. Ascendra barked a laugh, mocking that he commanded over 100 warriors. The toll alone would bankrupt him instantly. Yet, Eugene simply stared into her soul with an unshakable, mountain-like calm. "I will step into hell alone," he declared. The grand hall instantly froze in deathly, suffocating silence. Ascendra gasped, questioning if the world considered him a complete lunatic. Eugene smiled coldly. Never. The grim atmosphere abruptly shifted to the misty border bridge, dividing the mortal realms, where Eugene prepared his descent into the demonic abyss. Waiting on the opposite side of the plank, chasm were the heavily fortified borders commanded by the rival lords. Eugene stood like an imposing monolith before his restless army, projecting absolute command. He strictly forbade them from crossing the bridge to prevent a bloody war. He ordered Galretic to hold the defensive line until his triumphant return. The fierce, red-haired knight simply nodded, questioning his exact time of departure. Eugene proclaimed that the second permission was secured. He would plunge into the demonic realm as a solitary vanguard without any backup. The ranks erupted in anxious whispers, utterly stunned by their lord's suicidal bravery. 1. Veteran feared the fresh mercenary recruits might question Eugene's legendary martial prowess, having never witnessed his true power. Eugene commanded his loyal officers to suppress any unrest and maintain ironclad discipline while he vanished into the shadows. His mind raced with tactical calculations. The greedy mercenaries were easily manipulated, but his elite, unpaid knights posed a catastrophic threat. A chilling tension encircled Eugene. Noting the knights' dark, bloodthirsty glares, he realized he desperately needed to placate their boiling rage. Staring at their twisted faces, their absolute loyalty was clearly shattering under the weight of empty coin purses. Eugene locked eyes with the mutinous men. A violent urge to beat them into absolute submission surged within him. Yet, remembering the majestic grace required of a supreme lord, he forcefully sealed away his blazing fury. Clearing his throat with commanding authority, Eugene stepped forward to address the Blikes of Clane. Eugene praised his warriors for standing firm against the pressure. One guard stepped forward, questioning if their lack of power forced him into a solo expedition. Eugene quickly shot down the doubt, revealing that the esteemed Lady Ascendra held immense faith in their martial potential. The men exchanged confused glances at the mention of this mysterious noblewoman, someone their master claimed was watching their progress. Snapping his fingers, he ordered Luke forward. The boy dragged a massive sack before the singes for the place. Expectant warriors. The pouch fell open, spilling a mountain of blinding wealth. Eugene declared a bounty of 50 silver pieces for every single man. The profound generosity left the squad utterly speechless. Meanwhile, our protagonist inwardly smirked, knowing this calculated investment of his personal wealth would forge absolute loyalty. He framed this as their ultimate trial to prove their worth to the watching heavens, while his familiar Syl chuckled at the brilliant manipulation. Their grim hesitation instantly vanished, replaced by a blazing battle aura as they swore to defend the camp. The little spirit whispered, wondering if these gullible men grasped the truth of Ascendra's identity. Eugene simply brushed it off. It did not matter. Commander Gecko suddenly arrived, presenting the coveted border pass. Wasting zero time, our hero mounted his steed. The veteran stared at him with grim concern, begging him to abandon this suicidal solo raid into hell. Eugene merely smirked, casually noting that this marked the fourth empty warning he had endured today. Gecko fiercely pushed back, demanding to know who would slaughter the beast hordes and harvest the spiritual cores without backup. Realizing the boy was immovable, the commander finally surrendered, declaring their vanguard would hold position for exactly 3 days. Kicking his mount into motion, Eugene charged toward the abyss, offering merely an unshakable promise of victory. His chatty familiar groaned, annoyed by the mortal's endless nagging, and eagerly demanded they start farming demonic beasts. Eugene shot back that she was equally annoying, ordering her to conceal her aura.